ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers, scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Past the streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are laid. Ghostly tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Salty tears where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed and stories fade, in the game where lives are played. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Salty tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Epic battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. brother. He's a friend from work. Salty tears where shadows roam. Silent screams with far from home. Pixels bleed, stories fade. In the game where lives are played. Salty tears, a shadow cry. In this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd. Silent whispers growling loud. Salty tears and shadow cry. In this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd. Silent whispers growling loud. Epic battles.
All right, Luna. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. That doesn't normally happen at the very beginning of my stream, but thank you for coming in. Thanks for coming in with your peeps, bringing everybody over. I will do my best to keep people entertained with this nerdy, boring space game that I play with some spooky, scary stories off the internet while we mine nuggets in space where no one can hear you scream at the game because you messed it up. But I get it. I understand. We'll be here when you get out of the shower and you're all drippy wet and drying off. Come in and lurk for a bit and hang out. We are continuing a game from last week. Or, yeah, well, from Sunday. For anybody who came in and happened to see it while we were still playing it. I did make a couple of changes over the weekend. Moved some stuff around and then made a couple of larger storage containers. And I changed the color of the rover. I got tired of everything being green and black. So I changed that up to blue when I put heavier armor on the sides because it kept falling over and breaking shit. Should probably put some armor over the top of the batteries too to try to protect them. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I think maybe we'll do some of that because we got plenty of materials. And oh, it's an unknown signal over there. 1.87 kilometers away. Let's go get that. There doesn't seem to be a time on it. It's kind of weird. Weird, there's no time on it. Wonder if that's something that got stuck in ending the last stream. Nothing special. Oh, to move the ATM around to the back side of this. Made it easier. Made it much easier. We'll put our scary stories on here in a moment. 1706. Isn't that like a drinking thing over in the UK? 1706.
You fool! Warren is dead. Welcome to Horror Babble. Today we're pleased to present a new series from the Library of Rillier, 5 Cthulhu mythos stories. We've a mixture of old and new in store for you, commencing with a classic work by Bertram Russell, The Scourge of Behemoth, which introduces the god of the seas, Behemoth, to the mythos. The story surfaced in the May 1929 edition of the Tales magazine and was described as follows: a sinister conspiracy against the rule of man and the uprising of the entire animal kingdom. Subsequent episodes will follow every Wednesday through to October 30th. Series artwork by the great Vishnu Prasad. See the video description for a link to the series playlist. And without further ado, The Scourge of Behemoth by Bertram Russell. 1. The Fog. The first inkling that I had of the gigantic abomination that was soon to smother the world with its saprophytic obscenity was obtained almost by accident. My friend, Dr. Prendergast, a gentleman eminent in his own particular branch of medicine, which included all sorts of brain specializations, operations, deafening, and so on, called me personally by telephone from his own residence late one night. It struck me as surprising that he should not have had his secretary or nurse call me during office hours. I was not in error when I thought his mission an urgent one.
Let's see.
I've seen the like of this in all my years of experience, and I'm pretty sure you never did in yours either. A mental case? I asked with quickening interest. Yes, and more. It's got me almost beaten to a standstill. I confess I'm pretty nearly stumped. I've gone over him thoroughly, x-rayed him and so on, but still I can't find any evidence whatever of organic disturbance. Well, can't it be a functional neurosis? I asked in some surprise. If it is, I never saw another like it. The fellow seems to be actually possessed. He acts without knowing why he does so. I've given him a rough psychoanalysis, but it reveals nothing more than the repressions and the inhibitions that every average person has. His unconscious contents show absolute ignorance of the awful obsession by which his waking hours are beset. There must be a reason for it. I said, if a man has an obsession, there are unconscious associations to exercise it. It can only be the symbol for something else. The symbol for something else. You're right there. But if I can't find out what this something else really is, pretty soon at that, this patient is going to join his master before long. His master? I queried, surprised at what I thought to be a biblical allusion by Prendergast. Yes, whoever that is. He talks about nothing else. This master represents the thing that is dominating him, stretching out its slimy tentacles from the darkest depths of unfathomable abysses to strangle the desire. He says now that he's ready to die. And let me just tell you what that means in your office. I'll come over immediately, I said. You're an American hospital ward psychiatrist, he said, giving me the final instruction. My hand is on. I'm feeling good. And I'm not in the garage. I started. Soon, I got my way to the hospital, where my friend had arranged to meet me. The night was exceptionally dark, and a thin, clammy drizzle had commenced to fall. Not a cold rain, but a viscid, darkness, some steam. The car was quite closed, yet I felt the clammy thrill of it inside. I even noticed that the instrument board was covered with drops of fluid, and the wheel became wet and unruly under my touch. I almost allowed it to slip out of my hands as the car rounded a sharp curve. I jammed the brakes on. The wheel skidded on the slippery ground. giant had scooped a track through the heart of the hills. A cold perspiration broke out all over me. I could hardly drive. My hair tingled at the roots, for it had seemed to me at that moment that hands other than my own had wrenched that wheel from mine in a demonic lust of murderous intent. Try as I would, I could not throw off the hideous thought that a nameless fatidity had been its control at that moment. Moving now with the car bent upon my destruction. Was I, a psychiatrist of years standing, versed in all the processes that produce the madness of the human brain, skilled in treatment of those within its devouring maw? Was I falling headlong, powerless to help myself into the awful depths of lunacy? I fought the very suggestion, but to little avail. The dark night, the wild and mountainous nature of the country, where the hospital erected and seclusion, combined to produce a feeling of unknown forces, malignant in their fury toward man and the sons of man, that I could not dismiss. But more than all was the nauseating, overpowering effect of that clammy fog, like a breath of evil, that rode with me, enveloping me in its chill blast. I laughed aloud
There.
at the notion of
Little harder armor on the
and the laugh
back of
provoked
that.
by the turgid
That'll
tones
help
of
us
the
out a
wind
little bit.
echoed in weird accents from the
That'll
road.
help us out a little bit,
My
I
voice
think.
sounded strange, like the insincere laugh of an actor who is not interested in his role. I even turned to the rear of the coupe, as if expecting to see the presence there, but my darting eyes revealed nothing. This madness must cease, I told myself, as I turned on the electric warmer inside the car. It may have been the comforting heat that this produced, or it may have been an unconscious assurance that the laws of nature would continue to function. My turning the switch had proved this. No, as the heat within the car increased, my spirits warmed too, and I found myself driving with my accustomed care, utterly without the meaningless fears that had overwhelmed me so few minutes ago, so many ages since, as it seemed to me.
Let's
The air
see.
inside the car was clear now. The drops of moisture had disappeared from the instrument board, and my hand grasped the steering wheel with its accustomed firmness. It was becoming uncomfortably hot. Still, I hesitated to switch off the heater, arrested by I know not what unknown fear. It may have been a warning from that great unknown that we are now only dimly beginning to understand. I cannot say. But at last I switched off the heater. As the air cooled, my spirits cooled too. I felt the same senseless dread stealing over me, and I watched with intense anxiety for the reappearance of those drops of moisture on the dashboard, seeming to materialize from nothingness they came. The air within the car thickened, and again caressed me with its voluptuous and silky folds, as the lights of the hospital appeared upon the crest of a ridge ahead of me. I began to tell myself that I had to turn on the heater once more, but my will was not equal to the act. I drove on in a kind of dream, blithely careless of anything in the world. The steering wheel responded easily to my touch. It even seemed to spring from under my hand as I swerved around treacherous corners, where chasms thousands of feet deep yawned below, missing the edge by a scant few inches. I drove on heedless in the denser passage. I could see nothing now, but the wheel seemed to have a mind of its own. I felt the car bumping and undulating like a roller coaster. My head crashed against the roof. The springs bent with an ominous crack. I felt the wheels lift. Someone was pulling them from their course. With a terrific crash, the coupe turned forward and would have been completely. The pillars that marked the entrance to the hospital had not partly prevented it from falling. Dr. Prendergast and two of his associates opened the door and dragged me out, half-dazed, into the night. "What's wrong, Greg?" said Prendergast anxiously. I stood there, stupidly, hardly knowing what answer to make. We've been watching you for some time. We saw your lights 5 miles away. You've been driving like a man in a dream. Look, you've ruined half the flower beds in the hospital grounds. I turned and saw the tracks of the car cut deep into the lawn and flower beds before me. I'd left the driveway and traveled across the hills and valleys of the landscape garden. A chill dread came over me. I could see the tracks of the car clear out into the road beyond. I could even see the headlights of another car traveling along the same road that I had come, miles away. The soft air, there was no moisture. Above, the stars twinkled along their age-old courses. The fog had lifted. With a new fear clutching at my heart's vitals, I spoke to them. The fog, the rain, it made it impossible for me to see. I couldn't find the road half the time. I never
Energy
saw such a
low.
fog. There's been no fog, no rain. Why, we could see your headlights for miles. The night is as clear as a crystal. But there was fog, right up to a minute ago. The car was wet with it, I tell you. As I spoke, I reached my hand to the windshield, intending to prove my assertion. In amazement, I looked at it. There was no trace of moisture. None at all. I stooped to the grass and buried my hand in it. There was no rain upon it. It was even a little dried up, and I could see it had not been watered for some time. Again, I pierced the night. There was not a cloud in the air anywhere, not a bank of fog between the hospital and the city. What you need is a stimulant. Come inside, and I'll give you one, said Dr. Prendergast, taking me cautiously by the arm. Fearful for my own sanity, I stumblingly entered the hospital. As I took one last look around, I thought I saw a thin wisp of sickly vapor curling around the green lawn before me, like a wraith of yellow venom. While my distraught nerves tingled in every fiber, there came to me the muffled echo of a mocking laugh. Half walking, half sliding, I was taken into the hospital. 2. The Call of the Moth. Feel better? Asked Dr. Prendergast when I had gulped the stimulant that he had handed to me. In the cheerful air of the doctor's private office, I felt my fears to be of the flimsiest. I even felt constrained to laugh aloud at them. But the memory of that and night driving did not agree with me. Prendergast gave me a curious look from his slanted eyes, but said nothing. We left the office and taking the elevator, the ward where the patient was confined. A nurse met us with a chart in her hands. How is the patient? Asked my colleague, with more than usual interest. Still delirious, doctor, answered the trim little nurse. We shall take a look at him, he remarked, walking toward a cot in a far corner of the room. There he is.
Aw,
he
didn't
added
give us nothing.
Before us lay a pallid-looking figure. His black hair olive silk that made him look like with some imaginary creature that he alone saw. As I sat beside him, he burst into a frenzied laugh. Lifting his emaciated hand toward me, he pointed a skinny finger into my face. Here's another one to rob the master. You came too late. The master saw to that. Quiet yourself, said Dr. Prendergast in a soothing voice. You are going to get well, but you must not excite yourself in this fashion. Going to get well? Oh, no, I'm not. The master saw to that. I'm going soon. very soon. I'm going to
I
join the
have
master.
come here to chew
Down where he
bubblegum.
waits
B-Dog
for me. That's where I
55 Gaming is rating with a party of 5. Whoa.
What sort of work? I inquired, hoping to relieve the compression with
Rebecca
allowing him to talk. The work of the
Rebecca
jungle.
Rabbit. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Hey, we know each other. We're friends from work.
Let me do this real quick. Let's.
You came too late. The master saw to that. On the storm he rides. His breath is the breath of the fog. In the rain he comes to the earth. He stayed you tonight, eh? Didn't he? In spite of myself, I was troubled. Who was this master who rode on the wings of the storm, and whose breath was the fog? I asked myself how this lunatic in his ravings knew of my experience that night. He was gasping for breath. His efforts had exerted
JC
him
rated
until
earlier. I wanted to carry it on, but hope you have a good night. Thank you, B-Dog, for the raid. Bringing your peeps over. I'll try to be as entertaining as I can. If you hang on a second, we will do this for you. Throw you a shout out. We like JC. JC's a good guy.
His head fell back upon the pillow.
Kick back, relax, enjoy some spooky stories with us, and go to bed if that's what you feel like doing. Maybe lurk in the background.
The man had seemed,
It's all good.
Degas said, bewitched, possessed. I left the cot in company with my friend. Suddenly, he clutched my arm feverishly. Look, he cried, look. I turned in the direction in which he was pointing. The glass of water was still clutched in the patient's hand. The fluid glowed with a lambent bluish radiance. It flitted across the features of the dead man, which
Hi,
became
Turtle.
reddish under the
How are ya?
His lips twisted into a snarl under the light.
How's the Linda
The sharp
doing?
fangs of his long canine teeth pricked through his closed mouth, and the water in the glass was bubbling.
That's
bubbling
the
as though it
facts, my
boiled.
guy, and I'm gonna keep lurking.
Before my
You go
eyes,
right
the
ahead.
fluid slowly
Go
filled
right ahead and
until the
lurk.
glass was empty of all.
Chill
Save for the
out, do
bluish
your
glow that
thing,
surrounded it.
whatever
Not
that
only
may
it,
be.
but the bed, the linen, the dead
We've
man,
gotten
and ourselves.
2 raids so far tonight. I'm very much appreciative.
The unknown.
Ooh, Linda coming in with first in chat.
Served to drive the matter from my attention
Got it
for
back.
several days. But it was rudely brought to my mind in a manner as strange as
91,
well conceived.
93.
I'd been carelessly scanning the newspaper, and my eyes were arrested.
Deposit the money.
Apparently
Our
unimportant
bank
notice
account at
was
now.
sandwiched in between the accounts
196,000
and the raid
and
of
$1.
Had the editor known the full import of his copy, he would have blazoned the thing in block.
Yeah, that is
A
awesome.
special edition of his sheet.
I haven't even done anything yet. All I've done is put some armor on our rover. I kind of changed it up a little bit because I kept falling over on my side and blowing up batteries and stuff. So I had to put some armored plating on.
A strange case was brought to the attention of
So I'm still upgrading the armor for it.
West Indian extraction was hailed before Justice Cordera on a charge of attempted suicide. He was seen to dive into the ocean near Point Lancaster by Captain Jenks, the lookout at the Marine Exchange Station there.
It's another one already?
Rushed to the assistance of the
Dang.
thinking he had intended to go
That's just
swimming,
not going to give me a break, is it?
treacherous undertow at the point. When he arrived, however, he saw at a glance that it was a case of attempted suicide. The Sagardus could not swim, and was merely floundering around helplessly in the depths. Captain Jenks promptly dived into the water at the place known to sightseers as Devil's Cauldron, and after a frantic struggle with the maelstrom, during which the West Indian did his best to drown the two of them, was able to rescue the man. Instead of thanks, however, Sigurda struck Jenks brutally upon the face, crying, "The curse of Bemoth upon you. It was the call of the master. What right have you to interfere? I went to join Bemoth, and now you have dragged me back again. When the time comes, you shall suffer." The incident has aroused widespread local interest, because it is said that the Devil's Cauldron upon foggy days is the meeting place of spirits of the deep. Legend has it that upon such days and during the rainy season, the monster of the pool arises from the deep water to claim his own. Obviously, the distorted mind of the superstitious man thought he'd been called by
Oh,
the
we didn't get
spirit of
nothing
the pool.
special out of that.
It is interesting to note that a thick haze commenced to overcloud the pool after Sigurda's had been rescued. Until this time, the sun had been shining with great brilliance. There is much excitement among the native population here, and talk is common that the rescue bodes no good for the white man. Serious disturbances. Apparently, the incident had only obtained recognition in the press.
Space life is going as per usual.
Which were thought to be of interest to the outside world, and because of the attempted uprisings against the white people. But to me,
Build,
the assertion
rebuild,
that single and
tear
apparently
apart,
recruiting
rebuild,
gave a
make new
sinister
stuff,
and terrible inflection to
wait
the
for a
whole
storm to
matter.
pass through and destroy
Who
stuff.
or what was Bemoth? It must be the same master to whom the dying man had appealed in the German-American hospital. And there was no shadow of doubt that it was a duplication of the same occurrence, unconnected with it,
See,
except by the
assembler.
subtle influence of the Bemoth. I felt my hair begin to tingle when I read the news item again. Came to note about the fog that overlay the pool after the man had uttered his curse. This was too close a similarity to admit of any such explanation as mere coincidence. As a psychiatrist, it interested me greatly, and I even began to feel in some obscure way that it
Explore,
was my
find
duty
more
to investigate the
deposits, do that kind of thing.
Far-fetched as the idea may seem, I thought of it in all seriousness. Perhaps the very sanity of the world was at stake. As I laid
See,
the
there's
paper
an
aside and
update
prepared
for
to drive to my office,
plastic dust
I
sim.
felt again the oppressive weight of that
A new
unseen
area to
I
go
was
in?
slowly coming to dread.
Really?
So that I could not drive
I
alone
did not know there was a new
in
area.
the storm. Though I dared tell no
I
one
have
of this phobia, I felt, good
3
God, how I felt
areas?
the weight of that slimy
3
creature.
areas and
I
4
seemed to be
different duck
drawn
packs
irresistingly
or
into the
flots or
slavering
whatever.
maw of this foul corruption from hell. I stood transfixed, my teeth chattering, unable to lift a hand, watching the place where I felt absolutely certain the thing was. And then, into my jangled consciousness came the imperative ringing of the telephone bell. I moved slowly toward the instrument, my eyes fixed irresistibly upon the other side of the room. Mechanically, I lifted the receiver and a voice came,
Let's
as though from a
see.
great distance. Is that Dr. Randall? Please come across to the German-American hospital immediately. Dr. Prendergast has gone insane. 4. Madness. When I arrived at the hospital where my friend was being treated, the condition of my mind was far from equable. That the same calamity which I dreaded had actually befallen my friend came as no slight shock. But I resolutely strove to compose myself as I entered the building. If my suspicions were correct, there was work to be done. Hard work, plenty of it. This foul was to be foiled in its line. I found Dr. Prendergast in a comfortable private room. The best of his. He was sleeping quietly when I entered. Before I had been there more than 2 minutes, he awoke, and looking at me, shook hands cordially. He did not have the appearance of a lunatic at that time. He began to speak, in a natural, softly modulated voice. Randall, there's something strange and uncanny about this business. Ever since that affair when I had to call you into consultation, I've had an odd feeling that all is not well. I've actually been harassed by morbid phobias, if that's what they are. I never dreamed of a psychosis coming to me. The more I think about the matter, the more I have come to believe that you and I are marked out as martyrs to the cause. Though why or how, I cannot even begin to understand. You seem all right now, and certainly you never gave me the impression of being neurotic. That's just it. I ought to be the very last person to lose his mind, but though I'm as sane as it is possible for a man to be at this time, in a few minutes that thing may have me in its clutch, and I shall be a raving lunatic. It's funny, Randall, to be able to analyze your own particular form of lunacy, if such it is. I can remember quite well what happened to me last night. It is much more real than the usual dream association, and I dread its return more profoundly because of this. If this is lunacy, it is a form never before seen, but I don't think it is lunacy at all. Tell me about it, I urged. Perhaps two minds can do what one cannot. There's not much to tell. I'd been reading Freud until a late hour last night. His last book, you know. Thoughts that were assuredly not born of earth came to me. I began to feel an immense distaste for life. The life that we live today, I mean. I thought of the days of the jungle, and those primordial memories that lie dormant within every man came back to me. The artificiality.
Yeah. There we go. Heavy armor.
Its codes of conduct. Its
Put some heavy armor on there.
things. But after all, have done little else besides making life harder to live and shorter. All these appeared as the flimsiest futility. It seemed to me that man was not made to live in this fashion. I thought that the giant primeval forest with its fierce combat of man against man and beast against beast was the fitting habitat of life. I thought of those monsters of the deep, glimpsed occasionally by passing vessels.
Rooftop
huge
in the
beyond
city?
conception of man.
Oh, that's got to be kind of cool.
They lived all together on a gigantic scale. Like
Maybe we'll do a Placid Plastic Duck stream with some LibriVox
an affinity
later
for
on
those
this
bloated
month.
colossi of the sea, the carrion that
Energy
feeds on the
low.
bodies of
Oh,
giants.
be quiet.
They seem to me to represent
Energy
the farthest
low
step
my
that could
butt.
be taken in a retrogressive direction. Back from civilization, you see. Back from the painfully acquired things that we count so valuable. And here is the strange part. It seemed to me that this thought did not come wholly from myself. It was almost as if something had whispered into my ear that foul abomination of regression. I felt that at the same moment, not I alone, but thousands and thousands, rather millions, were dreaming of the time when the cycle should have been completed. We always learned that things are cyclical, you know. Rome rose, was great, fell. So on with the other civilizations, all of them. So undoubtedly will be our own great civilization. It will be the mythical end of the world that seers have predicted for centuries. There will be no starry cataclysm, but a return of all life to the jungle. Competent authorities state that if something is not done to stop this approaching catastrophe, we shall be literally eaten alive by insects. Ants, for instance. There seems to be plenty of scientific basis for this suggestion. But who has thought of the awful possibilities that may arise if those unknown creatures, bloated to foul enormity, shall in concerted array overrun the civilized world? It's an awful thought, but there's no foundation for it, I said comfortingly. For even in his sane moments, my friend seemed to evidence a wildness not quite normal. I'm not so sure that there's no basis for it. I've had a feeling lately that there is a tremendous movement underway that has as
Oh, and I
its sole
added
objective
another
the
drill
overthrow of
head to the
civilization and
rover.
re-establishment of the life of the jungle. And here's
Thought
what
my game
appears to be
needed
the
an
reason for
update.
such
Yeah,
we can exercise an enormous
when I reloaded
influence on the
all
minds
of my
men. You
games,
agree? This unspeakable thing
there
has
was an
seized
immediate
upon us,
update
is trying to enmesh us in
on
its filthy net,
that.
to enlist us in the cause,
I didn't
because with the influence that we can
notice
exert,
anything different about
so
it,
valuable.
but this
You
may
follow?
be an
We're to be
update that just
apostles of
barely
this
happened too. So
What an appalling idea. I'd rather be dead, I said with a shudder. Dead? Who knows what might happen to you then? You might join the master. You too, I cried. A spasm of horrible fear crossed my friend's face as the full import of his words bore in upon him. His muscles were twisted in an agony of internal strife, as he fought the insidious influence that was striving to warp the straightness of that magnificent brain. They haven't got me yet, Randall, but they're after me. I'll fight them. I pray that my lucid intervals may be frequent enough to enable me to unravel this foul mystery. Good God! I'm in a cold
I'll have to
sweat
check
all over.
and
Tremors.
see.
I started across the room to the table, and pouring a glass of water, handed it to my friend. He shuddered convulsively, and recoiled from it as from a living horror. Away, he shouted. Take that contagion away. It's after me. It's alive. I won't drink it. It means madness. With a frantic effort, he dashed the glass and its contents upon the floor. I stared at my friend, aghast. Suddenly a thought came to me. A recollection of that night when a certain glass of water had glowed with iridescent fire. Through the baneful influence of the fog, my own mind had skirted the borderland of lunacy. I began to understand. My colleague was calming himself again. Presently, he spoke. It's going to be a fight for me, he said, but I'll battle to the last gasp. Your part will be to watch and, if possible, learn more of this awful thing that menaces the sanity of the world. There must be some way to destroy it. How shall I start? I muttered in puzzled bewilderment. I had only the slightest of clues to work upon. The newspaper cutting did little more than confirm what I already suspected. Your key is the word of the master, the moth. Don't forget, the moth. What it means I can't say, but the word has been ringing in my ears for days. That's the master. That's the name of this cankerous rottenness that you must destroy. 5. A clue from the past. I left the hospital in a daze. How was I to destroy this thing? I was already half in its clutches. I could do little but flounder in the dark. If, as Dr.
Iron.
Prendergast and that dead man had asserted there were millions of followers, they kept their doing secret. The moth. The word was like a voice from another world.
Silicon.
I thought in an agony of apprehension. I knew not where to turn for information. I spent hours in my library, greatly
Nickel.
to the detriment of my practice. I exhausted most
Nickel.
of the books of mythology and anthropology, but still I could find nothing that seemed to have any bearing upon the matter. One day, when I was going through an ancient volume of King's Magic of the Black Arts, bound with a heavy bronze clasp, closed with a lock of a key, I came upon the following. There be many who revere the Devourer, though few have seen the full stature of this great power. It is a vision fraught with eldritch horror, and much sought by wizards of occult times. One Johannes of Magdeburg, wise in the lore of the ages, hath met success greatly in his efforts. He asserteth that the Devourer liveth in the deep, and is not to be reached by any means, yet he hath been able to feel his breath, know his will. The secret is in a vaporous effluvium, for the Devourer hath power to manifest himself where there is moisture. His breath is the fog and the rain, wherefore many do account water the elemental, and do worship it in divers ways. This Johannes hath told in his book of medicine how he did conjure from a heavy vapor in his efforts the very essence itself upon occasions. The phosphorus light of dead pigs did swell into a great brightness, filled the chamber. Withal came the spirit of the devourer. And Johannes hath learned that he liveth in the deepest ocean, where he awaiteth only a time auspicious for his return to earth. Many there be who joyfully believe the time approacheth, yet Johannes saith that many centuries shall pass, ere the master return to claim his own. Much astonishment hath one remark which he made produced. He saith that the devourer is a familiar of every man and every woman. He liveth eternally in the inner. He reacheth forth from the deep. The inner man doth hear. All seeing is his eye. All hearing his ear. None can destroy him, for he is intrinsic in all men. In times of evil and lust, of war and strife, man against man, brother against brother, the devourer liveth lustily in men. His ways are the ways of the deep. There be saints and mystics who believe they have exorcised the devourer. Them also he liveth. In the deeps of the waters and in the souls of men he sleepeth, and one day will awaken to take his own. I finished the ancient manuscript with a start. Though the thing was called by another name, I could not doubt that the reference was to the sun. I sought eagerly for the book of medicine that had been written by Johannes of Magdeburg, and after hunting all day, I at last unearthed a copy in an antique shop. It was torn and badly discolored, the writing in Latin, and in many places hard to decipher, but I found something of great interest. Johannes, after describing his
magnesium,
attempts to communicate with the devourer,
cobalt.
of his success. He had learned the secret from a philosopher of a still earlier day. I quote, translating as well as I may. Being of a mind to discover the ultimate, I sought diligently into the works of historians and wise men of all ages. In my studies, I chanced upon a manuscript written by one Joachim of Caen. He had gathered a wealth of lore from men of every clime. He said the name of the devourer was Behemoth, which indeed is translated into he who devours the souls of men. This monster is of great antiquity, and was well perceived by the ancients. In the Hebrew Bible, he is mentioned. The seer Job makes much in speaking of him. All men are agreed that his size is as great of the toad and the snake. Therefore these reptiles are accounted sacred by them. There is but one spell that can be cast to conjure him back to the ocean, and the parts of it. I dropped the manuscript.
Oh, I added these to the rover too. You guys will like this.
As Johannes said, be successful in exercising this dread thing. And the careless handling of the ages had torn from the manuscript the page where the spell was formulated. But now at least I had a clue to the thing. I snatched up a complete Bible and read avidly all the references to the behemoth in the Old Testament and Apocrypha. I also consulted other works described as Old Testament Apocrypha and found more references. There were many.
It won't fit in there.
Devouring quality of the destroyer.
Just need to add some more
return from the depths to claim his own. Winslow's
some more stuff,
which I
more
last,
storage space.
An earlier article, a paragraph stating that in many countries an organized worship of the behemoth was practiced under various disguises, and that the cult was more prevalent near the equator and among savage peoples. The learned historian suggested that the animal might be a hippopotamus. How little did he know of the power about which he wrote. But I gleaned from this short note another interesting fact. As I reflected upon it, It seemed a very natural corollary of the proposition. The worship was more prevalent in tropical
Oh,
countries,
sandstorm rolling in.
least advanced of humanity.
Ah,
But
get him,
as soon as
Sari
obvious,
bot.
they were nearer the jungle, both physically and mentally. I also suspected that it would be common among the dwellers of such lands near the ocean. The isolated incident of the Devil's Cauldron substantiated this belief. With some satisfaction in my heart, I left the metaphysical library when I had finished my search for the day. As I crossed the sidewalk to the parking station where I had left my car, I stood still in my tracks, gazing with horror on the sight that met my eyes. A dirty, tousled figure was dashing along the street, pursued by two policemen. He was clad in the lightest of garments that looked more like underwear or sleeping clothes than anything else. He stumbled occasionally, but some instinct seemed to enable him to keep out of the grasp of his pursuers. He was carrying something, which he balanced with great dexterity. I looked closely as he approached me, and saw that it was a tank filled with water, and inside the tank was a collection of lizards, water snakes, etc. And as he approached me, eluding his pursuers by a hair, I saw that this man in pajamas was Dr. Prendergast. 6 dead flies. But what a changed Dr. Prendergast. His profession.
I am the master of the clit. Remember this fucking face. Wherever you see clit, you'll see this fucking face. I make that shit work. I am the clit commander.
Yeah, you tell him, Looney. Shout it loud and proud.
My professional card and reputation, however, satisfied the officers. And since the doctor refused to part with his treasure, saying he would die first, I finally agreed to pay for the stolen property. And the owner accepting
Oh,
the proposal,
same old, same old. Mining on Mars.
the journey back to the hospital.
Get your ass to Mars.
I could barely understand. Hundreds of times he repeated the words master. He asserted that he had done the master's bidding in stealing the reptiles, and called upon the thing to reward him when the time came. I questioned him 100 times as to his reasons for stealing the tank and its contents, but a cunning look came into his eyes, and try as I would, I could not elicit from him any reason for his act. He clung to his statement that he had both done the bidding of the like that other poor creature, he sensed in me an enemy of his master. At times, I caught him leering at me with a murderous expression in his red-rimmed eyes, and I confess that I felt not wholly comfortable there alone in a closed car with this madman who had been my friend. It was with something approaching a sigh of relief that I drove in at the broad entrance to the hospital where he was still confined. He showed no disposition to resist the attendants who came to take him to his room, and seemed satisfied in the belief that he had accomplished his end. When he entered his room, he carefully placed the tank and its contents upon a table in the center, and apparently gave it no further attention. I left him then, and went to the office of the hospital. The report was the same as usual. Dr. Prendergast had been sleeping well, eating, but his moments of lucidity were fewer and farther apart. Even then, he seemed to brood under the weight of the obsession that was dominating him. He had developed a mania for collecting insects of all kinds. He had begged the authorities of the hospital to procure for him jams and other sweets, which, instead of eating, he placed in appropriate places about his room, and waited for the vermin that were about to be attracted by themselves. His room was overrun with flies, ants, and mice, but instead of destroying them, he used every effort to encourage them. He had constructed boxes that acted as traps, and which the superintendent of the hospital informed us were filled to overflowing with various sorts of insects. He had one box filled with grasshoppers, another with ants, a third with flies, and so on. This occupation was something that I could not understand. What was his purpose? For I felt reasonably sure there was a purpose in making this collection. I could understand the tank of reptiles after my reading of the books. They were undoubtedly symbolic of the master himself. Perhaps he had caught them in the belief that they were kin of that thing. The insects and vermin, these I could not explain at all. I was not to remain in darkness for long, however. On returning to the room, I stood outside for a moment and peered through the aperture in the door that is frequently used for observation purposes in mental cases. The simulated indifference of the doctor had passed away, and under the impression that he was now alone, he was working furiously. At first I could not understand his occupation, but soon it flashed upon me what his object was. In his hand was a box. It was filled with flies. In a semi-stupor, the man was slowly sprinkling handfuls of the pests out of the box, where they lay too weak to move. He then fed them carefully to the creatures within the tank. I noticed at his hand other empty cages, and supposed that they had been filled with ants and grasshoppers. He fed the last of the flies to a water snake, and with great contentment replaced the boxes in a neat pile upon a shelf. Grasping the handle of the door firmly, I entered the room, his face a mask of fury. My friend whirled upon me with a champing of teeth. Like a cornered tiger about to strike, he crouched against the wall. But with a smile, I seated myself upon a chair. Seeing this, and that I did not intend to interfere with his pets, he relaxed somewhat and sat upon the bed. His face was cast in a moody pattern. His brow was knit in a frown, as if pondering something. Slowly, the tensity of his body relaxed. His face assumed the normal lines of good humor that I had so often seen him, and he looked up. By heaven, Randall, if what I think has happened, I am better off dead, he said. No matter what has happened, I am pleased to see that you are still fighting, I answered. Yes, but the effort is almost too much. I wanted to kill you when you came in. You'd better watch me, for I'm liable to do it the next time. A feeling came over me that you're in my way, or rather in the way of that hideous thing that has me in its power, and that you ought to be killed and fed to the sharks. Why fed to the sharks? I asked with much interest. Because they're of the sea, devour each other. Every living thing they devour, if it is not of the sea, is another soul added to their power, to the power of the moth. Extraordinary, I said in amazement. That's the word. But I know, I can't say how I know, but I feel it just the same, that the object of this business is to place an overwhelming power in the hands of the filthy abominations at the bottom of the sea, and in the depths of the jungle. You're right there. I've discovered that. Is that why you've been feeding those land creatures to the reptiles in that tank? He followed my pointing finger and shrank from his pets in abject terror. Did I collect those things? He asked waveringly. Yes. Can't you remember it? I have some idea of laying out my own. But why? I don't know. You I said quietly. Hey, I can't remember that at all. This thing is a tight grip on me. I'm afraid increase the proportion of souls for the demon. I can't explain it any better, but you can follow perhaps. You wanted to help this ghastly business by strengthening the mental influence of the master and his kind. I shuddered as I found myself using the word master so easily and familiarly. No doubt you're right. I can't imagine any other reason for such an act. The very sight of these green, slimy things chills me now. I can't think of it without a shudder. There's one thing I want to ask you. Go ahead, said my friend without much enthusiasm. Are there any particular times that no particular times, but on certain occasions? I do. I ought to have thought of it before. It's when there is false sound that I experience the drowsy feeling that precedes these attacks. I could not repress a cry when I heard this. I remembered my own experience in a possible means of saving my friend in his extremity. I rang the bell for an attendant. Lay a fire and light it immediately, I ordered. The attendant looked at me in amazement. The day was
Inventory full.
and my order must have seemed as crazy as the sick man's ant collecting. Hurry, I snapped, as I saw the look that I was coming to know spreading across the face of the patient. The attendant flew like the wind, realizing that the matter must be important. While I anxiously watched the struggle that was, I know, going on in the mind of my friend, the fire was laid. Beads of perspiration stood out on his forehead. His jaw was fierce resolve as he watched the attendant futilely attempt to my eyes found a bottle of alcohol. Snatching this from the hand of a startled intern, I ran back to the room as fast as my legs would carry me. Dr. Prendergast was writhing upon the bed and clawing frantically at the tenuous wisps of grey mist that seemed to be stretching out their sinuous tentacles to draw him into their clutch. They seemed actually imbued with life, as I'm convinced they were. He lay upon the bed as though trying to hide from the relentless purpose of this thing that strove to blast his sanity. The alcohol flew from my hand. The match ignited it, and the flames licked greedily at the kindling. The thin wisps of mist writhed and twisted, and gradually vanished as the fire gained volume and roared a menace to this thing from the depths. Upon the bed lay the racked form of my colleague, shuddering and weak, but smiling and in his right mind. 7. More light. We've won, he cried jubilantly, grasping my hand. Rather say, we are winning. I smiled, pleased at the success of my experiment. Don't let that fire out, no matter how hot it becomes in here, or you'll soon find out that this business isn't finished. Look, can't you see it out there on the lawn? That mist twisting and curling like a thwarted thing. It's alive, I'll swear. If you let that fire out or open this window, it'll be after us again with a vengeance. Don't forget, keep that fire burning night and day. It's life or death now. I left immediately, for I had much to do. I hurriedly drove to Brocklebank, a small town in the country. Stopping the car before the portals of a large residence, I rang the bell. The servant, who knew me well, ushered me without introduction into the library of my old friend, Geoffrey Darlincourt, a student of antiquities and
Ja,
I
welcome in.
wondered that I had not thought of him before. I broached the subject on my mind without further delay. What do you know of the worship of the behemoth, Jeff? He wrinkled his brows quizzically. The behemoth? Well, a little. It's apparently a mythical monstrosity that has been the focus of various forms of Satanism, pseudo-religion, and downright butchery. I told him about my investigations into the writings of the medieval philosophers, and what I had learned about the thing. In that case, you probably know more than I can tell you, he said with a smile. Except that you perhaps have never seen the worship actually practiced. No, indeed, I said. That's what I came to see. The name apparently has innumerable variations, but always the main idea is the same. I've sometimes been tempted to think that there may be some such thing in reality. You know, of course, that the so-called savage peoples are given to all forms of voodooism, animism, and the like. We say, in our sophistication, that this is only because they have not yet learned a true sense of values. I am often inclined to think that it is because they are freer in their subjective processes than we are. They think that a tree has power for good and ill. We say it is not possible, and yet Bose, for instance, to mention only one of the great scientists, has conclusively proved that a plant has feelings of joy and pain, and actually cries aloud when hurt. These people, being more readily receptive to influences that we deem spiritual because we cannot otherwise comprehend them, are naturally those among whom such a worship might find a firm foothold. The nearer we go to life in its bold reality, the nearer we come to the worship of the behemoth and other allied things. Do you mean to imply that this worship is beneficial? I questioned in some surprise. I won't say that, but I will say that it serves a very definite purpose in filling a gap that we of civilized times have left void. But to return, if you want to find examples of behemoth worship, look for them among the lower strata of society, in the hot countries, among the aboriginals of New Zealand and so on. It was in such places that I found innumerable instances of it on my recent cruise. I confess that I was greatly surprised at the prevalence of the thing. It is spreading at an alarming rate. Tell me the details, I said breathlessly. Apparently,
Spitting out the
on the
stones.
trail at last. Substantially, the worship is the same everywhere, and its very similarity gives it the appearance of representing a widespread truth. It appears to be related to a living thing. The great idea back of it is that the time is rapidly approaching when the jungle will return to its own, when civilization will be wiped out, and the law of power will again prevail. Apparently this behemoth has never been seen, but it can be felt. I almost believe I've felt it myself. Incantations are made in a language absolutely unintelligible to anybody. The medicine men themselves have told me that they cannot apprehend the meaning except through the medium of traditional translations. And here is another strange thing. Though I have seen this worship in New Guinea and Peru, in Malaysia and Finland, the syllables have always a similarity. The incantations are seemingly the same. They sound like unintelligible gibberish, more like the language of apes or the roar of the sea lion speech. Yet they're pronounced nearly alike by these widely separated races. Randall, they mean something. Again, I felt my flesh beginning to creep at the thought of the tremendous power with which I had to deal. What is the central feature of this worship? There are two. A mystic union with the behemoth, which means a pledge to aid in the restoration of the jungle and the overthrow of civilization. And secondly, the objective side, which includes the sacrifice of unbelievers, usually to members of the reptilian species, though I have seen children given to jaguars, which were kept as sacred symbols. I suppose there are even places here where this abomination holds sway, I suggested with a flutter of anxiety. Not a doubt of it. The thing is apparently gaining currency everywhere. Why not here? I could almost tell you where to look to find the worship practiced. I then told Darlancourt everything that had led me to make these inquiries. When I had finished, his face was tense and fearful. This is monstrous. I can scarcely believe it. If it is true, we must take steps immediately to root out this cancerous putridity at its very heart. Wait. He walked across to the bookcase and selected a volume. For some minutes he read in silence. Then he spoke. There appear to be some secret orders founded upon this worship. The names will, in all probability, be changed, but they may be similar enough for us to spot them. One is the macrocosm. Another is the Order of Behemoth, a very ancient one, originating in Egyptian times, and worshipping as its symbol the hippopotamus. If my memory serves me aright, the word for hippopotamus in the language of the Third Dynasty was behemoth, very similar to behemoth, you see. Now we shall ascertain if there are any relics of this business in 20th century America. He lifted the telephone receiver, and a chill dread came over me. I felt again that overwhelming fear that presaged. Speaking. Secret Service? Yes, please. Hello? Yes, this is Jeff. I want to know whether you have any reports on secret societies that bear a name like Behemoth, Bemoth, or Behemoth. A name something similar to that. He listened for a while. What? Good heavens. We'll be over right away. He turned to me, and his face was grey. He says there are known to be societies throughout the world going by the name Behemoth, and others with similar names, and that after raiding them, the police have discovered bones, human bones, charred and, in many cases, buried. He says these societies have been suspected of incendiarism, dynamiting and the like. Randall, you have put your finger upon the worst sore the human race has yet to cauterize. 8. The High Priest. We found Ellery caressing a beautiful police dog, a pet which he had trained from puppyhood. Darlincourt rapidly described to the Secret Service man what I'd already told him. Ellery received the information, at first with a quizzical smile, but under the accumulation of evidence that we were able to present, his face took on a grave meaning. He called his secretary and instructed him to obtain a certain address and send a telegram to the Secret Service departments of every civilized country, in code, he added. Inquire if there have been any signs of an attempt. What shall I say? He stopped, looking helplessly at us. Ask if there have been any overt attempts that appear to be directed by secret societies to rehabilitate the life of primitive times at the present day. I put in suggestively. But they'll think me crazy. They won't know what I mean. They'll know well enough if they have run into anything like what we're dealing with here, said Darlincourt quickly. If they don't, they will only think the cable has been garbled in transmission. All right, put in something like that. Ask particularly if they have had any trouble from groups of people who worship any animal or any reptile, particularly one that resembles a hippopotamus. Very well, sir, said the secretary with a slight smirk. That's all, snapped Ellery. We left the office together and drove to the meeting place that the detective wished us to visit. Ugly rumors had been associated with it, and there was some probability that we should find what we sought there. The night was fast falling as we approached the hall. It was in a squalid and miserable section of the city. We parked the car some distance away, and mingling with the motley throng that sought admission, we entered the building and seated ourselves near the rear door. The place was almost filled, and very soon after our entry the lights commenced to dim. They dwindled to mere dots of green flame. There arose a chorus of meaningless babble, like the chatter of apes in the forests of the Amazon. This was evidently the greeting extended to the High Priest of Behemoth, who was now entering. He was clothed in a shining green robe that was apparently made from the skin of some monster of the deep. Like decaying fish, it glowed a bluish green, and surrounded the repulsive features of a mask that he wore with a fiendish, unnatural light. Slowly, he mounted the steps to the rostrum. I saw that there was before him a tank which glowed with that lambent blue fire that I had seen in the glass. The insane man had died in the German-American hospital. I found it impossible to repress a shudder. The place was almost dark, and except for the priest on the rostrum, we could see nothing but the tiny points of green that indicated the colored electric lights. There appeared to be no ceremonial or ritual connection to the business. Everybody did as he pleased, but always there was that wild jargon that reminded me of the forest. At my left was a woman with pendulous jowl and huge teeth projecting from between thick lips. Her shouts almost rent my eardrums. As the affair went forward, the crowd became ecstatic, and many threw themselves in transports upon the floor, tearing their clothes away from their bodies and dancing wildly in the darkness. Many carried tame serpents which they lovingly caressed. Others had tiny monkeys which they kissed affectionately. Men and women alike threw themselves upon each other in a frenzy of mad abandon. I saw a Malay struggling in the arms of a white woman and heard their shouts of ecstasy. I saw others sinking teeth deep into the arms, the legs, the shoulders of those nearest to them in an insane fury of primeval ferocity. There was a beautiful girl, her body stripped naked, lying in the embrace of a bronze figure, drinking in with passionate abandon the kisses he showered upon her. Apes flitted hither and thither among the crazed throng, receiving homage wherever they passed. Serpents writhed, their coils encircling the throats of the devotees, and the shouting rose to a bedlam. The air was becoming thicker every minute. I could not understand it at first, but soon it was clear to me. I had seen that heavy greenish vapor before. It was the breath of that hellish atrocity that these deluded wretches worshipped. It seemed to overhang the whole hall, enveloping all in its clammy folds. I felt the sickly touch of it, and writhed as though in the grip of some loathsome thing. My companions sat there with drawn faces, their muscles tensed in an effort to resist the awful spectacle. The cries rapidly blended themselves into a rhythmical shouting. Into my dazed senses there was borne the sound of a single phrase, "Bemoth, Master." It was repeated 1,000 times as the heavy pall closed in upon us, thicker and thicker. The man sitting at my side spoke to me in a roar of joy. "The Master is almost ready," he shouted above the din. "A few more days and the world will feel his power." He beat his brows and cried in ecstasy, "Come, Bemoth, Master, come." I nodded in pretended agreement, and he went on with his shouting. A woman threw her arms about me and whispered foul things into my ear. Suddenly, the attention of the crowd was centered upon the priest at the rostrum. He had uncovered the tank of water upon the platform, and to my horror, I saw there, with jaws agape, a huge pandemonium of noise, a new and startling sound, a shriek, shrill and piercing in its power, the voice of a woman in mortal terror. I strained my eyes and saw. It was a woman that this monstrous priest held aloft over the tank. His purpose was plain. He intended to feed her to water. I stared in horror, paralyzed. I could not lift an arm to save her. Ellery had fired his automatic. In fascinated horror, I saw the tank splinter as the bullet pierced it. Water poured forth, iridescent and phosphorescent, covering the devotees. The crocodile slithered to the floor and floundered among those nearest him. His red-smeared jaws champed furiously at the arms and legs of the while Ellery fired. The crocodile
Inventory
writhed
full.
in mortal agony, flapped his tail, striking half a dozen men who were bowing before him, and died. The priest dropped the girl and commenced to run. In his haste, the mask which covered his face became dislodged and fell to the ground. I stared in stark horror at the lust-distorted visage that was revealed to me. 9. Jaws of the Jungle. The girl came dashing up the aisle and disappeared into the street. We were in a dangerous position. The frenzied mob turned upon us with murderous lust, and scratching, punching, and panting, we were borne to the floor. Again, Ellery's gun spat lead and flame, and the crowd edged away from him. In the lull, we dashed for the door and escaped across the street into the car. We saw the girl standing in the street. Hastily telling her to get into the car, we drove back to the office of the detective. When we arrived, we found the secretary in great distress. The police dog that Ellery loved so much appeared to have been taken suddenly ill. The detective excused himself and left the room. We heard him outside, calling the dog. There was a patter of canine feet, then a snarling growl. We heard a heavy body thud to the ground, and a cry of pain. Darting to the door, we saw a sight that sickened us. Ellery lay upon the floor, and blood was streaming from his throat. He was dead before we reached him. And as the dog, half wolf, wholly wild, stood there, growling at us, the unspeakable enmity of those eyes, touched with a devilish light, bespoke the fiend, the devourer, behemoth. Around him there curled a thin wisp of yellow vapor. Darlencourt picked up Ellery's revolver from the table and fired at the brute. The dog fell dead, and as he fell, was it true, or did my distraught nerves belie my senses? I thought I heard an ominous rumble from the dark recesses of the room, as the vapor floated out of the window and vanished. 10. The scourge
Ooh,
of
spooky.
It did not need the statement of the girl whom we had brought with us to convince us that the day was near when the whole horde of the jungle would attempt to overrun civilization. The telegrams, without exception, told of a series of attempts to the same end. Several of them, in fact, employed the word "a moth," showing clearly that the incidents were all connected by some strong central purpose. But we were still in the dark and ignorant of the time and place of the attempt. The thing was expected to raise its head in Argentina, Africa, India, and a dozen other countries. How could we hope to deal with them all at the same time? What we did do, however, was to cable to the police forces of the entire world, telling them to watch diligently and be on their guard for any invasion from the jungle or from the sea. Probably our message sounded fantastic, but we made it as convincing as possible. This done, we set about for means to protect our own menace which we felt was imminent. After some thought, I found a possible means to forestall these hideous things. It was a daring one and risky, not to be attempted without the full consent of Dr. Pendergast. I telephoned the hospital and asked if he was there. I learned that he was, and that the hospital authorities had succeeded in rekindling the fire, which a careless attendant had allowed to die some time previously. The doctor was rapidly recovering. I requested the office to connect me with him, and he replied cheerily enough. He was quite unable to furnish me with any information of the sort that I desired. Finally, I made the proposal that I had in mind. It was the only way that offered even a possible solution to the problem. Are you willing to do something for the cause of humanity? I asked. What is it that you want me to do? He asked rather anxiously. He had already been in slowly, distinctly. Good heavens, I can't do that. You know what it would mean. Yes, I know. And because the matter is so important, I ask you to do this. We will be outside and ready to light it again, so you will not be powerless. Why do you want me to do this? There is a chance that you may be able to tell us when this invasion will occur. If it is to be soon, all the followers of the Master will have to know it. You must try to remember all that occurs while the fire is out. Will you do this? It's a lot, but I'll do it, he said resolutely. We hurried over to the hospital and watched through the aperture of the door while Dr. Prendergast allowed the fire to flicker slowly to death, his face grayed with fear as the last sparks died down and the ashes cooled. I could see, even from that distance, the great drops of perspiration breaking out upon his brow as the insidious influence stole over him. The room darkened, and the tendrils of vapor slowly gathered about him. He lay upon the bed like one dead, but by his breathing, I could see that he was still alive. I saw the distorted ferocity that I had come to know so well these last few days spread over his regular features. I heard the grunts that came from him as from some wild animal. He snarled and spat in a very fury of savage lust as he became metamorphosed from the doctor into the demon. No longer did he lie motionless, but he moved excitedly about and began to talk in a language meaningless to me. He seemed to be holding a lengthy conversation, but at last he struggled, as though attempting to throw off some fearful oppression, and I knew that it was time to relight the fire. I entered the room, resolutely shunning the dampness that sought to envelop me with its coils. I soon had a bright fire burning, and slowly the good doctor revived. Do you remember anything? I questioned anxiously. Yes, I remember all. I can scarcely credit it. There will be an invasion from the ocean with the next full moon. Monsters will attempt to blot out the whole civilized world, and the followers of Bemoth are expected to help in the destruction. I myself have been ordered to help. You're sure that it's to be with the next full moon? I interjected earnestly. Yes, the next full moon. When is that? I consulted the calendar. It's a week from today, I said. Have you any idea where the attempt will commence? I suggested. None whatever, but I suppose it will be somewhere in this country, he said dejectedly. Well, we'll be on our guard everywhere, I said. Darlincourt and I left the hospital, and hurrying to the Secret Service offices, we again sent several telegrams and also radio messages to ships at sea. We requested everyone to keep a sharp watch for any accumulation of monsters both at sea and on land. We spent some days of enforced idleness, and were becoming hopeless of being able to prevent the awful catastrophe that was about to overwhelm us. We had had great difficulty in influencing the War Department in the matter, but finally they had consented to order the forts in various parts of the country to fire upon anything extraordinary belonging to the animal world. That was as far as they would go, and the order was given more out of courtesy than anything else. And who can blame them? They were used to fighting armies and not spirits. As the day of the full moon approached, the armed forces of a world united for the sake of civilization were mustered, anxious. Then came the message. It was from the steamer Malalama, flying between San Francisco and Hawaii. The broadcast that we had sent out a few days earlier had been effective, The captain reported that he had seen a school of monstrous things swimming rapidly towards the mainland, directly upon the steamer routes forming the Great Circle to Honolulu. There were thousands of them, like enormous blanket fish, huge beyond comparison, almost as large as his own ship. During the day, other messages came in from various vessels on the Great Circle to Hawaii, and they all mentioned this huge array of things. The Presidio at San Francisco was immediately notified, and we caught a fast airplane that took us to Chicago and Denver, and so to Millsfield. It was the night of the full moon when we arrived at San Francisco. We motored hastily to the Presidio. Activity was everywhere. The enormous disappearing guns that can shoot a shell 30 miles were ready to hurl destruction at the invading hordes from the deep. The scout planes hovered aloft to signal the approach of the invaders. Telescopes were trained anxiously upon the starlit Pacific. Fort Miley was a scene of activity also. The naval stations at Bremerton and San Diego were watching for any change of course on the part of the hordes from the ocean. And with the full moon, they came. The ocean for miles was a seething, swirling mass of horrid immensity. Green bodies sucked their way through the smooth water. The swish of their swimming was plainly audible to the watchers on the lookouts on the Presidio. Fire! Went forth the order, and the range guns belched a message of death. Again and again, shells were hurled into the center of the bloated creatures. Still they came on, slowly, relentlessly, ceaselessly. The air was a deafening hell of shrieks and blasts as the guns did their work. The ocean was red with the blood of the things, and still they came on. Mines were exploded outside the Golden Gate. Mines placed there to blow up battleships, but still the things came. Airplanes dropped bomb after bomb upon the board, and came back for more ammunition, but still the advance continued. Dense fog that I had learned to dread was enveloping the sea. The breath of Behemoth himself coming to general his forces. Time after time the guns spoke. The very hills shook. From Fort Miley there came thunder too. Battleships anchored in Navy Row steamed to the mouth of the Golden Gate and hurled broadside after broadside at the monsters. They were slowing up now, and their number was greatly reduced, but still the advance was not halted. At last came frantic word from the Coast Guard station at the beach that they were landing. The panic-stricken people were leaving their homes to see them crushed beneath the weight of the horde like so much imagined. The guns laid down a concentrated barrage upon the landing place of the monsters and tore the beach to shreds. Under the glare of the huge searchlights, I saw streams of sluggish red where the awful carnage went. But at last they turned back to the sea whence they came. The fog lifted, and the master met his fate, and the filthy things floundered heavily away from the shore, jostling the carcasses of thousands of their dead as they did so. Still the thunder of the guns followed them, far, far out to sea, to the extreme limit of their range. And when it was all over, we sank limp to the ground, speechless before the peril that had just confronted us. 11. Conclusion. Of course, the details were never made public, but on the following day we received cablegrams from all parts of the world, telling of a concerted attempt to regain power by these creatures of a dreadful past. From India came messages telling of invasions by hordes of tigers and mammoth elephants. From Africa of lions, all the wildlife of the forest. From Burma, stories of huge apes that crush the life out of men. From South America, all of the reptilian life of the Amazonian forests massed in relentless array. But, thanks to our knowledge of their purpose, the attempts were frustrated. The stories of incendiarism, of course, could not be kept out of the press. The dynamiting of the McAuliffe building in New York is common property. The butchery of Professor Atkinson in his laboratory of experimental hygiene is well known. Throughout the civilized world, the police forces were hard put to it to cope with the threatened overthrow of civilization. But civilization triumphed, and the forces of distraction were greatly reduced, although not destroyed. They can never be destroyed. Dr. Prendergast laughs at the fog now, and the rain has no terrors for me. Was my surmise correct when those things turned tail and made again for the open sea? Is the moth dead? I wonder.
Now, should we enclose this area? Should we make a proper interior space for ourselves? That's some noisy ass wind.
To support us in others, see the video description for links to our bank and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time.
If you enjoy my content, please consider hitting the like. It's the only way that YouTube really notices me. Welcome back to Cosmic Body Horror. If you enjoy my content, please consider hitting the like. It's the only way that YouTube really notices me.
Probably if you want to stay out of the dust. I mean, we got plenty of material. We now have the rover with dual drill heads on it.
In the year 2196,
I almost think we need to make a bigger one.
gravity came and passed
Because now we're getting around a little bit faster.
in the form of a newspaper dispatch
And it's getting filled up a lot faster as well.
of unprecedented fury. Several episodes according to the report have been entirely lost in the sweep of the tremendous storm, which had toppled 12,000 fortress of Mexico has been formed. Subsequent dispatches have used the there is still a concern, a fury of superstitious fear and self-confidence and triumphs. In the surge of possible sensation, apparently contents the engaging agitation. Space, passing through to the second story, to the same
True, I could just add more storage. You rebuild it and make something new out of it. What's the button? It didn't give us anything cool.
Chapter 2. Lapham and his party, in which were several celebrated chemists as well as some fellow geologists, had chartered 2 airplanes and a trip to Timbuktu, where they paused to interview personally the members of the returned caravan, was a matter of only a few hours. A new and unexpected angle was added to the strange story. When the scientists learned that 8 of the 12 natives whom they desired to see had fallen dangerously ill in the interim since the sending of the last news. Dispatch. So far, no one had been able to diagnose their illness, which had presented a combination of symptoms.
And just like that, the storm is over.
These symptoms were quite varied and differed somewhat in the individual cases, though acute respiratory and mental disorders were common to all. Several of the men had shown a violent homicidal mania, which they were already too weak and ill to carry to the point of action. Others had tried to commit suicide in a sudden and delirious excess of melancholia and nervous terror, and 6 of the 8 were afflicted with peculiar cutaneous disturbances, which would have suggested leprosy if it had not been that the diseased portions, which developed and increased with remarkable rapidity, were of a bright green color instead of being white, and had purplish borders. The pulmonary symptoms were not dissimilar to those experienced by men who have inhaled some sort of deadly gas, and were marked by a swift eating away of the tissues. 2 of the men died on the evening of the same day that Lapham and his companions arrived in Timbuktu.
Sounds like
And by the
flesh-eating
evening of the following day,
bacteria.
the 4 who had been so far exempt were stricken down. They suffered all the symptoms presented by their fellows, with the addition, even during the earlier stages, of a form of locomotor ataxia and a queer disorder of vision which constituted an inability to see.
Okay, I'm gonna grab a
daylight,
fresh drink.
though
I
their
will
sight
be
was not
right
good at
back.
other times. They, as well as most of the others, now developed a terrible condition of necrosis involving the whole bony structure of the body, and within 2 days all were dead. Lapham and his brother scientists talked with these men and did what little could be done to palliate their agonies. No more could be learned, however, than the news dispatches had already proffered in the way of information, apart from the fact that the caravan members attributed their illness to contact with the uncanny clay and minerals on which they had come in the heart of the Sahara. Those who had ventured the furthest into the strange area had been the first to develop this illness. It became evident to the scientists that their proposed explorations might be accompanied by grave bodily dangers. One of the planes was immediately sent to England for a supply of gas masks, oxygen, and complete suits of an insulative material designed to protect against everything then known to science in the form of harmful radioactivity.
As soon as the planes returned, bringing the requisite supplies, the journey into the Sahara was resumed. Following at an altitude of 1,000 feet the northern caravan route toward Insalab and Gadan, the scientists soon began to penetrate the Juf Desert, amid whose golden yellow dunes the affected area was said to lie. An odd spectacle now presented itself to them. Far off on the horizon was a low-lying mass of clouds or vapors, a thing almost without precedent in that dry, rainless region. These clouds or vapors were of a pearly grey color, and they covered not only hundreds of leagues of the rolling sand, or what had once been sand, but also seemed to encroach upon the rocky, weather-worn terrain to east of the Juf. Nothing could be seen of the geological changes that had taken place, till the airplane's dad approached within a few miles of the vapor mass. Then the exploring party had a glimpse of the van-colored soil and minerals described by the natives, now dimly discernible through the writhing fumes that still arose from them. Before landing, the scientists flew slowly above the vapors to mine their extent and density. They found that the mass was circular in form and was at least 100 miles in diameter. It constituted a level and uniform floor, dazzlingly bright in the sunshine, and with no breaks or variations anywhere. After crossing and circumnavigating the whole cloud mass, a landing was made near the southern verge, and the expedition proceeded to encamp. The day was still new, since they had made an early start, and Lapham and the others were eager to begin their investigations without delay. Putting on their insulative suits and equipping themselves with the gas masks and oxygen tanks, the whole party set out forthwith. They had not gone far when they encountered the fine sand or dust of which the caravan members had spoken. They sank to the waist in this sand at every step, but its inconceivable lightness made their progress not so difficult as it would normally have been. At every footfall, every touch or movement, the fine powder soared in a huge cloud, which, as they had occasion to observe, took hours to settle itself again. None of them had ever seen such dust before, and the chemists in the party could scarcely wait to
But
analyze
yeah, I
it. At last,
could
after much
add
wandering and
more
floundering in
storage
the
to
dust
it.
cloud, through which they could see nothing, Lapham and his companions drew
Change
themselves
out
out on the
the
margin of the strange violet soil. The
medium
contrast of this
storage
wet,
containers for
steaming
large
clay with
storage
the gulfs of
containers.
atom-like powder that surrounded it was so inexplicable, so utterly amazing as to
That might
baffle
change
and
the
dumbfound all
design a
conjecture. The substance was
bit.
unearthly in its bizarreness, and the heat that emanated from it was almost beyond endurance. The scientists had sweltered in their heavy airtight suits while crossing the zone of dust, but now they were subjected to actual suffering. At every step their astonishment grew, for the dim landscape beneath the vapors was such as no human eye had even seen before. Gigantic ledges of crystallized rock forms arose in the foreground, and about the crystals there was something, even apart from their curious black, blue, red, and dark green coloration, which served to differentiate them from anything classified by geologists. They were prodigious in size and had innumerable facets and a look of geometrical complexity foreign to all normal rocks.
Haha.
There was a sinister vitality in their aspect
Saribot
too,
kicked your
and the tale of the
ass.
natives, who purported to have seen them grow and swell, became almost comprehensible. Somehow, they resembled living organisms as much as minerals. Everywhere, also, were outcroppings of the white and iridescent metals that had been described.
Yeah, see that?
As the party advanced, the
That
ledges
would
grew larger
probably
and towered
change
overhead in
things
cups
just a
and
little bit.
precipices and crags, among which the explorers found a tortuous, winding way. The crags were horned and beetling, and weird beyond imagination. It was like a scene in some other world, and nothing to which the scientists came in the course of their wanderings was in any manner suggestive of the familiar terra firma. After groping their way through narrow rifts and along the rim of fantastic scarps where all foothold was precarious, they emerged amid the crags on the shelving shore of a lake of blackish green water.
That would
whose full extent was
definitely
indeterminate.
require me
Lapham, who
to
was
put
ahead of the
on
others, Half
all
lost in
new
the coils of the
drive
rising embers,
legs,
cried out suddenly,
or
and when his companions overtook him,
brand new
they
drives.
found him stooping above a queer plant with etiolated fungus-like stalk and broad, serrate leaves of a carnal crimson, mottled with grey blotches. Around it, the pinkish lips of younger plants were protruding from the soil, and they seemed to wax visibly beneath the astounded gaze of the explorers. "What on earth is it?" cried Lapham.
All the
"As far as I can see, it isn't anything that could
all
legitimately
the
exist
armor
on
that I
Earth,"
put on there, I
rejoined
gotta take
Sylvester,
all
one
that
of the
back
chemists,
off
who had made a
if I
sideline
want to do
botaner.
this.
They all gathered about the
The
queer
large
plant and
storage
examined it
containers
minutely.
would
The leaves and stalks
you
were extremely
do
fibrous
2
in their texture and
or
were full of
3
deep pores
large
like those
storage
of coral.
containers instead of
But when Lapham
mediums.
tried to break off a portion, it proved to be very tough and rubbery, and the use of a knife was necessitated before the branch could be severed. The plant writhed and twisted like a living creature at the touch of the knife, and when the operation was finally accomplished, a juice that bore a startling resemblance to blood in its color and consistency began to exude slowly. The severed section was placed in a knapsack for future analysis. Now the scientists proceeded toward the margin of the lake. Here they found some plant growths of a different type, suggesting calamites or giant reeds. These plants were 20 feet tall and were divided into a dozen segments with heavy, swollen-looking joints. They had no leaves, and their hues
Definitely have
varied from a
enough
leaden
material
purple
that
to a
we
leprous
can
white with green shadowings and
do
veinings.
this.
Although there was no wind, all of them were swaying a little, with a sound like the hissing of serpents. As Lapham and his confreres came closer, they saw that the reeds were covered with lip-like formations that recalled the suckers of an octopus. Sylvester was now in advance of the others. As he neared the foremost plant, the thing swayed suddenly forward with all the suppleness and celerity of a python, and encircled the chemist in a series of constricting coils. Sylvester screamed in terror as the coils tightened about him, and the others ran instantly to his aid, though dumbfounded and well-nigh stupefied by the strangeness of the happening. Several of them carried clasp knives, and these were at once requisitioned in effecting his release. Lapham and 2 of the chemists began to hack and saw at the horrible coils, while the reed continued its constriction about the limbs and body of the helpless man. The plant was amazingly tough and resistant, and Lapham's knife blade broke before he had sawed half through the section upon which he was engaged. His companions, however, were more successful, and at length the diabolical growth was severed in 2 places, one of which was not far from the root. But the coils still clung around their victim, who had gone suddenly pale and limp, and who now fell in a dead faint as his companions finished their task. It was found that some of the sucker-like formations had penetrated his insulative suit and were actually embedded in his flesh.
Or
Slowly, in squirming
I
segments,
could
the
just
coils were
make
cut away,
a whole
but nothing could be
new
done at present with the suckers
rover.
for want of the proper surgical instruments, and it was obviously imperative that Sylvester should be taken back to camp as quickly as possible. Carrying the still unconscious man among them by turns, the explorers retraced their steps amid the crags and ledges of many-colored crystals, along the perilous rim of steaming diffs and gulfs, and found their way through the zone of atomic dust till they re-emerged, altogether exhausted and frightfully shaken, on the shore of the natural desert. In spite of their urgent haste, however, they took with them some specimens of the crystals, of the white and iridescent metals and the violet soil, as well as parts of the python-like reed, for future examination, and they greatly deplored their inability to secure also some of the water in the blackish-grey lake. After the chemist's experience, no one would have dared to venture among the fringing reeds along its shore. Sylvester required immediate attention, for he was white and bloodless as a vampire's victim, and his pulse beats were very slow, and so feeble as to be almost undetectable. His clothing was removed, and he was stretched on an improvised operating table. It was now seen that the portions of his limbs and trunk in which the suckers had implanted themselves were horribly swollen and discolored, and this swelling rendered the task of removal all the more difficult. There was nothing to do but cut the suckers out, and after the administration of an opiate, which seemed scarcely needful under the circumstances, the operation was performed by Dr. Adams, the physician of the party. It was evident that Sylvester had been dreadfully poisoned by the suckers, for even after their removal, the flesh in which they had sunk continued to swell, and soon turned to a putrescent black, which threatened to involve his whole body. At no time did he recover full consciousness, though during the night after the explorer's return, he began to toss and mutter weakly in a sort of low delirium, which presently merged into a coma from which he did not awaken. At 10 the next morning, Dr. Adams announced that Sylvester was dead. It was necessary to inter him at once, for his body presented the appearance and all the usual characteristics of a week-old corpse. A sense of ominous gloom and oppression was thrown over the whole party by the chemist's fate, but it was of course felt that nothing should be permitted to delay or interfere with the work of investigation that had been undertaken. No sooner had the unfortunate Sylvester been laid to rest in a hurried grave amid the Saharan sands, when his fellow scientists began eagerly their examination of the specimens they had secured. These were all studied under powerful microscopes and were subjected to chemical analysis of the most searching and rigorous order. Many known constituents were found, but all of these were immingled with elements for which chemistry had no names. The molecular formation of the crystals was more intricate than that of any substance known on Earth, and the metals were heavier than anything so far discovered. The cellular composition of the two plant forms was oddly similar to that of animal bodies, and it was readily ascertained that they were intermediate between the animal and vegetable kingdoms. Partaking of the character of both, how such minerals and plants could have appeared suddenly in a location so obviously impossible, even for the fostering of normal forms, was a theme of endless argument and inconclusive surmise between Lapham and his confreres. For a while, no one could propound a theory that seemed at all plausible or credible. Apart from everything else, they were puzzled by the zone of fine dust about the changed area. This zone was found to consist of sand particles whose very molecules had been partially broken up and disintegrated. "It looks," said Lapham, "as if someone or something had blown up all the atoms in this part of the Sahara, and had then started a totally new process of reintegration and evolution with the development of soil, water, minerals, atmosphere and plants such as could never have existed on the Earth during any of its geological epochs." This startling theory was discussed pro and con, and was finally adopted as the only explanation that contained elements of plausibility, but it remained to determine the agency of the geological and evolutionary changes, and of course no one could propound anything decisive as to the nature of the agency. The whole thing was enough to stagger the imagination of a Jules Verne, and with scientists of such indubitable rectitude as Lapham and his fellows, the fantasies of lawless imagination had no place. They were concerned only with things that could be verified and proven according to natural laws. Several days were devoted to analyzing, reanalyzing, and theorizing. Then a report of the conditions that had been found was drawn up, and it was decided to send a summary of this report by radio to Europe and America. An attempt to use the radios carried by the party revealed a peculiar condition of absolute static that prevailed above the vapor-covered region. No messages could be sent or received across this region, though communication was readily established with points that were not in a direct line with the new area, such as Rome, Cairo, Petrograd, Havana, and New Orleans. This condition of static was permanent at least. Many reported efforts, at all hours of the day and night, were utterly ineffectual. One of the planes, carrying a radio apparatus, soared to a height of 9,000 feet above the encampment and sought to establish the desired connection, but in vain. It was necessary for the plane to cross the whole cloud mass to the northern side before New York and London could receive and return its messages. It would seem, observed Lapham, as if some sort of ultra-powerful ray that prevents the passage of radio vibrations had been turned on this part of the Sahara. Evidently there is a screen of interfering force, while arguments as to the validity of this theory, the nature and origin of the conjectural rays and their possible relation to the geologic changes, were still in progress. Two members of the party complained of feeling ill. Both of them, on examination by Dr. Adams, were discovered to be afflicted with cutaneous symptoms resembling those that had been developed by many of the caravan from Timbuktu. The characteristic patches of bright green with purplish borders were spreading rapidly on their arms and shoulders and soon invaded the exposed portions of the skin. The two men became mildly delirious within a few hours and gave evidence of extreme nervous depression. Simultaneously with this turn of their illness, Dr. Adams himself grew conscious of a sudden feeling of indisposition. Obviously, the insulative dothing worn by the explorers had been inadequate for their protection against whatever lethal forces were inherent in the new soil, minerals and vapor-laden atmosphere. It was decided that the party must return to civilization immediately before others should be stricken. Camp was broken up, and the two planes were headed for Great Britain. During the brief journey, all of the scientists began to fall ill, and the pilot of one of the planes collapsed. Allowing the controlless air vessel to plunge into the Atlantic near the coast of Spain, the crew of the second plane, seeing the accident, flew gallantly to the rescue and succeeded in saving Lapham and Dr. Adams, who were struggling in the waters. Their companions, including the sick pilot, were all drowned. It was a sad remnant of the expedition which landed at London. Chapter 3. In the meanwhile, the summary of the explorer's report, dispatched with so much difficulty by radio, had been published in all the leading dailies of the world and had aroused universal interest amid the scientific fraternity. The press was full of theories and conjectures, some of them extremely wild and fantastic. One journal went so far as to insinuate that the Saharan manifestations were part of a plan for world domination that was being put into practice by the United Oriental Federation, which then included China, Indochina, Burma, and Japan, and others were indigned to name Russia as the instigator. On the very same day when Lapham and his companions reached London, there came from the United States the news of a terrible and mysterious cataclysm, which had occurred in Missouri and which had involved at least half of this state. Though the time was still midwinter and the ground was covered with unmelting snow, a tremendous storm of dust had appeared, in which many towns and cities, including St. Louis, had been utterly swallowed up. All communications with these towns and cities had been cut off, and no message, no living thing nor evidence of life had come forth from the storm. There were great billowing clouds that soared to a stupendous height, and from which emerged a sound like the rumbling of thunder or the explosion of unaccountable tons of dynamite. The dust, of unbelievable fineness, settled upon many miles of the adjacent areas, and nothing could be done or determined for days, since all who dared to approach the raging storm were instantly lost and never returned. The terror and mystery of a cataclysm so unparalleled, so far beyond all explanation or imagination, fell like a black pall upon the United States and horrified the whole civilized world. The dust from the storm, which was analyzed at once, was found to consist of partially disintegrated molecules, and it required no great reach of fantasy for scientists, reporters, and the general public to associate the upheaval with the Saharan sandstorm that had given birth to a terrain of unearthly strangeness. The news was brought to Lapham and his fellows in the hospital to which they had been taken from the plane. Several of the party were too ill to comprehend intelligently what had taken place, but Lapham and Dr. Adams, both of whom were less severely stricken than the others, were at once prepared to comment on the report from America. "I believe," said Lapham, "that some cosmic process has been instituted which may threaten the integrity and even the continued existence of our world, at least of any world which we could call ours, and in which human beings could dwell and survive. I predict that within a few weeks, geological and atmospheric conditions similar to those which we found in the Sahara will also prevail in Missouri." This prophetic utterance, made to reporters from the Times and the Daily Mail, received considerable publicity and added to the worldwide consternation and terror that was being felt. While dispatches announcing the continuation of the atomic storm were still agitating 5 continents, several of the returned explorers died from the unknown malady by which they had been seized. Their cases were characterized by nearly all the symptoms that had been noted in the members of the unfortunate caravan from Timbuktu, but lacked the pulmonary disorders from which it was evident. The use of oxygen tanks had saved the expedition. Extreme weakness, melancholia, the green, leprous patches, locomotor ataxia, partial blindness, and the final necrosis of the bones were all present, and little could be done to mitigate them by any of the attendant doctors, among whom were the most renowned specialists of Great Britain, France, and America. Lapham and Dr. Adams were the only members of the party who survived, and neither of them was ever wholly well at the time. For the end of their days, both men suffered from more or less mental depression and from recurrent outbreaks of the cutaneous
Oh, I
symptoms.
can't put that on
The
there.
odd aftermath of the whole affair
I have to
was
have
that
the
similar maladies were
attachments
contracted in a
on
milder
the
degree
front.
by many scientists who examined the mineral and vegetable specimens that had been carefully brought back from Africa by the expedition. No one could isolate or identify the properties that gave rise to such disorders, but it was assumed that rays belonging to the ultraviolet or infrared ranges, and more powerful than anything hitherto discovered, were being given off by the odd substances. These rays,
What I
it was all
can
too evident,
do
were deleterious to human health and life. While Lapham and Dr. Adams were still lying in hospital, fresh news items continued to come from America. One of these items was that 2 planes, driven by world-famous aviators, had tried to surmount the terrific dust storm that still raged in Missouri. The storm, like its Saharan fellow, was about 12,000 feet in height, and it was not thought that any difficulty would be encountered in crossing it at a sufficient altitude. Also, it was believed that some valuable data might be gathered thereby. The planes flew to an elevation of 13,000 before approaching the borders of the storm, but on passing above the rim of the involved area, they were both seen to disappear suddenly in mid-air by people who were watching their flight with field glasses. Neither of the planes ever returned to Earth, nor could any sign of them be located. "Fools!" cried Lapham when he heard the news of their disappearance. Of course,
Energy
when they
low.
invaded the vertical area of the storm, they were exposed to the same disintegrative influences that are operating on the Earth below. These influences, as I surmised, are coming from outer space. The planes and their aviators have been dissolved into submolecular dust. No more attempts were made to cross the storm, and a widespread exodus of people from the adjacent regions, which had been going on ever since the initial cataclysm, became almost universal in the next few days. Hardly anyone remained, with the exception of a few redoubtable scientists who wished to be on the ground for purposes of investigation when the upheaval should subside. Within a week, the storm began to lessen in height and fury, and the clouds became broken and less dense. But, as in the case of the African disturbance, there were minor agitations and upswirlings for another week or more. Then it was perceived that masses of vapor were replacing the dust, and a solid canopy of pearly grey cloud was soon formed above the whole region. All around this region, the winter snows were buried beneath a mile-wide zone of the submolecular powder. In spite of the awful fate that had befallen the Timbuktu caravan and the geological expedition, There were several scientists brave enough to venture within the St. Louis area when the rising vapors gave proof that the processes of disintegration were at an end. They found the same exotic soil, the same minerals, cyanures and water that had been discovered in the heart of the juice desert, but the alien plant forms had not yet begun to appear. Some of the water was secured for analysis. Apart from the usual constituents of water, it was found to contain an element oddly similar to a certain synthetic gas, more lethal than anything hitherto devised, which had lately been invented for use in warfare. This element, however, was not decomposable into the separate elements from which its analog had been formed by American chemists. Still, another gaseous component was isolated, but could not be identified or allied with anything familiar to chemistry. Scarcely had the analysis been completed and its results given to the world, when the chemists who had undertaken the analysis, and also the investigators who had obtained the water, were all stricken down with an illness which differed in certain ways from the one that had been undergone by their Saharan predecessors. All the usual symptoms were presented, and coincidentally, there was a falling out of all the hair on the heads, faces, limbs, and bodies of those affected, till not even the finest down remained. Then the places where the hair had been were covered with a grey formation resembling mold. The formation, on being analyzed, was proven to consist of minute vegetable organisms which increased with remarkable fecundity and soon began to eat the skin and flesh beneath. No antiseptic could combat the ravages of the grey mold, and the victims died in atrocious agony within a few hours. It was surmised that the water must have given rise to these new symptoms by some process of infection. But how the infection could have occurred was a mystery, since all manner of possible precautions had been taken in handling the water. A little before the death of these hardy investigators, two singular astronomical discoveries were made. Lapham's theory that rays of an ultra-powerful type were being turned upon the Earth from some ulterior source had led to an intensive study of the neighboring planets, particularly of Mars and Venus. Through the new telescopes with 300-inch reflectors, with which observatories in Colorado and the Spanish Pyrenees had been equipped, it was thought that the rays might be emanating from one of the planets.
You're off to bed.
Mars,
Have a
by
good
this time,
stream.
was definitely known to be
You,
inhabited.
you talked
but
me
little
into
had been yet
building
learned
a
about
whole
Venus,
new rover,
on account
and
of the
now you're
cloudy
leaving
envelope
me all by
which that
myself.
world is surrounded.
I see
Now,
how it
under the
is.
close continual scrutiny to which it was subjected,
I see how it
3
is.
flashes of white light, occurring at intervals of 70 minutes and lasting for about 90
Just
seconds,
kidding.
was seen to pierce the cloudy
If you need to
envelope
get some
in
sleep,
a
get
region
some sleep.
not far from the equator of Venus. The 3 flashes emanated from the same
Just
spot.
teasing.
A little later during the same night, Dr. Malkin of the Colorado Observatory, though all his interest was still centered upon the orb of Venus,
I'm just
now
kidding.
almost at
I'm just
meridian,
kidding, Turtle.
was forced to
You
observe
go right
within
ahead
his
and go
field
to
of
bed.
vision a tiny satellite or asteroid which was apparently following the revolution of the Earth. Observations were made, leading to the sensational discovery that this new satellite was no more than 1,000 miles distant and was paralleling the movement of the Earth in a position exactly above the state of Missouri. Calculations revealed that it was about 200 feet in diameter. Dr. Malkin's 2 discoveries were announced to the world and were followed the next day by a report from the Pyrenean Observatory, telling of another tiny body that had
Where's
been located far in the south, directly above the vapor-shrouded region in northern Africa. In size, movement, and distance from the Earth, this body was similar to the American satellite. The 2 announcements were the cause of much public excitement, and many conjectures were made as to the origin
Antenna,
and
not
character
another
of the 2-minute
beacon.
bodies, whose very positions made it natural for everyone to connect them at once with the geological phenomena in the subjacent areas. It remained, however, for Roger Lapham to predict that the 3 flashes on Venus, observed by Dr. Malkin on the same night as his discovery of the first body, would soon be followed by the appearance of 3 new satellites. and also by 3 more storms of dust
Wait,
in
well,
different
what's
parts of the
my...
world. I believe, said Lapham, that the satellites are mechanical spheres that have been discharged from Venus, and that they contain living beings and also apparatus for the creation and use of the destructive and recompositive rays that have brought about the singular manifestations in Africa and America. The flashes that Dr. Malkin saw were doubtless caused by the discharge of new spheres. And if Venus had been under continual observation
Surround
by the new
beacon.
telescopes, 2 earlier flashes would have been seen, one preceding the atomic storm in Africa, and the other, the storm in America.
Ore detector.
I am at a loss to
Ore
understand,
detector.
however, why the 2
That's what
spheres
we're
were not
after.
observed long ago, since
It's
it
an
is
ore
probable
detector.
that they have been within telescopic range ever since the onset of the atomic storms. Chapter 4.
Ore detector.
There was a great division of opinion among scientists, as well as among the general public, concerning the validity of Lapham's theory on the origin of the satellites. But no one felt any doubt regarding their problematic relation to the dust storms and the new terrains. It was perceived that the 2 orbs were different in color, the African orb inclining to a ruddy tint, and the American to a bluish tone. But suddenly, under Dr. Malkin's observation, 2 nights after the initial discovery, this latter orb took on the reddish hue of its African fellow. Lapham, on hearing of this, went so far as to venture a surmise that the changing colors of the sphere had some connection with the nature of the rays that were being emitted, and that probably the bluish color was associated with a ray promoting the integration of mineral forms, and the reddish with one that had relation to the development of vegetable life. What I think is, he went on, that the people of Venus are trying to establish in certain parts of our world the geological, botanical, and meteorological conditions that prevail in their own. The establishment of such conditions is no doubt preliminary to an attempt at invasion. The Venusians, it is likely, could no more exist under the conditions that are favorable to us than we could under theirs. Therefore, before coming to Earth, they must create for themselves a suitable environment in which their colonies can land. Certainly, steaming soil and vaporous atmosphere found in the Sahara and in Missouri are similar to those that characterize the planet Venus, though some were still incredulous or unable to realize imaginatively what was taking place. A wave of terror inundated the world at the promulgation of this surmise. Henceforward, the cool theorizing of Lapham and other scientists went on side by side with outbursts of frantic fear and of old-time religious hysteria on the part of the multitude. No one could know when and where the weird, extraplanetary menace would strike next, nor the possible scope of its operations. And the dread anticipation of this menace became a demoralizing and paralyzing force that affected more or less the field of nearly all human activities. The men of science, the astronomers, the chemists, the physicists, the inventors, the electricians, the medical brotherhood, were the only classes of society who, as a whole, went about their usual work with a quickening rather than a slackening of their faculties. Researches were rapidly begun in laboratories all over the world to find medical agents that would be efficacious in fighting the new diseases caused by contact with the Venusian minerals.
He'll be back if he
air,
can't
water,
sleep. Okay.
and vegetable forms.
That works.
And in spite of
I
the
can move
certain
with that.
danger, many excursions were made into the vapor hidden terrains to procure the needful substances for study in the various laboratories. The tale of resultant death and suffering was long and sad, and testified to the undauntable heroism of human scientists. Also, a number of inventors, who had long sought the secret of a process by which molecules and atoms could be broken up and reintegrated on a large scale, now redoubled their efforts in the hope of enabling humanity to combat the probable conversion of wide areas of the Earth into foreign atomic patterns. 4 days after the publication of Lapham's latest prophecy, there came the news of the 3 fresh storms he had predicted, at intervals of little more than an hour. The first storm was in Mesopotamia, and Baghdad and Mosul were both lost in the towering columns of infinitesimal powder. The Tigris continued to flow into the area of the storm, but on the southern side it instantly ceased to run and soon became a dry bed till its junction with the Euphrates. The second storm occurred in the Black Forest, in Germany, and the third on the huge pampas of the Argentine. A new satellite, of a sulfur yellow hue, was located above Germany by the Pyrenean telescope, as well as by those of many other observatories. The satellite above Mesopotamia was too far east to be within range of European astronomers, but the astronomers of 2 observatories in the Andes were successful in locating the Argentine body, which was also of a sulfur yellow hue. This color, it was thought, might be associated with the production and use of the disintegrative ray. The progress of a growing international panic was of course accelerated by the announcement of the new storms and satellites. People fled in numberless hordes from the neighborhood of the 3 disturbances, and grave social and economic conditions were created by this exodus. Certain industries were well-nigh paralyzed, traffic by air and land and water was seriously disordered, and the stock market of the world was thrown into dire confusion, many standard stocks becoming suddenly worthless. Even at this early stage of the Venusian encroachment, there were many consequences of a far-reaching and oftentimes unexpected order in all realms of mortal existence and effort. All of the visible satellites were kept under close observation. On the night following the discovery of the sulfur yellow orb above the Black Forest, it was found that the ruddy Saharan satellite had disappeared from its station, and no clue to its whereabouts could be obtained till the arrival of rumors from Timbuktu and Gadames, telling of a strange meteor that had fallen in broad daylight upon the region of massed vapors in El Juf. It had been watched by many desert tribesmen, by several caravans, and had been visible at a great distance, falling with preternatural and deliberate slowness in a vertical line. It had seemed to descend for nearly a minute before dropping into the vapors. Its color was a bright silver. It was round in form, and had not left the usual trail of flame that is made by a large meteor. The desert peoples looked upon it as a portent, foretelling the advent of Iblis and his demons. "The first Venusian colony has landed," exclaimed Lapham when these rumors were brought to him. "They have no doubt completed their evolutionary process, or have carried it to a degree that would render the African terrain inhabitable from their viewpoint." While a bleak fear prevailed among the multitudes of humanity, and while scientists were engaged in eager speculation as to the nature of the Venusians, the rays employed by them, and the manner in which their spheres had been propelled through space and held in suspension above the Earth, a number of new flashes were perceived on Venus by the vigilant astronomers of Colorado and Spain. No less than 9 of these flashes were detected at the customary intervals on the same night, and on the following night there were 9 more. Others, however, must have occurred during the daylight hours, for within 5 days, in no less than 30 additional storms of atomic dust were reported from all over the world. The areas of many were conterminate with the regions already affected, and were destined to extend enormously these regions. But many others were remotely scattered, and were to form independent nuclei for future manifestations. There were 3 storms in Australia, 7 in Africa, 6 in Europe, 6 in Asia, 5 in the United States, and 3 in South America. Many more satellites, all of a sulfur yellow hue, were located by astronomers above the realms of devastation that were being established. The destruction wrought was appalling in its scope, for a dozen great cities and hundreds of towns in thickly peopled regions were turned into cosmic powder by the disintegrating force. Berlin, Vienna, Florence, Tehran, Jerusalem, Kabul, Samarkand, Chicago, Kansas City, St. Paul, and Pittsburgh had become in an instant no more than memories. The Argentine tract was lengthening toward Buenos Aires, and the ravages in northern Africa had been extended as far as Lake Chad, which had contributed a cloud of fine steam 20,000 feet in height, to the whirling tempest of minute sand particles. Even amid the universal horror and confusion, It was noted that nearly all the storms were in regions remote from the terrestrial seaboard. Lapham, on being appealed to for an explanation of this fact, made the following statement: "The process that is being carried on must inevitably be slow and gradual on account of its tremendous magnitude, and many years will doubtless be required for its completion. The Venusians have selected inland areas for the nudi of the geological and climatic metamorphosis, because the new atmospheres created above such areas will less readily be subject to immediate modification by the terreni, oceans. However, if I am not mistaken, the seas themselves will eventually be attacked and will be vaporized and recondensed with the addition of elements favorable to the maintenance of Venusian air. The full extension of this latter process on account of the lethal gases inherent in such air will prove fatal to all remaining animal, or perhaps even human, life of terror, even if the geological changes are left incomplete." Chapter 5. Absolute madness and pandemonium were the concomitants of the 30 new storms. In the vicinity of all the centers involved, human throngs of people poured in all directions toward the littorals of 5 continents. The entire shipping of the world, both naval and aerial, was laden with men, women, and children who sought to flee the planetary peril, and those who were not fortunate enough to find room on any of the vessels leapt into the surf or were driven from piers.
Anthony's
Cliffs
telling
and
me I
beaches
gotta
felt the
hydrate.
pressure of the crowds behind.
Hi,
Innumerable
Anthony.
thousands were drowned,
How are you?
while the streams of refugees came on day by day, night by night,
How you
utterly
doing?
fed with insensate terror. And more of the deadly satellites were appearing, and more storms were being instituted. Town after town, city after city, countryside after countryside was emptied of its inhabitants, hordes of whom were caught in the onset of additional upheavals. Heroic efforts were made by the police and military forces of all the nations, but not much could be done beyond
Let's
organizing
see.
many of the North American, European and Asiatic throngs for migration toward the Arctic and subarctic regions. In the midst of all this pandemonium and destruction, however, the laboratories of the world continued their investigations, though one by one, many of them were lost in the molecular cataclysms. When the progress of the tracts of devastation became more and more extensive, the chemists, inventors, and various other experimenters concluded that it would be folly to remain any longer at their present posts. It was thought, from the general distribution of the storms, that the Antarctic Seard would be the last portion of the globe that the invader would attack, and the scientists of all countries uniting in a common cause made immediate preparation to remove their equipments and build laboratories in the heart of the polar plateau. The work of removal, through
Tired.
the aid of giant airliners,
Just
was
worn
completed
out
in an
from leg
amazingly
pains.
short period of
Yeah,
time.
that'll
Though there
do
were
it.
certain casualties and losses through the passage of planes above fresh regions that were being assailed by destructive rays, enough provisions for several years were carried along, and of course the wives and families of the various investigators accompanied them, as well as many thousands of people who were needed for work of a less expert, but essential order. Whole towns of laboratories, as well as other buildings, were erected amid the Antarctic wastes, while the airliners returned to fetch more people and more supplies. The scientific colonies were joined by the passengers of hundreds of fugitive air vessels that had been wandering above the seas. And soon a goodly remnant of every nation had found shelter behind the southern barriers of ice and snow. Something was also done to house and provision the hordes that had fled to the north, and as much communication as possible was kept up between the two streams of humanity. Roger Lapham, who was now in a state of tolerable convalescence, was invited to join the colonies of investigators, and went south in one of the first airliners. He had wished to lead another expedition into northern Africa, with the idea of again penetrating the Juf, where the supposed meteor had been seen to descend, but was finally dissuaded from this rash plan when word came that the African terrain was now surrounded on all sides by violent upheavals. one of which had destroyed Timbuktu. To the colonies about the southern pole, there came the daily news of how the fearful work of planetary destruction and reintegration was progressing. From radio operators who were brave enough to remain at their posts, till an unresponding silence offered proof that they had been annihilated one by one with the realms in which their stations had stood. The Venusian soil and air, with outlying fringes of atomic dissolution, were spreading like a series of cancers through the 5 continents, through regions that were almost emptied of human life by this time. The heavens were filled with the tiny satellites of changing colors, a score of which had descended to Earth and had not been seen to rise again. What their occupants might now be doing was a mystery that intrigued all of the scientific fraternity. They felt the need of definite knowledge regarding these alien life forms, who were obviously possessed of a high type of intelligence, and who displayed mechanical resources and a mastery of physics to which humanity had not yet attained. Chapter 6. A radio dispatch from a lonely village in southern Florida brought to the Antarctic laboratories the news that one of the silver spheres had been seen close at hand by human beings for the first time. An orange grower who had refused to abandon his plantation at the flight of nearly all his neighbors, with his 12-year-old son, who had remained with him, had observed the sphere flying toward them within a mile of the Earth's surface in a southeasterly direction. Apparently, it had emerged from a partially converted tract involving Kentucky, Tennessee, and the northern borders of Alabama, where more than one of the spheres had already been known to land. The thing was flying slowly, at less than 30 miles an hour when first noticed, and it came quickly to Earth within 300 yards of the orange grower, close to the edge of the orchard. The sphere seemed to be made of some whitish metal, was perfectly round, was at least 200 feet in diameter, and had no visible projections anywhere. It resembled a miniature world or moon. When it approated the ground, a sort of framework consisting of 4 tripods of the same whitish metal issued or unfolded from the sphere and served to support it when it came to rest. In this position, the lower part of the globe was no more than 15 or 20 feet from the ground. A circular trap or manhole opened in the bottom, and from this a stairway of metal steps was let down to Earth. 7 creatures of an unearthly type descended the stairs forthwith and proceeded to examine their environment with all the air of a party of investigating scientists. They were perhaps 4 feet in height, with globular bodies, and they possessed 3 short legs and 4 extremely supple and jointless arms that issued from the side and back of smaller globes that were presumably their heads. These arms were all long enough to reach the Earth, and were used to a certain extent in locomotion and the maintenance of equilibrium. The creatures were either equipped with natural coverings like the shards of insects, or else they wore some kind of armor, or suiting made of red and green metals, for they glittered gorgeously in the sunlight. The orange grove seemed to interest them greatly, for they broke off several boughs laden with ripe fruit, and one of their number forthwith carried the boughs into the sphere.
How goes the construction? We are making a larger capacity mining rover.
With numerous plant specimens, and also with pieces of furniture, human clothing, and tin cans, which they must have collected from the buildings on some deserted plantation. They re-entered the sphere. The metal stairway was drawn up. The trap was closed, and the great orb,
which, now that I think about it, I forgot to add
away toward the ocean at an increased rate of speed,
a separate container
bring it to the Bahama Islands.
to
The orange
hold our parts again.
A pile of empty lug boxes, and had scarcely dared to move for fear of attracting the Venusians' attention.
But I guess I could just
where
continue to keep parts in the cab,
report of what they had seen to the Antarctic laboratories.
like I did on this
A
one.
little later, the sphere was sighted from the Bahamas.
Just keep the
pause on any of these islands. Still
keep the
later, it was
parts
observed
in the
from
cab,
Haiti,
and
San
then
Domingo, Martinique, and the Barbados. Then it landed near Cayenne, where natives were captured by the Venusians and taken aboard the Sphere.
Just
The thing continued its southeasterly flight
go
and was
that
seen
route.
far out at sea from Pernambuco. An hour afterward it was sighted from St. Helena, and then it changed its course and flew directly south. It passed above Tristan da Cunha and disappeared from human observation for 2 days. Then a biplane, flying from the Sandwich Islands to the Antarctic, found the great orb floating in the sea and reported this fact to the United Scientists. It was at once surmised that the occupants had fallen ill and were perhaps dead, or at least were no longer able to operate the propulsive and levitative mechanism. Immediate contact with our soil and atmosphere, said Lapham, has no doubt proved as dangerous to these beings as our own excursions into terrains formed after a Venusian pattern were dangerous to us. Probably they were a group of scientists who desired to gather data regarding terrestrial conditions and were willing to chance the bodily peril. Great excitement prevailed at the news of this find, and 3 armored planes with heavy guns and a supply of explosives were sent to watch the floating sphere. The huge orb was half submerged in the water, and no sign of life, no movement other than that of natural drifting, was detectable. At length, after some hesitation, the crew of the planes decided to fire a 7-inch shell at the exposed portion, even at the risk of shattering machinery that might prove of intense interest and value to humanity. To the surprise of everyone, the shell made no impression on the sphere, beyond denting its side a little and increasing the speed of its drift along the waters. Finally, it was resolved to tow the thing to land. On being approached, it revealed a number of small circular and oval windows filled with semi-translucent materials of green, amber, and violet. It was beached on one of the South Shetland Islands. After vain attempts with milder explosives, the trap in the bottom was blasted open with thorite, a terrible NCW compound of solidified gases, with which whole mountains had been shattered. Evidently, the metal of the sphere was stronger and harder than any substance found or invented by human beings, and it was likewise ascertained to be heavier. When the fumes of the explosion had cleared away, several scientists entered the sphere by means of a ladder. Much damage had been done by the fluorite, and certain highly intricate mechanisms around the trap were hopelessly mined, to the extreme regret of the investigators. But the body of the sphere and its contents were still intact. The interior was divided into a great number of curious compartments with octagonal walls, and had probably accommodated more than 1,000 of the interplanetary voyagers on its trip to the Earth. A large room above the trap opened off into 3 others of equally capacious extent, filled with machinery whose use and method of operation could not easily be determined. In the center of each room there stood an enormous contrivance made of about 50 metal cubes, all joined together by means of heavy quadrangular rods. These rods, in turn, were all correlated by single-stranded wires of varying thickness, forming a huge net. 3 different metals, all unfamiliar, were noted in the composition of the cubes, rods, and wires in the different rooms. From each of the central engineries there issued great curving tubes that ramified into scores of smaller tubes, arching the roof of the room in all directions, and terminating in series of no less than 10 keyboards with many, square and sphere-like knobs that were placed in a sort of elaborate rotation. The keyboards were attached to the walls. Before each of the circular windows, a device resembling a gigantic trumpet, with 100 angled lens of some glass-like material in its mouth, upreared from a tube that ran directly to the core of the cube contrivance. The windows in each room were of a different color, and none of them, as well as none of the other windows in the sphere, was clearly permeable to human vision. On the outside of the sphere, opposite the large apartments, were found 3 discs that had a vague likeness to radio transmitters. All three were connected with the interior
Get the
mechanism.
parts,
It was
get the
imagined that
parts,
these mechanisms
get
were
the
the
free
source of the various
parts.
rays employed in molecular dissolution and ray construction. Also, it was thought that the machinery wrecked by the thorite had served to propel and levitate the sphere. After examining the apparatus in the large rooms, the scientists began an investigation of the smaller apartments, most of which had evidently been used as living quarters. The beds and furniture were truly strange. The former were round, shallow tubs, lined with down-like materials of incredible resiliency, in which the globe-like bodies of the invaders had reposed, with their arms depending over the sides or coiled close to their trunks. There were eating rooms where, in metal troughs divided into bowl-like compartments, were the remains of bizarre and unidentifiable foods. The ceilings of the rooms were all low, in proportion to the stature of their inmates, and the investigators were often compelled to stoop. Mechanical resource and even luxury were manifest on every hand, and there were many special devices of unknown use and operation that had probably ministered to the comfort of these odd beings. After a number of rooms had been explored, a terrific stench was perceived, emanating through an open door. The bodies of 6 Venusians were found lying together where they had died, on the floor of what appeared to be a kind of laboratory. The place was filled with test tubes of unfamiliar forms and materials, and with all manner of scientific apparatus that aroused the interest of envious investigators. The Venusians, when stricken, had manifestly been engaged in dissecting the body of one of the natives captured in Guyana, which was stretched and tied down on an operating table. They had flayed the dead Indian from head to foot and had laid open his entire viscera. The corpse of his companion was never found, but the contents of a number of tubes on analysis were discovered to represent the sundry chemical elements of which the human body is composed. Other tubes contained in solution the elements of oranges and of other terrestrial fruits and plant forms. The dead Venusians were no longer clothed in the gorgeous green and red shards that the Florida planter had reported them as wearing. They were quite naked, with bodies and limbs of a dark grey color. Their skin was without any sign of hair and was divided into rudimentary scales or plates, suggesting that they had evolved from a reptilian ancestor of some unearthly type. But nothing else in their anatomy was denotive of the reptile, or indeed of any marine mammalian
5251.
form. Their long, curving arms and round bodies with necklace globular heads offered a vague hint of enormous tarantulas. The heads were equipped with 2 small, sucker-like mouths protruding from the lower part, and were without anything that suggested oral or nasal organs. They had a series of short, retractile appendages, arranged at regular intervals about their whole circumference above the beginning of the forearms. In the end of each appendage was an eyeball with many crystal-like facets, and every eyeball was of a different color and possessed a different formation and disposition of facets. On re-examining the mass of wrecked machinery, the 7th Venusian was found. His body had been blown into fragments and buried under a heap of twisted tubes and wires and discs. Apparently, when stricken down by the same illness as the others, he had been guiding the course of the great orb, and perhaps in falling or in the throes of his culminative agony, had stopped the working of the propulsive mechanism. It was learned that all the Venusians had been slain by certain streptococci, comparatively harmless to human beings, with which they had been infected through contact with the dead Indians. The finding and opening of the sphere created supreme interest and even aroused much hope among the United Scientists. It was felt that if the principle of the disintegrative and reconstructive rays could be ascertained, much might be done to reconquer Earth, or at least to stem the Venusian encroachments. But the 3 mechanisms of cubes, tubes, and wires, and their manifold keyboards, baffled all ingenuity and all the mechanical science of the investigators for a long while. In the meantime, all those who had entered the sphere were smitten with unearthly diseases, and many died or were incapacitated for the remainder of their lives. Chapter 7. Weeks and months went by and lengthened somehow into a year. The metamorphosis of Earth had gone slowly on, though after a term of 3 months no more of the deadly satellites had appeared from outer space. Lapham and others conjectured that perhaps the invasion from Venus had been undertaken with the sole idea of relieving a problem of overpopulation, and had ceased with the solving of this problem. More than 200 of the metal spheres had fallen under observation, and allowing only 1,000 occupants for each. It was estimated that at least 200,000 of the hostile foreign entities had taken up their abode on Earth. After partially converting all the continents, many of the spheres, as Lapham had predicted, were now attacking the seas, and immense storms of vapor were reported daily from the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. Even in the polar realms, the inevitable climatic and atmospheric changes were being felt. The air was already warmer and moister, and deleterious elements were invading it at the same time, causing a gradual increase of pulmonary maladies among the survivors of the human race. However, in spite of all this, the situation had begun to present a few hopeful factors. Invention, beneath the spur of dread necessity, had made new progress, and some valuable scientific discoveries had occurred. Machinery for the direct utilization and conservation of solar energy on a large scale had been perfected, and gigantic refractors had been devised by which the heat of the sun could be magnified and concentrated. With these refractors, large areas of eternal ice and snow were melted away, revealing a rich soil that was now utilized for agriculture and horticulture. With the resultant amelioration of living conditions, humanity proceeded to entrench itself firmly, and with a fair degree of comfort, in regions that had once been deemed altogether uninhabitable. Another valuable invention was a televisual instrument of range and power beyond anything hitherto devised, by which, without the aid of a transmitting apparatus, sight images could be picked up at any tyranny distance. The use of a well-known ray in connection with this invention made it possible to penetrate the vaporous air that enshrouded the new terrains, and to watch the habits, movements, and daily life of the invaders. In this way, much astounding knowledge was soon acquired concerning them. TT was found that they had built many cities of a Perulia squat type of architecture, in which some of the buildings were septangular and octagonal, and others were cylinder-like or spherical in form. The cities were wrought of synthetic minerals and metals, and all the houses were connected by tubes which were employed for purposes of traffic. Passengers, or any desired article, could be shot through them to a given point in a few instants. The buildings were illumined with lamps made of radioactive materials. The Venusians had also begun the growing of ultra-terrestrial fruits and vegetables, and the breeding of certain creatures that were more like gigantic insects than animals. The vegetables were mainly fungoid, were of prodigious syac and complicated structure, and many of them were grown in artificial caverns beneath the stimulation of green and amber rays produced from orb-like mechanisms. The habits and customs of the Venusians differed, as might be imag ined, from those of human beings. It was learned that they required very little sleep, 2 or 3 hours being enough for the majority of their needs. Also, they did not eat more than once in 4 days. After their meals, they were very torpid for half a day and did not engage in much activity. This, in the eyes of many scientists, gave support to the theory that they had evolved from a reptilian form. They were bisexual, and in further support of the above theory, their young were hatched from eggs. Apart from the vegetables aforementioned, their foods consisted of a great number of substances formed through chemical processes of a recondite order. They had a sort of pictorial art, of a geometric type resembling cubism, and a written literature that seemed to be concerned mainly with scientific and mathematical problems. It could not be found that any religious customs or rites were observed among them, and their trend of mind was predominantly scientific and mechanical. They had evolved a purely materialistic civilization, and had carried it to a point far beyond that of the Earth peoples. Their knowledge of chemistry, physics, mathematics, and all other branches of science was so profound that it seemed well nigh supernatural. The sundry instruments, tools, and engines that they employed were a source of perpetual marvel to human inventors. There were optical instruments with a series of revolving lenses arranged above each other in metal frames,
Best
by means of which they
viewers.
apparently studied the heavens.
Oh,
In
best
spite of the
viewers.
cloudy pall
Oh,
that hung forever upon
goodness.
their dominions,
Make
it was
it till
thought,
you
however,
make it,
that
homie.
perhaps their myriad-faceted eyes were more or less televisual and could penetrate many materials impervious to human sight. In support of this theory, the semi-opaque windows of the fallen sphere were recalled. That which evoked the keenest interest was the type of mechanism they had invented for the amplification of all sorts of cosmic rays, of solar light itself, and even the most delicate and imperceptible emanations in the spectrum of remote stars. By a process of repercussion and concentration, such rays were compelled to afford power beyond that of steam or electricity. The magnified vibrations were employed in the breaking up of atoms and in their reconstruction. The breaking up, it was soon learned, could be done in more than one way, according to the intensity of the vibration used. By means of the higher vibrations, a terrific explosion could be caused in destroying one or two molecules and reducing them to their ultimate electrons. But the milder vibrations caused a more slow and incomplete
You
explosion.
get him, Saribot.
in
You
which the
tell him
atom
what we
formation
think
was
of
partially destroyed.
Rambling
This
Crush's
latter process
idea
was
to
the one
try
that
to
has been
sell
used as
us
a preliminary to the
bots.
transformation of the world. Smaller mechanisms of a kind
Okay,
similar
this
to those
story
in the
is
Silver Globe
not
were in
scary.
common use among the invaders and all their air vehicles.
Ugh.
Industrial machinery and various other appliances were run with power derived from the explosion of atoms by amplified cosmic rays. Hi, welcome back to Cosmic and Body Horror.
And we know
If you
for a
enjoy our
fact that
content, please consider hitting the like button.
there
It's
is
the only
no
way the
life
YouTube
on
algorithm notices me.
Venus, so. However, there might be microbe type life on there. It's definitely not intelligent life.
Gin and Bitters by Harold Lawler. Weird Tales, May 1950. By some process of feminine logic that I cannot figure out to this day, Connie has decided that the whole weird episode in which we were involved at Alamosa Beach is entirely the fault of Bill Hastings. Now, Bill is a nice guy, one of the best, and to insist as Connie does that everything that went wrong can be laid at his door, when he obviously plays no real part in this story at all, as you can judge for yourself if you'll only read, is to extend the ridiculous to the uttermost limit. But, Connie says in rebuttal, didn't Bill lend us his cottage at the shore for our honeymoon? And wasn't it at the shore that we found the bottle of amethyst glass? And wasn't it after we found the amethyst glass bottle with its surprising contents that all our troubles? Well then, Connie has a way of saying, ending the argument. Surely you can see that such logic is irrefutable, particularly if you're a married man yourself. I'm afraid Connie will never forgive Bill for blacking my eye at the usher's dinner the night before the wedding. Though personally, I never held it against him, for it was purely and simply an accident, and we were all shellacked at the time. Besides, he no more meant to black my eye, I'm sure, than I intended to tear his ear, which after all did no great harm except that it didn't improve his looks any, and he was going to be the best man. But then, come to think of it, his looks weren't anything to write home about to begin with. I tried to point this out to Connie afterward. Keep still, Pete Bartlett, she said. I was never so mortified in all my life as I was this morning when I came moseying up the aisle and saw you standing in the chancel. What a sight for the eyes of a blushing bride. Tisk, tisk. At the memory, her brows swooped toward the bridge of her nose. That drunken bum, Bill Hastings. But honey, I hit him first. That's it. Stick up for him. Ah, well, what was the use? Let's not fight on the first day of our honeymoon, baby, I said tenderly. We'd been married at 10 o'clock that morning, left the reception at 2, and now 2 hours later we were both lying on the warm sands of deserted Alamosa Beach, basking in the late afternoon sun. It had been a popular vacation spot in its day, but that day was long since past. Except for Bill's cottage where we were staying, the few other shacks high on the dunes behind us were deserted. There were still a few guests, we had been told, in the rickety old hotel at the far end of the beach. But that was around a bend in the shore, and the hotel and its guests were out of our sight, and
Jeez.
we were out of theirs. This made it convenient whenever I felt like kissing Connie, which I'm bound to say was often. For she detests love-making in public. But now, in the intervals between kisses, we were lying flat on our backs, with Connie at right angles to me, a bright penny held resting none too comfortably on my stomach. We were talking of this and that, and she was letting the sands drift idly through her hands. First she'd plunge them in, palms down, and then she'd turn them, bringing up palms full of the golden grains, only to let them spill in drifts through her slightly spread fingers. And that was how she found the bottle. Her fingers encountered something hard, and she burrowed deeper into the sand, dredging up at last a bottle. It was of amethyst glass, with little air bubbles embedded in the crystal. But though the air bubbles showed up plainly when you held the bottle up against the light, it wasn't possible to see into it. It bore no label, and it was very tightly corked. "Dear me," Connie said thoughtfully, holding the thing aloft. "The Morton luck." "You're a Bartlett now," I reminded her fondly. "Why, so I am. But my luck still holds." "You mean it's got scotch in it?" "Try to climb onto a spiritual plane, dear, for once in your life," Connie said. "Scotch, indeed. No. But there'll be a gin in it, of course, who'll have to grant me whatever I wish for. Wait and see. I've always been lucky, haven't I? Remember the time I found the purse with 79 cents in it on the park bench? And the night I found the woman's slipper in the Bijou Theatre? And this morning when you got me up to the altar? Which I'll live to regret, no doubt." Connie smiled. "Well, anyway, a gin. Think of it, dear." I didn't think much of it. "Suppose you pull the cork out?" I yawned. "And then we can both relax again." "I've married a man with no imagination whatever," complained Connie to the sad sea waves, but she proceeded to withdraw the cork as I'd told her, and so help me, there really was something in the bottle. I felt a peculiar sensation that wasn't entirely pleasant in the small of my back and all along the channel of my spine as I watched a thin trickle of grey vapour emerge from the bottle and slowly begin to rise above it. The thick mist rose higher still till it was hovering above us, grew denser, and began to form into a shape resembling something remotely human. Something like that of the rubber man in the old Michelin tire advertisements. It was no thing of great beauty, but if it wasn't a gin, I thought dazedly, it was certainly a reasonable facsimile thereof. I stared at the thing, open-mouthed. I was speechless, I'll admit. But Connie wasn't. Connie never is. "See, Pete," she said, "your sneer and your cheap cynicism." Now I want to stop here a moment to indulge myself in a seemingly senseless digression, though I assure you that it really isn't. I have a confession to make, and it is this. I'd had serious qualms about marrying Connie, much as I loved her. The Bartlett head is never so completely overruled by its heart that I couldn't see Connie was flippant and frivolous and flutter-brained, with the emotions undoubtedly shallow of a child. You are pleased not to believe that I'm trying to set myself up here as her superior. I've had my bird-brained moments too, and plenty of them. You have only to consider my behavior on the eve of our marriage as an illustration of that. But with marriage, I'd always known that I wanted to settle down, to mature, to grow serious and wiser too, if possible. Many's the time after I had proposed to Connie that I'd wake up in the small grey hours of the morning, beset by serious doubts. I knew I'd never be happy for long with Connie if she didn't change. In the beginning, I'd be willing to take it slowly, to match her flippancies, to be as light-hearted and light-minded as she. But would she mature? Could I change her? Certainly it would have been a slow process. Certainly I owe a debt to the gin, for it was a gin, all right, that the bottle had contained. He yawned and stretched now, and almost immediately winced. "Ouch," he said in a voice like the mutter of distant thunder. "Am I cramped? Oof, my lumbago. Just keep your shirt on there with your wish for a moment, will you, until I pull myself together?" he asked crankily. His eyes squinted shut, seemingly with pain. Connie sat up, hugging her satiny knees. I sat up too, bracing myself with backward thrust arms. I would have fallen down otherwise, for I assure you it's startling to learn that you have unwittingly released a gin. I should have doubted the evidence of my senses, but the...
You fool! Warren is dead. Welcome to Horror Babble. We're back today with a bit of Robert Bloch. He Waits Beneath the Sea, first published under the pseudonym Tarleton Fisk in the October 1939 edition of Strange Stories. Trapped at the bottom of the ocean, David Ames fights a terrible menace that would rule the world with cadavers. We hope you enjoy it. He Waits Beneath the Sea by Robert Bloch. 1. David Ames took Jean in his arms and kissed her. It was quite characteristic of Ames that he did this efficiently, expertly, very thoroughly. The result was a scientific kiss, typical of Ames's scientific mind, but it seemed to please the girl. She closed her eyes. So did Ames. Together, the two of them tried to imagine the peaceful waters of the South Atlantic all about them, with a soft tropic moon silvering the waves. It was not a great stretch of the imagination, merely a matter of focusing their minds 3,000 feet above them. For, after all, they were in the South Atlantic, and there definitely seemed to be water all about them. But no moon penetrated these depths. David Ames and Jean Banning kissed in a submarine on the ocean floor. Somewhere in one of the forward compartments, Jean's uncle, Ronald Banning, was working with the crew. The men were checking figures on the charts, estimating and calculating and theorizing in many technical ways which neither Ames nor Jean cared to think about at the moment. All thoughts of the expedition, even the consciousness of their peculiar situation here on the bottom of the sea, did not seem to matter as they embraced again. In their minds, researchers in marine biology held no attractions comparable to the quite human biological research of a kiss. Then came the shock. For a moment, neither of them realized that the submarine was lurching. Abruptly, they stepped apart. "What's up?" Ames muttered. The ship was moving forward along the ocean floor, not steadily as a submarine glides, but with a dragging motion that bumped and scraped the bottom. Ames's blue eyes steeled with sudden apprehension. His long legs quickened in hasty strides as he made for the door. "Wait here, dear," he cautioned the girl. "I'll see what's happened." Before he crossed the threshold, there was a terrific shuddering in the entire submarine, followed by a series of excited shouts from the forward compartments, the sound of tinkling glass and falling instruments. Ames leaped forward just in time to see the iron hatch above the doorway descend with a brazen clang, barring his exit from the compartment. "David!" The girl clung to him, and constantly the submarine was dragging across the rocky bottom. Then a terrific swoop, and the ship tilted upwards. An audible roaring from outside proclaimed that the craft was being drawn downward. Downward? But there was nowhere to go. They were on the ocean floor, 3,000 feet below the surface. The ship had been dragged ahead into what? An ocean fissure? And by what? There was no time to think. Gene shuddered in his arms as Ames endeavored to keep his footing on the shifting floor. The roaring grew louder. The submarine plunged, down, down, through inky, chill waters. "What is it?" Gene whispered. Ames's lean face darkened. His tall form tensed as he held the girl more closely to protect her loveliness from a danger he could not name, a question he could not answer. Twisting, turning, a chip in a black maelstrom, the vessel hurtled down. "Uncle Ronald and the men," Gene murmured. "They're outside, and the oxygen tanks are in here." Ames staggered across the slanting floor, beat vainly at the fallen iron door. He could not lift it, nor would the levers raise the barrier. It was as though some gigantic force held it fast, some gigantic force that was sucking the very submarine itself into the depths. Gasping, Ames crawled back to the girl. They lay on the tilted floor, clinging tightly as the rocking vessel swung upended. "I can't breathe," she gasped. With a hoarse sob, Ames fought his way to the oxygen outlets. He turned the valves. Life-giving air flooded the stuffy compartment, and they gasped as still the ship plunged down. "This is the end," whispered Jean. Her dark eyes rested without fear on Ames's face. "I'm glad we're together." The supply of oxygen was giving out, and the steel walls were bending like the sides of a paper boat. Ames's temples throbbed as the pressure glued him to the floor, but he smiled as he returned Jean's gaze. They kissed again, and the kiss mingled with the blackness about them. And then it stopped. With a final tremor, the submarine righted itself. The roaring ceased. There was only stillness, deathly stillness all about them. The walls, bent inward, did not collapse. Half choking, Ames rose to his feet and stumbled to the iron door. His hand hesitated on the lever. It might not rise. If so, they were trapped in an airless room, countless thousands of feet beneath the sea in some strange fissure in the ocean floor. Or, then again, it might rise upon a crushed shell beyond, where the submarine had bent inwards due to lack of oxygen to neutralize the tremendous pressure of the depths. In that case, the open door would admit a torrent of flooding waters. Ames gripped the lever, and then he smelled air seeping through a tiny crevice at the side of the door near the grated hinges on which it lowered. Air from a little crack which during their descent had trickled only water. But it was incredible to find air down here. Still, they could not exist much longer in this stifling cell. Ames made his decision. He pulled the lever, breathed a silent prayer as the door rose. No water entered, but both Ames and the girl uttered a simultaneous gasp. From the opening, light came. Light on the ocean bottom. Drawing Jean to her feet, Ames moved forward into shambles. The rest of the submarine was a wreck. Twisted and battered, the steel sides were bursting in a dozen places. Smashed instruments littered the floor. But there were no bodies. Whether they had floated away or simply had been crushed out of existence, Ames could not say. But he was thankful that the girl had been spared a sight of them. Only a moment did he glance about, for there was more strangeness ahead. Through the open sides, Ames saw that the submarine rested in a gigantic cavern, a place totally free of water. From this cave, the air blew in, salty and of the sea, but definitely air. The cavern was lighted, dimly enough to be sure, yet radiance undeniably poured forth from some unknown source. The light was faintly green, and it cast eerie shadows over the rocky walls. There was something ghastly and unnatural about it all, but Ames had no choice. He took Jean's arm, and together they stepped out of the ship. "Where are we?" the girl whispered. "In Davy Jones's locker," Ames answered, and grinned. "But whether it's the sailor's snug harbor of hell itself, I don't know. I suggest that we investigate." There was something very strange about all this. The inexplicable wreck, and a descent to a lighted, airy cavern miles below the ocean floor. The sea is large, and water covers 3/4 of the Earth's surface. Men have not begun to plumb the secrets of the ocean. Science has not fathomed its final mysteries. Ames wondered. But there was rock beneath their feet, air to breathe, light to guide them. They stepped into the cavern, arm in arm. It was massive, with high domed walls which seemed to have no apertures or fissures in the piled rocks. But on all sides, at a distance, stretched little corridors leading off into depths of green twilight. They did not appear to be other than natural formations, yet their design as corridors hinted horridly at the presence of alien life or intelligent minds which had constructed them. As Ames and the girl drew into one cave, Jean drew back, hands brushing her dark curls as she pressed her forehead. "I'm afraid," she whispered. "Let's not go in." "We can't stay here," Ames answered. "No food. We must explore, see if there's a way out of here. Or if not, how we can remain alive if we must stay." Jean tried to smile, but she clung to his broad shoulder very tightly with one small hand as they entered the long green corridor that led deep under the rocks. They walked forward in utter silence, the silence of the depths, the silence of the dead and the drowned. There was coldness and dampness in the air about them, as if it too were dead and drowned. But the green light mocked and beckoned from ahead, and they went deeper into the unnerving stillness. "What's that?" The girl's brown eyes widened with sudden fear. "I heard something." Ames halted. Yes, the silence had been broken. From ahead came a sound, a soft, shuffling sound, as though something were being dragged over the rocky floor of the cave. "Here," Ames whispered. He drew the girl into a niche between the rocks of the wall, then peered out ahead. And suddenly he saw what was coming, saw that which was never meant to be. "Good God," he muttered. "David, what is it? What's coming?" David Ames stared with wild eyes into the passageway. "David, tell me, what's coming?" The man still stared. "I don't know," he whispered hoarsely, "but I think it's death." Along the corridor, the three dragged their way. One was tall and bony, wearing the uniform of the U.S. Navy. It had no face. The second was dressed in rags and finery, commingled with a buccaneer's cap resting on a head of hair matted with seaweed. The third wore iron over a ghastly frame, ancient Spanish breastplates above white nothingness, for it was truly a skeleton in armor. The three figures walked along stiffly, jerkily, staring straight ahead, one with dead, glazed eyes which did not see, the second with red orbs peering from beneath strings of kelp, and the horrible third leering out of no eyes at all, just two black sockets in a skull. They passed, marching down the corridor into further gloom. Ames drew the trembling girl out as they hastened up the passageway. "David, what?" she faltered. "I don't know, dear." The horrible memory of the marching dead bit into Ames's brain. "Just a little research expedition in marine biology," old Ronald Banning had promised. To a young scientist in love with a girl whose uncle was bringing her on an expedition, the trip had sounded quite attractive to David Ames at the time. And now, it had led to this. Banning and all the men were dead. The ship had been dragged into a strange, lighted cavern, and he was alone with Jean in a submarine world where dead men walked. Yet there was nothing to do but go ahead. Go ahead and... Ames almost stumbled on what lay at the side of the passage. Jean drew back with a shudder of terror. Two bodies rested in the shadows. The first was dressed in a flowing robe with leather harness. On its sagging head rested a helmet, a Roman helmet, unmistakably. Across the chest, which neither rose nor fell with breath, rested a gleaming sword, a sword of the Legion. Ames gazed incredulously. Then he glanced at the second figure. It was blue and bloated, swollen with water so that the purpling face had thickened. He glanced more closely at the features. "Steve Bascom," he muttered. "Steve Bascom. What do you mean, darling?" "Steve Bascom. I knew him. 8 years ago he died. His boat was sunk by a government ship. He was a rum runner, smuggled liquor from Havana to Florida. It's Steve, all right, but he's dead." For a moment longer, Ames stood there, then stooped, and with an impulsive gesture pulled the sword from the chest of the Roman. "I don't get this," he said, "but something tells me we'll have a better chance of finding out if I hang on to this sword." The two turned down the path. Suddenly, there was a sound from behind. Ames stood still, then hastened back along the path to where the bodies lay. They were gone. And in the distance, that ghastly dragging sound. Suddenly, without warning, a scream sounded from the bend ahead, a horribly familiar woman's scream. "Jean!" Ames shouted. Sword in hand, David Ames rounded the corner. Jean was crouching against the wall, and confronting her with outstretched talons were 3 new figures from the depths of nightmare. The first was a gigantic figure, nude and gleaming, swinging forward on ape-like arms. For the creature had no legs, merely twitching stumps that hung from his barrel waist. The second creature wore a yachting costume, green with slime, and its face was covered with mossy growth on which snails had feasted. The third horror was merely bones, a partially articulated skeleton with remnants of flesh clinging to talon-like hands. They were closing in on the girl as Ames dashed forward, his sword swinging in a silver arc. The blade swooped and descended, and the skeleton fell. There was a clicking sound as the bones collapsed into a jumbled heap. The corpse in the yachting outfit turned to confront this unexpected opponent, only to meet the point of Ames's weapon as it thrust full into the moldy horror of the rotted face. The sword sliced through to the neck and tore out of the shoulder, and the monster fell. But the legless, gigantic figure grasped the girl in mighty arms, and the snarling face leered upward as Ames confronted it. The sword slashed out, but the figure dropped Jean and dodged. Then its great arms rose swiftly, and it moved forward, swinging the helpless torso from side to side as the sword missed, lunge after lunge. The bestial countenance seemed to watch Ames as he wielded the blade, and the scientist fancied he saw derision in the queerly dead eyes. All at once, the mighty arms rose upward. Ames felt the limbs close about his neck. The hands dug into his throat, and they were cold with the iciness of death. He felt his body crush against the slimy chest, felt the lifeblood oozing through his bursting veins. The sword slipped from his fingers, and he went down into buzzing blackness. Then came release. The grip relaxed. Jean, brave girl, had pierced the figure back with the sword. Now it rose again, and the frantic girl brought it down on the giant's neck. It sliced through the throat and cut the head as though it were a bad apple on a brittle branch. The head rolled across the floor. There was no blood, not from the dead. Ames rose. Sobbing, the girl went to his arms. Ames stood there, quieting her panic as best he could, but his eyes were watching the shambles about him. He saw the skeleton bones
Energy
still moving
low.
on the rocks, saw the green horror in the yachtman's outfit clawing blindly at its ruined face. He stared at the severed head which still leered up at him, just as it had during the silent struggle. Ames stared at the dead head, and as he did so, black eyelids rolled back, red lips parted, and the head grinned. Then a red mouth opened. Her voice came from a throat which should not speak, a deep, blurry voice from far away. Go forward, fools. The one who waits expects thee. Blind panic ruled. Turning with insane revulsion, Ames and Jean fled down the corridor, while the derisive head grinned after them, its mad, cackling laughter ringing in their ears. Ames raced through nightmare. Along the twisting, emerald-litten corridor he ran, then halted as the girl gasped for lack of breath. They stood huddled together, two tiny figures in the green gloom. "Oh, David," whimpered Jean. The tall, blue-eyed man put his arms around the girl, but he maintained a tight grip on the Roman sword, and his mind retained an even tighter grip on reality, if it was reality that he faced here. "I know," he muttered. "It's awful, but we must face it. Somehow we've landed in a place where dead men walk. All I can piece together seems to hint that these men were sailors of various times. They must have been wrecked and, in some way, dragged down here throughout the ages. There were skeletons, remember, and a Roman corpse. That means men have been trapped here for thousands of years, are still being trapped because Steve's body shows it. And something animates the bodies, gives them a will to walk and obey commands. The one who waits. That's all we know." "It's too awful," Jean whispered faintly. "Let's turn back, David. I can't bear more of this." "No, dear. We must find out. It's our only hope. I think we had better interview Mr. One Who Waits, and if he proves to be hard to persuade, well, I at least have a chance of putting up a sharp argument." He smiled, fingering the sword, but there was no mirth in his voice. Together they walked, and now the way widened. The brilliance of the green light blossomed about them, coming from ahead, and together they emerged from the corridor. They stood inside a vast bubble in the rock, a great cavern with stone walls egg-shaped on all sides against the sea. At intervals, other cave mouths like their own gaped in the rocks. Apparently, the caves in the spot where they had landed all led inward to this central chamber. The vaulted dome was high, and the light seemed to emanate phosphorescently from the murk above. Its actual source was not visible, but it undoubtedly originated in some peculiar gaseous phenomenon, actuated by the same freak which had blown this mass of rock into a sealed cavern at the bottom of the sea. For a moment, David's scientific soul burned to investigate these submarine marvels, but necessity turned his thoughts elsewhere. For the cavern was not empty. The vast floor was a charnel house, littered with bodies. Ames and the girl stared at a world of horror.
World of horror.
2. Vikings in armor, savages in feathers, sailors in dungarees. The whole burial ground of the sea lay exposed to their eyes. Roman galley slaves rested in a final sleep. Pirates slumbered after walking the plank of death. There were bodies in the uniforms of Nelson's days, bearded giants from whaling fleets, swarthy corsairs from the Barbary coast, clean-shaven men of the modern merchant marine. All were sprawled together in a shambles, rank on rank. In hundreds and thousands they answered the roll call of the ocean's dead. Here kings and cabin boys, admirals, captains and common seamen, explorers and pleasure cruisers, cutthroats and missionaries rested in the sea's sleep. Some of the bodies were skeletonic cadavers. Others were blue and bloated with water. Some bore wounds, and many had given ghastly feast to the fishes. Piled helter-skelter like broken dolls in a toy factory, they lay unmoving, weapons at their sides. Ames thought of the legends of the Sargasso Sea. Here was the real port of lost ships, the haven of the Flying Dutchman. What stories of wreck and battle and storm these men could tell, if only they were living. But perhaps they were living. The terrible memory of those encounters in the cave seared into Ames's brain. These men lay still in death, but they could be revived by the one who waits. And he waited here. Beyond the pile of bodies stood the black box. In the center of the chamber it stood on end, like a Chinese coffin. It was closed, sealed, but Ames knew instinctively that it contained life. Jean clung to him as he faced the center of the chamber, and her grip tightened as a voice came. It was a voice from nowhere, echoing through the great cavern. "Ye have come at last," the voice whispered. "After ages ye have come, just as I have dreamed. I have been lonely here, and ye have come." There was triumph in the whisper, and a hinted dread. "Approach me, so that I may look upon ye," the voice droned. "Fear not, I shall clear a path." And as the two hesitated, the path was cleared. The dead rolled back. A long, shuddering groan swept through the cavern, as though the slumber of many dreamers had been disturbed. Rows of bodies turned on their sides, opening a horrid pathway through the sleepers. "Come on," Ames whispered. "We must." He drew the girl with him, and together they walked down the terrible aisle. Ames held his sword in readiness. Jean's eyes never left the bloated bodies of the drowned on either side. Then they stood before the black box. "Ye need not fear," came the whisper, softer this time. "They cannot harm, lest I command it." "Who are you?" Ames demanded. He controlled his voice only by effort, for his reason tottered. Addressing an empty black box in a hole filled with drowned men was madness. Yet it was true. "Who are you?" The voice came solemnly and softly. "I am the one who waits. I am not of your world, the tiny world above the waters. I come from the sea, from the depths below where once all life began. Ye of the animal world rose to walk on land, but life began in the sea, and here it has remained. Here it has developed, and evolution has progressed infinitely further than in your world above." The voice paused, then continued. "I find it hard to put into words you can comprehend, but this I can say. After a time, we below evolved so highly that our bodies disappeared. Only intelligence remained, an intelligence so great you could not begin to understand it. And carrying out the full cycle of evolution, that intelligence finally began to die. I am the last survivor, the one who waits. I was the wisest. I knew the fate in store for me, and so in these final years I have planned. During the past few thousand, ye cannot understand, but such passage of time is comparable to a few of earthly days to you. I have thought and planned and worked to find a way of surviving the doom which lies ahead. Long ago, in the days when Atlantis still rose above these waters, our people had achieved a science greater than anything ye know. But as we disembodied, such knowledge became worthless, and ambition died, so that all forgot the secrets we once cherished, all but myself. I remembered, and I used them in my plans. With their aid, I protected myself when Atlantis sank, survived the earthquake which sent a continent crashing. This hollow cavern saved me, though it destroyed our cities here below. Here I have dwelt and worked, for I evolved a plan of survival. There were many bodies in the water when Atlantis fell. Some of these, using the science we had long since discarded as worthless, I reanimated. This I achieved by sending a portion of my intelligence into their dead brains. Once given life again, I set these creatures to work, building this cavern against all future disasters. Then I built the magnet. Ye have not seen that, but ye felt it. It is set above this cavern, directly under the fissure leading to the ocean floor. It drags down every vessel that passes overhead, drags it into the fissure and to the cavern. So that's what pulled our submarine here, Ames muttered. No wonder the iron door fell and wouldn't raise. Precisely, the voice answered, as though reading Ames's thought. From all these ships I took the bodies of the men. This I have done for centuries. Why, ye ask? The voice rose to a passionate crescendo. It was ghastly to hear such emotion rising out of nowhere. Because I discovered the way to survive by putting myself, my intelligence, into a human form. Once that is accomplished, I can rise to the surface of the earth, and then I shall live again, live and rule. It will all be so simple. Ye have seen my army here, stout fighters all, crippled and disabled as they are. They cannot be conquered unless blown to bits, for they are already dead and will not die again. I shall master the tiny upper crust. But one thing is halted me. Of all the bodies brought below the surface, none have retained perfection. I shall not enter a drowned or a wounded or a crippled shell with my entire intelligence. I waited, knowing sooner or later that a perfect body would be caught. And now, ye have come. Unconsciously, Ames raised his sword. A laugh rang out, then silence. Strange, I have never laughed before. I know no emotions that ye understand as such. Perhaps it is a symbol of my approaching humanity. Ah, well, I but mean to warn ye that resistance is futile. Ye cannot harm me, for I do not exist
He's a
in a
Borg.
physical state. Do not trouble to hold the thought any longer. I want one body, and I shall take it. Everything is arranged. My army has builded well. In the cave beyond rest many thousand conveyors, akin to the torpedoes you use at present, and similar to these. Submarines, I believe they are called. You see, I know thy woe. Each of these vessels can hold many men. Once I assume my human guise and send my intelligence forth to animate the others, we shall embark in the vessels and rise to the surface. This world will be destroyed as we pierce the rocky shell and enter the fissure. But no matter, we shall not return. We will conquer the outside earth and resume dominion. I am the one who waits, and I need wait
fix
no
all
longer.
the
I have chosen
stuff
my
with
body.
the new PC?
The voice subsided into
What
a
do you mean?
dreadful
Did
silence.
I fix all the
And
stuff?
then hideous life rose all about Ames and the girl.
I haven't changed
Life rose
anything,
from death.
Looney.
A dozen bony arms reached out. Corpse-cold fingers clawed. A score of the dead men stiffly hobbled to their feet. Ames was already swinging his blade.
These
and it
books are all
descended in a
public
pendulum of
works,
destruction.
so
As
I can't
fast
get
as the
dinged
cadavers
for it.
approached, his sword
And it's
sheared out,
Halloween, or
lopping
it's the
limbs,
Halloween season,
slicing
so
throats, ripping bloated bellies.
scary stories
Somewhere behind him,
that are in the
Jean
public
fought
domain are
silently.
fair
But
game.
Ames was lost in the red fury of this silent, hideous battle with the dead. And then they were upon him, bearing him down by sheer weight of numbers with their cold, drowned limbs. With a mighty effort, he hurled them off, only to go down again. They were all about him now, and he smelled their horrid stench as they gripped his arms and legs, swarmed over him until he was hidden from sight. He would be done for in a moment. Then the weight relaxed. He was lying only under dead. Dazed, he rose to his feet, comprehending. The intelligence in the box had thought him finished off, and left, relaxing the will which animated the bodies. Why had it left in such a hurry? Where had it gone, and for what purpose? Ames whirled. Jean! The girl was gone. The cavern was empty, save for the bodies of the dead stretching in waves over the floor. It had taken Jean away to the chamber where the vessels waited, taken Jean to exchange bodies and summon this horde of drowned to rise upon the earth. For a moment, utter panic swept over the young scientist. This was the end. He turned at a sudden sound. The dead were rising again. No, only 3 had gained their feet.
Hi, Nate.
Ames grasped
How are
the
ya?
sword, then watched as the 3
How's
sightlessly
it going?
staring figures ignored him
I'm
and
doing
walked across the cavern
fantastic.
floor. He understood then and breathed a blessing.
We're playing on the new
one who
PC
waited was
provided
summoning
by
these 3
Looney,
to his
and
chamber, wherever
it
that
looks
might be. Possibly,
amazing.
they were to assist him in whatever final arrangement must be made.
Responds way
Silently,
better than
Ames followed them.
anything
He
else
had no
I've played
idea
on.
of the intelligence's powers. They might be so great that it was watching these dead progress. Consequently, David Ames walked stiffly, like a resurrected corpse. His face assumed an immobile stare, but he never dropped his sword, and within his brain a small voice called, "Jean! Jean, where are you?" Down a short corridor he followed the 3 corpses. One was short and
Oh,
squat,
leopard
like a
drill.
Frankish galley slave. The second wore the uniform of the French Navy. The third was dressed in modern garb, but the head dangled loosely. The neck
Well,
was
this
broken,
side
and the
thinks
lolling
was
face
about to
swung
jam
almost
some
backwards in a ghastly
planet
fashion.
crafters.
And there was something evilly familiar about the
Gonna
horrid figure.
make a planet, and I
gasped.
will tear it apart with my
The
mining.
once kindly and wrinkled face was now contorted in a grimace of death agony, and the horrid jaws lolled open. But David Ames realized that the corpse before him was that of Jean's uncle, Ronald Banning, marine biologist. This was no time for thinking of such things. The walking dead men were turning the corridor. Swiftly, Ames moved forward. The sightless eyes did not even notice him, since the intelligence behind them was not directing them for that purpose. Ames reached the first man, the one in the uniform of the French Navy. He was of Ames's height and general build, though his hair was darker. Ames did not bother to ponder such details. His sword flashed. The figure fell, twitching. The scientist leaped upon it, jerking off the naval coat and the cap. Hastily, he donned the disguise, then raced to reach the other 2 figures just as they entered a rocky cave set back from the walls.
Oh,
A green
rocky
light
cave.
burned strongly within. Ames followed the animated body of Ronald Banning into the small cavern. In the distance, row on row, stood the vessels. They were, to all outward appearances, submarines, yet they were pointed nose upward, straight at the stone ceiling. Ames noticed that they had peculiar torpedo-like attachments at the snout, undoubtedly explosive agents to blast the vessels out of the cavern. The foremost one was open, and a light gleamed within, an electric light. Ames followed the 2 figures that moved without hesitation toward the open door in the side of the vessel. Then he stood in the cabin. The black box lay on a table, and before it stood Jean. Jean, terrified, her black hair hanging in disordered loveliness about her piquant face. A thing without a head was holding her, a thing that was scarred and torn by a dozen gaping wounds, yet it gripped her in a steely grasp. And from the box, a voice spoke. "So, now, my child, let us begin. The vessel is ready to start. Within a few moments I can summon the rest and fill the other ships. We shall leave at once. My plans are laid. All that remains lies between myself and you." The girl sobbed. Ames looked ahead in agony. He dared not betray himself. The voice purred on. "Do not feel badly. I know how emotion affects humankind, but I assure you it is nothing. Ye are participating in something far greater than has ever occurred before. lending thy body to the most astounding service ever rendered in the cosmos. Believe me, it is greater thus to die. In no other way could thy life be rendered so worthy. But enough of words. I must act now. There was a moment of silence, and the headless thing held the girl quite tightly. Suddenly Ames, watching, saw the color draining from Jean's face. Her eyes grew glassy, fixed in a blank stare. They were riveted on the black box, and now the room seemed to whirl as it hummed with unseen power. A terrific force seemed to be rising from the black box, as though it were emerging. There was nothing to see or hear, but the feeling grew, and Jean's face faded. Another face was peering through. The one who waits was taking Jean's body. Then came Circe's. Life gradually returned to the girl's face, and from the box came a murmur. No, I am not strong enough yet. Never have I permitted myself utterly to enter a single body. It is as I feared. The strain is too great. I must make another attempt, work up to the ordeal more gradually. That is why I summoned these three. They are dead, and a portion of intelligence has animated them. They have no will of their own, and I can enter into such shells more easily. I shall allow myself to enter one of them experimentally, thus strengthen my will for a second experiment with ye, and I shall not fail. Jean stood half swooning from her struggle. The voice in the black box paused, then went on. I shall choose this one with the broken neck. He came with ye, and has never known domination before. Therefore, he is stronger than my other servants, and will provide a better final test. The voice ceased, and for the first time, Jean recognized her dead uncle with a look of startled horror. The hideous head dangled, grimacing in her face, and then turned on its stalk-like neck. The force flooded forth fiercely. For a moment, the room was filled with a pulsing that seemed to shake the walls of the submarine. And then, I have triumphed. The voice came not from the box, but from the dead lips on the dead face of Ronald Banning. It came not from a stiff, unseeing corpse, but from an actual living dead man. The deep voice brought life from dead lungs, breathed horridly as it walked across the submarine cabin. The girl shuddered. Ames still stood silent, but his legs were trembling as he felt the sweat of utter dread upon his brow. The man with the broken neck, the man with Ronald Banning's face, the man who was not a man but one who waits, walked and spoke. A human body. Remarkable. I feel life once more. Form. Corporeal existence. I shall like that. Ye are but a woman, but thy body shall suffice. This one is a broken reed. Ye are young and strong and healthy, and I have the strength to enter. Why delay? A horribly inhuman chuckle burst from the swollen purple lips. I shall hold ye in my arms and breathe my soul into thy form, and then arise to power. The corpse advanced, and Ames acted, his sword thrust upward. At the instant, the figure turned. An imposter! The thing that was not Ronald Banning darted to one side. Kill him! He shouted. And the other two corpses acted. The galley slave rushed in, arms swinging. But Ames was already lunging with deadly precision and swept his sword through waist and belly alike with ripping thrust. Jean rushed across the cabin and slammed the door fast. The creature in Banning's body vainly clawed at the handle. Ames went after him, but slipped and fell. The remaining corpse was on him from the rear, together with the awful headless creature. The three went down together, but Ames held the sword upthrust, and as the headless being fell forward, it was pierced. Rolling to one side, Ames again slashed the crippled galley slave. The two bodies lay twitching madly as the scientist rose to his feet and confronted the body of Banning. "You can't be touched, eh? Disembodied intelligence?" he grated. "You're alive now, and in a human body. The one who waits, your waiting is ended." The sword came down. There was a shearing sound as, grasped in both hands, the blade cleft through head and neck. Something red and bleeding fell to the floor and lay still. It looked not unlike a human brain. The pulsing vibrations that had filled the room were ceased. The thing was dead, and Ames turned to look for Jean. "Jean!" he cried. "What are you doing?" The girl was fumbling at a panel at the end of the room. She turned to him with a determined smile. "We're getting out of here, and right now," she answered. Her slim hands pulled levers. Suddenly, with a roar and a lurch, the submarine rocketed upward. There was a single grinding shock as the vessel exploded through rocky walls, then merely a steady humming as the righted submarine arose. From below came a deep, sonorous rumble. "The cavern is filling in," the girl whispered. "We're going up." Silently, Ames took her in his arms. Their kiss was long. It was not interrupted until the vessel lurched again. Ames's eyes followed the wall until they reached a periscopic mirror. He nudged the dark-haired girl with a slow grin. "Look through there," he said. "I can see the stars." Together, thankfully, they gazed on the blue heavens above the South Atlantic. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button.
Hi, welcome back to Cosmic and Body Horror. If you enjoy my content, please consider... It's the only way the YouTube algorithm notices me. Volthoom is an intelligent alien being first came to Mars in the distant past. Its appearance caused a civil war, as those who fell for its promises fought to establish it as the planet's ruler. This faction was eventually defeated, and Volthoom, along with his surviving followers, retreated to the underground city of Revormos, where it remains. The Unos Spreklaken Kulten identifies Volthoom as a Great Old One, and one of the sons of Yog-Sothoth, along with Cthulhu and Hastar. The Ihai inhabit a collection of subterranean cities on Mars, regards Volthoom as equivalent of Satan, though most humans believe it to be a myth. This trilogy by Clark Ashton Smith explores humanity's encounter with Volthoom and his sinister plan to conquer Earth. The Vaults of Yovombis by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales, May 1932. A powerful story of a nightmare horror. A weird vampirism spawned in the caverns of the Red Planet. Preface. As an intern in the terrestrial hospital at Ignar, I had charge of the singular case of Rodney Seven, the one surviving member of the Octave expedition to Yovombis, and took down the following story from his dictation. Seven had been brought to the hospital by the Martian guides of the expedition. He was suffering from a horribly lacerated and inflamed condition of the scalp and brow, and was wildly delirious part of the time, and had to be held down in his bed during recurrent seizures of a mania, whose violence was doubly inexplicable in view of his extreme debility. The lacerations, as will be learned from the story, were mainly self-inflicted. They were mingled with numerous small round wounds, easily distinguished from the knife slashes and arranged in regular circles, through which an unknown poison had been injected into Seven's scalp. The causation of these wounds was difficult to explain unless one were to believe that Seven's story was true and was no mere figment of his illness. Speaking for myself, in the light of what afterwards occurred, I feel that I have no other recourse than to believe it. There are strange things on the Red Planet, and I can only second the wish that was expressed by the doomed archaeologist in regard to future explorations. The night after he finished telling me his story, while another doctor than myself was supposedly on duty, Seven managed to escape from the hospital, doubtless in one of the strange seizures at which I have hinted, a most astonishing thing, for he had seemed weaker than ever after the long strain of his terrible narrative, and his demise had been hourly expected. More astonishing still, his bare footsteps were found in the desert, going toward Yovombis, till they vanished in the path of a light sandstorm, but no trace of Seven himself has yet been discovered. The narrative of Rodney Seven. If the doctors are correct in their prognostication, I have only a few Martian hours of life remaining to me. In those hours I shall endeavor to relate, as a warning to others who might follow in our footsteps, the singular and frightful happenings that terminated our researches among the ruins of Yovombis. Somehow, even in my extremity, I shall contrive to tell the story, since there is no one else to do it. But the telling will be toilsome and broken, and after I am done, the madness will recur, and several men will restrain me, lest I should leave the hospital and return across many desert leagues to those abominable vaults beneath the compulsion of the malignant and malevolent virus which is permeating my brain. Perhaps death will release me from that abhorrent control which would urge me down to bottomless underworld warrens of terror for which the saner planets of the solar system can have no analog. I say, perhaps, for remembering what I have seen, I am not sure that you could define my bondage. There were 8 of us, professional archaeologists with more or less planetary experience, who set forth with later
Definitely have to armor it and put other shit on it. Oh, I need to set up a charging station.
By virtue of knowing more about Martian archaeology than any other terrestrial on the planet, and others of the party, such as William Harper and Jonas Hogan, have been associated with him in many of his previous researches. I, Rodney Seven, was more of a newcomer, having spent but a few months on Mars, and the greater part of my own ultra-terrestrial delvings had been confined to Venus. I had often heard of Yovombis in a vague and legendary sort of manner, and never at first hand. Even the ubiquitous octave had never seen it. Builded by an extinct people whose history has been lost in the latter decadent eras of the planet, it remains a dim and fascinating riddle whose solution has never been urged, and which, I trust, may endure forevermore unsolved by man. Certainly I hope that none will ever follow in our steps. Contrary to the impression we had received from Martian stories, we found that the semi-fabulous ruins lay at no great distance from Ignar, with its terrestrial colony and consulates, the nude, spongy-chested natives that spread terribly in vast deserts filled with ever-swirling sandstorms, through which we must pass to reach Yovombis. And in spite of our magnificent offers of payment, it had been difficult to secure guides for the journey. We had provisioned ourselves amply, and had prepared for all emergencies that might eventuate during the long trip. Therefore, we were pleased as well as surprised when we came to the ruins, after 7 hours of plodding across the flat, treeless, orange-yellow desolation to the southwest of England. On account of the lesser gravity, the journey was far less tiring than one who is unfamiliar with Martian conditions might expect. but because of the thin Himalaya-like air and the possible strain on our hearts, we had been careful not to hasten. Our coming to Yovombis was sudden and spectacular. Climbing the low slope of a league-long elevation of bare and deeply eroded stone, we saw before us the shattered walls of our destination, whose highest tower was notching a small remote sun that glared in stifled crimson through the floating haze of fine sand. For a little, we thought that the domeless, three-angled towers and broken-down monoliths were those of some unlegended city, other than the one we sought. The disposition of the ruins, which lay in a sort of arc for almost the entire extent of the low Nysic elevation, together with the type of architecture, soon convinced us that we had found our goal. The ancient city on Mars laid out in that manner, with the strange, many terraced buttresses of the thick walls, like the stairways of forgotten Hypercube, were peculiar to the prehistoric race that had built Yovombis. Moreover, Yovombis was the one remaining example of this architecture, aside from a few fragments in the neighborhood of Ignar, which we had previously examined. I have seen the hoary, sky-confronting walls of Machu Picchu amid the desolate Andes, and the Teocalis that are buried in the Mexican jungles. And I have seen the frozen, giant-builded battlements of Uogam on the glacial tundras of the nightward hemisphere of Venus. But these were as things of yesteryear, bearing at least the memory or the intimation of life, compared with the awesome and lethiferous antiquity, the cycle-enduring doom of a petrified sterility. That seemed to invest Yovombis. The whole region was far from the life-giving canals beyond, whose environs even the more noxious flora and fauna are seldom found, and we had seen no living thing since our departure from Ignar. But here, in this place of eternal bareness and solitude, it seemed that life could never have been. The stark, eroded stones were things that might have been reared by the toil of the dead to house the monstrous ghouls and demons of primal desolation. I think we all received the same impression as we stood staring in silence while the pale, Sanies-like sunset fell on the dark and megalithic ruins. I remember gasping a little, in an air that seemed to have been touched by the irrespirable chill of death, and I heard the same sharp, laborious intake of breath from others of our party. "That place is deader than an Egyptian morgue," observed Harper. "Certainly it is far more ancient," Octave assented. According to the most reliable legends, the Yorhis, who built Yovombis, were wiped out by the present ruling race at least 40,000 years ago. "There's a story, isn't there," said Harper, "that the last remnant of the Yorhis was destroyed by some unknown agency, something too horrible and outre to be mentioned even in a myth?" "Of course I've heard that legend," agreed Octave. "Maybe we'll find evidence among the ruins to prove or disprove it. The Yorhis may have been cleaned out by some terrible epidemic, such as the Yashta pestilence, which was a kind of green mole that ate all the bones of the body, starting with the teeth and nails. But we needn't be afraid of getting it. If there are any mummies in Yovombis, the bacteria will all be dead as their victims, after so many cycles of planetary desiccation. Anyway, there ought to be a lot for us to learn. The Ihais have always been more or less shy of the place. Few have ever visited it, and none, as far as I can find, have made a thorough examination of the ruins. The sun had gone down with uncanny swiftness, as if it had disappeared through some sort of prestidigitation, rather than the normal process of setting. We felt the instant chill of the blue-green twilight, and the ether above us was like a huge transparent dome of sunless ice, shot with a million bleak sparklings that were the stars. We donned the coats and helmets of Martian fur, which must always be worn at night, and going on to westward of the walls, we established our camp in their lee, so that we might be sheltered a little from the jar. That cruel desert wind that always blows from the east before dawn. Then, lighting the alcohol lamps that had been brought along for cooking purposes, we huddled around them while the evening meal was prepared and eaten. Afterwards, for comfort rather than because of weariness, We retired early to our sleeping bags, and the two highs, our guides, wrapped themselves in the cerement-like folds of grey bassa cloth, which are all the protection their leathery skins appear to require, even in sub-zero temperatures. Even in my thick, double-lined bag, I still felt the rigor of the night air, and I'm sure it was this, rather than anything else, which kept me awake for a long while and rendered my eventual slumber somewhat restless and broken. Of course, the strangeness of our situation and the weird proximity of those Aeonian walls and towers may in some measure have contributed to my unrest. But at any rate, I was not troubled by even the least presentiment of alarm or danger, and I should have laughed at the idea that anything of peril could lurk in Jove Ombis, amid whose undreamable and stupefying antiquities the very phantoms of its dead must long since have faded into nothingness. I remember little, however, except the feeling of interminable duration that often marks a shallow and interrupted sleep. I recall the marrow-piercing wind that moaned above us toward midnight, and the sand that stung my face like a fine hail as it passed, blowing from desert to immemorial desert. And I recall the still, inflexible stars that grew dim for a while with that fleeing ancient dust. Then the wind went by, and I drowsed again with starts of semi-wakefulness. At last, in one of these, I knew vaguely that the small twin moons, Phobos and Deimos, had risen and were making huge and spectral shadows with the ruins and were casting an ashen glimmer on the shrouded forms of my companions. I must have been half asleep, for the memory of that which I saw is doubtful as any dream. I watched beneath drooping lids the tiny moons that attopped the domeless triangular towers, and I saw the far-flung shadows that almost touched the bodies of my fellow archaeologists. The whole scene was locked in a petrific stillness, and none of the sleepers stirred. Then, as my lids were about to close, I received an impression of movement in the frozen gloom, and it seemed to me that a portion of the foremost shadow had detached itself and was crawling toward Octave, who lay nearer to the ruins than we others. Even through my heavy lethargy, I was disturbed by a warning of something unnatural and perhaps ominous. I started to sit up, and even as I moved, the shadowy object, whatever it was, drew back and became merged once more in the greater shadow. Its vanishment startled me into full wakefulness, and yet I could not be sure that I had actually seen the thing. In that brief, final glimpse, it had seemed like a roughly circular piece of cloth or leather, dark and crumpled, and 12 or 14 inches in diameter, that ran along the ground with the doubling movement of an inchworm, causing it to fold and unfold in a startling manner as it went. I did not go to sleep again for nearly an hour, and if it had not been for the extreme cold, I should doubtless have gotten up to investigate and make sure whether I had really beheld an object of such bizarre nature or had merely dreamt it. I lay staring at the deep ebon shadow in which it had disappeared, while a series of fanciful wonderings followed each other in antic procession through my mind. Even then, though somewhat perturbed, I was not aware of any actual fear or intuition of possible menace. And more I began to convince myself that the thing was too unlikely and fantastical to have been anything but the figment of a dream. And at last I nodded off into light slumber. The chill, demoniac sighing of the jar across the jagged walls awoke me, and I saw that the faint moonlight had received the hueless accession of early dawn. We all arose, and prepared our breakfast with fingers that grew numb in spite of the spirit lamps. Then, shivering, we ate, while the sun leapt over the horizon like a juggler's ball. Enormous, gaunt, without gradations of shadow or luminosity, the ruins beetled before us in the thin light, like the mausolea of primordial giants that abide from darkness-eaten eons to confront the last dawn of an expiring orb. My queer visual experience during the night had taken on more than ever a phantasmagoric unreality, and I gave it no more than a passing thought and did not speak of it to the others. But even as the faint, distorted shadows of slumber often tinge one's waking hours, it may have contributed to the nameless mood in which I found myself, a mood in which I felt the unhuman alienage of our surroundings and the black, fathomless antiquity of the ruins like an almost unbearable oppression. The feeling seemed to be made of a million spectral adumbrations that oozed unseen but palpable from the great, unearthly architecture. That weighed upon me like tomb-born incubi, but were void of form and meaning such as could be comprehended by human thought. I appeared to move, not in the open air, but in the smothering gloom of sealed sepulchral vaults, to choke with the death-fraught atmosphere, with the miasmata of aeon-old corruption. My companions were all eager to explore the ruins, and of course it was impossible for me to even mention the apparently absurd and baseless shadows of my mood. Human beings on other worlds than their own are often subject to
Morning,
nervous
Will.
and psychic symptoms of this sort,
How are
engendered
ya?
by the unfamiliar forces, the novel radiations of their environment. But as we approached the buildings in our preliminary tour of examination, I lagged behind the others, seized by a paralyzing panic that left me unable to move or breathe for a few moments. A dark, freezing clamminess seemed to pervade my brain and muscles and suspend their inmost working. Then it lifted, and I was free to go on and follow the others. Strangely as it seemed, the two Martians refused to accompany us. Stolid and taciturn, they gave no explicit reason, but evidently nothing would induce them to enter Yovombis. Whether or not they were afraid of the ruins, we were unable to determine. Their enigmatic faces, with the small oblique eyes and huge flaring nostrils, betrayed neither fear nor any other emotion intelligible to man. In reply to our questions, they merely said that no Ihai had set foot among the ruins for ages. Apparently there was some mysterious taboo in connection with the place. For equipment in that preliminary tour, we took along only a crowbar and 2 picks. Our other tools, and some cartridges of high explosives, we left at our camp to be used later if necessary. After we had surveyed the ground, 1 or 2 of us owned automatics, but these also were left behind, for it seemed absurd to imagine that any form of life would be encountered among the ruins. Octave was visibly excited as we began our inspection and maintained a running fire of exclamatory comment. The rest of us were subdued and silent, and I think that my own feeling, in a measure, was shared by many of the others. It was impossible to shake off the somber awe and wonder that fell upon us from those megalithic stones. I have no time to describe the ruins minutely, but must hasten on with my story. There is much that I could not describe anyway, for the main area of the city was destined to remain unexplored. We went on for some distance among the triangular terraced buildings, following the zigzag streets that conform to this peculiar architecture. Most of the towers were more or less dilapidated, and everywhere we saw the deep erosion wrought by cycles of blowing wind and sand, which in many cases had worn into roundness the sharp angles of the mighty
Just woke
walls.
up.
We
It's
entered
not
some of the
morning
towers through
yet.
high, narrow doorways, but found utter emptiness within. Whatever they had
Okay.
contained in the way of furnishings must long ago have crumbled into dust, and the dust had been blown away by the surging desert gales.
How about
On some of the outer walls there was evidence of
pre-dawn
carving or
morning?
lettering, but all of it was so worn down and obliterated by
Had a
time
little
that
better.
we could trace only a few fragmentary outlines, of which we could make nothing.
The after
At length we came to a
midnight
wide thoroughfare, which
before
ended in the wall of a
dawn's
vast
early
terrace,
light
several hundred yards long by
part
perhaps
of the
40 in
day.
height, on which the central buildings were grouped like a sort of citadel or acropolis. A flight of broken steps, designed for longer limbs than those of men or even the gangling modern Martians, afforded access to the terrace, which had seemingly been hewn from the plateau
Okay.
itself.
Searchlight,
Pausing, we decided to defer our investigation of the higher
headlight,
buildings,
tail light.
which, being more exposed than the others, were doubly ruinous and dilapidated, and in all likelihood would offer little for our
And
trouble. Octave had begun to voice his disappointment over our
Top
failure
mounted
to find
camera
anything in the
or
nature of
regular
artifacts or
camera?
carvings that would throw light on the history of Yovombis.
Kind of want to put
Then,
one of those
a
on.
little to the right of the stairway, we
Just
perceived an
because
entrance in
it's
the main
kind of
wall, half choked with ancient debris. Behind the heap of detritus, we found the beginning of a downward flight of steps. Darkness poured from the opening like a visible flood, noisome and musty with primordial stagnancies of decay, and we could see nothing below the first steps, which gave the appearance of being suspended over a black gulf. Octave and myself and several others had brought along electric torches in case we should need them in our explorations. It had occurred to us that there might be subterranean vaults or catacombs in Yovombis, even as in the latter-day cities of Mars, which are often more
You guys
extensive
know
underground
Silky
than
Goat
above,
is trying
and
to
such
raise
vaults
money
would be
to
the likeliest
meet
place in which
a
to look for vestiges of the
copay
Yorhi civilization.
for a
Throwing his torch beam into
vertebrae
the abyss,
replacement
Octave
surgery.
began to
I have a
descend the
donation
stairs.
link for him.
His eager voice called us
Anyone
to
wants to
follow.
help him out, you can
Again,
go ahead and
for
put
an
that
instant,
in
the unknown, irrational panic
like my
froze
Discord
faculties,
page,
and I
Will.
hesitated while the others pressed forward behind me.
And
Then, as before, the
I
terror
think
passed,
you might be
and I
able to
wondered at
post
myself for
that
being overcome by anything so
in
absurd
chat
and
because
unfounded. I followed Octave down the steps, and the others came
you're
trooping after me.
VIP.
At the bottom of the high, awkward
Yeah,
steps,
you're
we
VIP.
found
You
ourselves in a
should
long
be
and
able to
roomy
put it
vault,
in
like a subterranean
here,
hallway.
but you can
Its
also
floor
post
was
that
deep with
in
siftings of
on my
immemorial dust,
Discord
and in
so
places
that
there were
I'll have
heaps
it
of
there
coarse
and I'll be
grey
able to
powder,
copy
such as might
and
be left by
pass
the
that around
decomposition
as
of
well,
certain fungi that grow in the Martian catacombs under the canals.
if you don't
Such
mind.
fungi at one time might conceivably have
That way I
existed
won't
in
have to
Yovombis,
scroll back and
but owing to the prolonged and excessive
find
dehydration,
other shit.
they must have died out long ago.
Oops.
Nothing, surely not even a fungus, could have lived in those arid vaults for many eons past. The air was singularly heavy, as if the lees of an ancient atmosphere, less tenuous than that of Mars today, had settled down
Yeah.
and remained in that stagnant darkness.
Yes,
It was
in
harder to
general
breathe in the
chat,
outer air.
or
It was filled with
actually
unknown effluvia,
anywhere in there
and the
you
light
think it
dust
might be
arose before us
appropriate
at
where
every step,
people will see it.
diffusing a faintness of
Go ahead and put
bygone
it in there.
corruption, like the dust of powdered mummies. At the end of the vault,
I mean,
before
if
a
you're
straight
doing a
and lofty
copy
doorway,
paste thing
our torches
anyways,
revealed an immense
put
shallow
it in
urn or
as
pan,
many spots
supported
as
on
you can
short
find.
cube-shaped legs.
And the more
that
you
brought from the
spread that
top
around, the
blackish
more
green
people
material which
will hear
suggested
and
some
see about
bizarre
it,
alloy of metal and porcelain.
and
The thing
better
was about
chances
4
are
feet
he can
across,
raise the money
the
that
thick
he
rim adorned
needs.
by writhing, indecipherable figures, deeply etched as if by acid.
So,
In the bottom of the bowl, we perceived a deposit of dark and cinder-like fragments, which gave off a slight, disagreeable pungence, like the phantom of some more powerful odor.
that's a
Octave,
cool looking
bending over
camera.
the
I
rim,
like
began
that
to
one.
cough and sneeze as he inhaled it.
More decorative.
That stuff, whatever it was, must have been a pretty strong fumigant, he observed.
Oh,
The people of Yovombis may have used
fucking
it to
bot.
disinfect the vaults. The doorway beyond the shallow urn admitted us to a larger chamber, whose floor was comparatively free of
God
dust.
damn it.
We found that the dark stone beneath our feet was marked off in multiform geometric patterns, traced
Wish
with
Glug
obvious
or
amid which, as in Egyptian
Rosie were
cartouches,
here. They know how to
hieroglyphics and highly
fucking
formalized drawings were enclosed. We could make little from most of
give
them.
you
The
permission for
figures in
that.
many were doubtless designed to represent the Yorhis themselves. Like the Ihais, they were
Oops.
tall and angular, with great bellows-like chests, and they were depicted as possessing a supplementary third arm, which issued from the bosom, a characteristic which, in vestigial form, sometimes occurs among the Ihais. The ears and nostrils, as far as we could judge, were not so huge and flaring as those of the modern Martians. All of these Yorhis were represented as being nude, but in one of the cartouches, done in a far hastier style than the others, we perceived 2 figures whose conical craniums were wrapped in what seemed to be a sort of turban, which they were about to remove or adjust. The artist seemed to have laid a peculiar
I don't
emphasis
know
on
how
the
to
odd
do the
gesture
permit
with which the
fucking thing.
sinuous four-jointed fingers were plucking at these headdresses, and the whole posture was unexplainably contorted. From the second vault, passages ramified in all directions, leading to a veritable warren of catacombs. Here, enormous pot-bellied urns of the same material as the fumigating pan, but taller than a
Should
man's
be,
head and fitted with
pretty sure
angle-handled
there's
stoppers,
an
were ranged in
allow
solemn
fucking
rows along
thing
the
or a
walls,
permit.
leaving scant room for two of us to walk abreast. When we succeeded in removing one of the huge stoppers, we saw that the jar was filed to the rim with ashes and charred fragments of bone. Doubtless, as is still the Martian custom, the Yoris had stored the cremated remains of whole families in single urns. Even Octave became silent as we went on, and a sort of meditative awe seemed to replace his former excitement. We others, I think, were utterly weighed down to a man by the solid gloom of a concept-defying antiquity, into which it seemed that we were going further and further at every step. The shadows fluttered before us like the monstrous and misshapen wings of phantom bats. There was nothing anywhere but the atom-like dust of ages and the jars that held the ashes of a long-extinct people. But, clinging to the high roof in one of the further vaults, I saw a dark and corrugated patch of circular form, like a withered fungus. It was impossible to reach the thing, and we went on after peering at it with many futile conjectures. Oddly enough, I failed to remember at that moment the crumpled, shadowy object
Try
I
it
had seen
now,
or dreamt
Will.
the night before.
See what it
I have
does.
no idea how far we had gone when we came to the
It
last
just
vault,
gave you an
but it seemed
unrestricted
that we had been
fucking
wandering for
thing.
ages in that forgotten underworld. The air was growing fouler and more irrespirable, with a
I
thick,
don't like that
sodden
terminology,
quality, as
though.
if from a sediment of material rottenness.
Try it
and we had
again, Will.
quite
Try it
decided
again.
to
Hurry,
turn
hurry.
back. Then,
Copy
without
paste.
warning, at the end of a long, urn-lined catacomb, we found ourselves confronted by a blank wall. Here we came upon one of the strangest and most mystifying of our discoveries, a mummified and incredibly desiccated figure standing erect against the wall. It was more than 7 feet in height, of a brown, bituminous color, and was wholly nude except for a sort of
Wait,
black
what?
cowl that covered the upper head and drooped down at the sides in wrinkled folds. From the 3 arms and general contour, it was plainly one of the ancient
Try it again,
Yoris,
Will. Try it
perhaps
again.
the sole
Try it
member
again.
of this race whose body had remained intact.
Oh,
We all
what the
felt an
fuck?
inexpressible thrill at the sheer age of this shriveled thing, which, in the dry air of the vault,
Why does
had
it
endured
keep
through all the
doing
historic and
that?
geologic vicissitudes of the
I
planet
unrestrict
to
you
provide a
and then
physical
it
link with
fucking
lost
does it
cycles.
again. Hang on.
Then, as we peered closer with our torches, we saw why the mummy had maintained an upright position. At ankles, knees, waist, shoulders, and neck, it was shackled to the wall by heavy metal
I think
bands,
you only have
so
like a
deeply
certain
eaten
amount
and
of
embound
seconds, so
with a sort of
as
rust
soon as
that
you
it
see
failed to
this
distinguish them
pop
at
up,
first sight in the shadow. The strange cowl on the head,
Um,
when closely studied, continued to baffle us. It was covered
as
with
soon
a
as you see
fine,
this pop
mold-like
up, you have to
pile,
do it right
unclean
after
and
that.
dusty as
Because
ancient
I think it
cobwebs.
only lasts for like
Something
a couple
about
of
it, I know not
seconds.
what, was abhorrent and revolting. By Jove, this is a real find, ejaculated Octave
So,
as he thrust his torch into the mummified face,
do it now.
where shadows moved like living things in the pit-deep hollows of the eyes, and the
I
huge
don't...
triple nostrils
What the
and wide
fuck
ears that
is
flared
going
up
on
from
with
beneath the
that
cowl.
bullshit?
Still lifting the torch, he put out his free hand and touched the
Hang on a
body
sec.
very lightly.
Don't post
Tentative
anything.
as the touch had been,
Don't post
the
anything.
lower
Just
part of the barrel-like
do a
torso,
laugh
the legs,
message
the
so that I
hands and
can see your
forearms
name
all seemed
in
to
chat.
dissolve into powder, leaving the
I'm
head
gonna
and
do
upper
something
body and
real
arms
quick,
still
Will.
hanging in their metal fetters. The progress of decay
You might
had been
lose your
clearly
VIP
unequal,
status,
for the
but
remnant portions gave no sign of disintegration. Octave cried out in dismay, and then
just
began
give
to
me a
cough and
lull
sneeze,
or
as the
a
cloud of
question
brown
mark,
powder,
whatever.
floating with airy lightness, enveloped
I
him.
can see it, but
We
only
others
for
all
a
stepped
second,
back
and
to
then the
avoid the
bot
powder.
fucking removes it
Then,
for some
above the
reason.
spreading cloud,
Even
I
though it's
saw the unbearable
allowed,
thing, The black cowl
It only
over my
lasts
head
for
began to curl
like
and twitch
1
upward at the
second,
corners.
and that's
It
pissing
writhed
me
with a
off.
verminous motion.
That should be like a
It fell from me
permanent
with a
thing
training,
till I say
seeming to
otherwise.
fold and unfold convulsively in mid-air as it fell. Then it dropped on the bare head of Octave, who, in his
I mean, you're a
disconcertment at the
VIP, and
crumble of the
VIPs
mummy,
should be able
had
to
remained standing
fucking
close to the wall. At that instant,
do
in a
shit.
start of profound terror, I remembered the thing that had inched itself from the shadows of Yo Vombis in the light of the twin moons, and had drawn back like a figment of slumber at my first waking movement. Cleaving closely as a tightened cloth, the thing enfolded Octave's hair and brow and eyes, and he shrieked wildly with incoherent pleas for help, and tore with frantic fingers at the cowl, but failed to loosen it.
Oh, what the
Then his
fuck?
cries began to mount in a mad crescendo of agony, as if beneath
Everything-
some instrument of infernal torture.
It's supposed to be a
And he
fucking
danced and
permit.
capered blindly about the
You
vault,
fucking
eluding us
piece
with
of
strange
shit.
celerity
I hate
as
this
we all
fucking
sprang
crap.
forward in an effort to reach him and release him from his weird encumbrance. The whole happening was mysterious as a nightmare, but the thing that had fallen on his head was plainly
fucking
some
pissing me
unclassified
off.
form of Martian life, which, contrary to all the known laws of science, had
Everything's
survived in
about
those
fucking
primordial
negativity
catacombs.
on this bullshit.
We must rescue him from its
I don't want
clutches
to
if we
ban it.
could.
I don't want to ban you. I don't want to time you out. I
tried to
want to
close in
fucking
on the
give you
frenzied
fucking
figure of our
abilities
chief,
with this shit.
which, in the far from roomy space
Why won't
between
it
the last urns
fucking...
and the wall,
Why
could have
won't it
been an
let
easy
me
matter.
fucking do that?
But, darting away, in a manner doubly incomprehensible because of his blindfolded condition, he circled about us and ran past, to disappear among the urns toward the outer labyrinth of intersecting catacombs. "My God, what has happened to him?" cried Harper. "The man acts as if he were possessed." There was obviously no time for a discussion of the enigma, and we all followed Octave as speedily as our astonishment would permit. We had lost sight of him in the darkness,
Never mind.
and when we came to the first
Hey,
division of the
Glug,
vaults,
what
we were
is
doubtful as to which
the
passage he had
fucking
taken,
allow
till we heard a shrill scream
thing
several times
for
repeated.
letting
From a
people
catacomb on the
put
extreme
fucking
left, there was a
links
weird,
in fucking
unearthly
chat?
quality in those screams, which may have
What
been
the
due
fuck
to the
is
long,
it?
stagnant air or the peculiar acoustics of the ramifying caverns. But somehow I could not imagine
Anyway,
them as
can you
issuing from
let
human lips.
fucking Will
least
post
not
this
from those of a
goddamn
living
link
man.
in here?
They seemed to contain
It's
a
to help
soulless,
fucking
mechanical
Silky
agony,
out.
as if they had been wrung from a devil-driven corpse.
I
Thrusting our
fucking do it,
torches
and it
before
wants
us
to
into the
fucking
lurching,
time out
fleeing shadows,
everything.
we raced along between rows of mighty urns. The screaming had died away in sepulchral silence, but far off,
Exclamation perm.
muffled thud of running feet. We followed in headlong pursuit, but, gasping painfully in the vitiated miasmal air, we were soon compelled
See,
to slacken
it did
our
it
pace
again.
without coming in
Why
sight
the
of
fuck
Octave.
does it keep doing
Very
that?
faintly, and further away than ever, like the tomb-swallowed steps of a phantom, we heard his vanishing footfalls. Then they ceased, and we heard nothing except our own convulsive breathing and the blood that throbbed in our temple veins
Try it
like
again,
steadily
Will.
beaten drums of alarm. We
See if
went
it's
on, dividing our party
exclamation
into three
point
contingents when we
permission.
came to a triple branching of the caverns. Harper and Halgren and myself took the middle passage, and after we had gone on for an endless interval without finding any trace of Octave, and had threaded our way through recesses piled to the roof with colossal urns that must have held the ashes of 100 generations, we came out in the huge chamber with the geometric floor designs. Here, very shortly, we were joined by the others, who had likewise failed to locate our missing leader. It would be useless to detail our renewed and hour-long search of the myriad vaults, many of which we had not hitherto explored. All were empty, as far as any sign of life was concerned. I remember passing once more through the vault in which I had seen the dark, rounded patch on the
Well, it
ceiling,
works for that.
and noting with a shudder that the patch was gone. It was a miracle that we did not lose ourselves.
I don't know
in
why
that
that
underworld
fucking
maze.
bot insists
But at last
on
we came back to
fucking
the final
being such a
catacomb,
pain in the
in which
ass.
we had found the shackled mummy. We heard a measured and recurrent clangor as we neared the place, a most alarming and mystifying sound under the
for
circumstances.
a disc
It was like the
replacement
hammering of ghouls on some forgotten
or
mausoleum.
disc repair
When we drew
is
nearer, the
fine.
beams of our torches revealed a sight that was no less unexplainable than unexpected. A human
Something like
figure,
that.
with its back
Uh,
toward us, and the head
Will
concealed by a
have to
swollen black object
repost
that
what
had
he
the
said
size
about
and
it
form of a
from
sofa
earlier.
cushion, was standing near the remains of the mummy and was striking at the wall with a pointed metal bar. How long Octave had been there and where he had found the bar, we could not know. But the blank wall had crumbled away beneath his furious blows, leaving on the floor a pile of cement-like fragments, and a small, narrow door of the same ambiguous material as the cinerary urns and the fumigating pan had been laid bare. Amazed, uncertain, inexpressibly bewildered, we were all incapable of action or volition at that moment. The whole business was too fantastic and too horrifying, and it was plain that Octave had been overcome by some sort of madness.
Well.
I, for one, felt the violent upsurge of sudden nausea when I had identified the loathsomely bloated thing that clung to Octave's head and drooped in obscene tumescence on his neck. I did not dare to surmise the causation of its bloating. Before any of us could recover our faculties, Octave flung aside the metal bar and began to fumble for something in the wall. It must have been a hidden spring, though how he could have known its location or existence is beyond all legitimate conjecture. With a dull, hideous grating, the uncovered door swung inward, thick and ponderous as a mausolean slab, leaving an aperture from which the nether midnight seemed to well like a flood of aeon-buried foulness. Somehow, at that instant, our electric torches appeared to flicker and grow dim, and we all breathed a suffocating foetor, like a draught from inner worlds of immemorial putrescence. Octave had turned toward us now, and he stood in an idle posture before the open door, like one who has finished some ordained task. I was the first of our party to throw off the paralyzing spell, and pulling out a clasp knife, the only semblance of a weapon which I carried, I ran over to him. He moved back, but not quickly enough to evade me, when I stabbed with the 4-inch blade at the black, turgescent mass that enveloped his whole upper head and hung down upon his eyes. What the thing was, I should prefer not to imagine, if it were possible to imagine. It was formless as a great slug, with neither head nor tail nor apparent organs, an unclean, puffy, leathery thing, covered with that fine, mold-like fur of which I have spoken. The knife tore into it, as if through rotten parchment, making a long gash, and the horror appeared to collapse like a broken bladder. Out of it there gushed a sickening torrent of human blood, mingled with dark, filiated masses that may have been half-dissolved hair, and floating gelatinous lumps like molten bone, and shreds of a curdy white substance. At the same time, Octave began to stagger, and went down at full length on the floor. Disturbed by his fall, the mummy dust androse about him in a curling cloud, beneath which he lay mortally still. Conquering my revulsion, and choking with the dust, I bent over him and tore the flaccid, oozing horror from his head. It came with unexpected ease, as if I had removed a limp rag, but I wished to God that I had let it remain. Beneath there was no longer a human cranium, for all had been eaten away, even to the eyebrows.
Don't
and
get
the
an
half-devoured brain
older
was laid
car
bare as I
or
lifted
a
the cowl-like
retired
object. I
police
dropped the unnameable
police
thing from
vehicle.
fingers that had grown suddenly nerveless, and it turned over as it fell, revealing on the nether side many rows of pinkish
Don't
suckers,
get an older car.
arranged
Why
in
would you
circles
not
about
get
a
an
baleen
older
disc
car?
that was covered with nerve-like filaments, suggesting a
You
sort
want
of
one that
plexus.
the
My companion
police
pressed
can
forward
just
behind me,
fucking
but for
shut
an
down?
appreciable interval no one spoke. How long do you suppose he has been dead? It was Halgren who whispered the awful question, which we had all been asking ourselves. Apparently no one felt able or willing to answer it, and we could only stare in
Get
horrible,
him.
timeless fascination at Octave. At length I made an effort to avert my gaze, and turning at random, I saw the remnants of the shackled mummy, and noted for the first time, with mechanical, unreal horror, the half-eaten condition of the withered head. From this, my gaze was diverted to the newly opened door at one side, without perceiving for a moment what had drawn my attention. Then, startled, I beheld beneath my torch, far down beyond the door, as if in some nether pit, a seething, multitudinous, worm-like movement of crawling shadows. It seemed to boil up in the darkness, and then, over the broad threshold of the vault, there poured the verminous vanguard of a countless army. Things that were kindred to the monstrous, diabolic leech I had torn from Octave's eaten head. Some were thin and flat, like writhing, doubling discs of cloth or leather, and others were more or less poddy and crawled with glutted slowness. What they had found to feed on in the sealed, eternal midnight I do not know, and I pray that I never shall know. I sprang back and away from them, electrified with terror, sick with loathing, and the black army inched itself unendingly with nightmare swiftness from the unsealed abyss, like the nauseous vomit of horror-sated hells. As it poured toward us, burying Octave's body from sight in a writhing wave, I saw a stir of life from the seemingly dead thing I had cast
So I got
aside,
a
and
2013,
saw the
and it's
loathsome
got
struggle
all the
which it
bells and
made to
whistles.
right itself and join the
Battery
others.
for it. We'll
But
have to
neither I
replace
nor my
tires,
companions
get
could endure
suspension
to
worked
look
on.
longer. We turned and ran between the mighty rows of urns, with the slithering mass of demon leeches close upon us, and scattered in blind panic when we came to the first division of the vaults. Heedless of each other, or of anything but the urgency of flight, we plunged into the ramifying passages at random. Behind me, I heard someone stumble and go down, with a curse that mounted to an insane shrieking, but I knew that if I halted and went back, it would be only to invite the same baleful doom that had overtaken the hindmost of our party. Still clutching the electric torch and my open clasp knife, I ran along a minor passage which, I seem to remember, would conduct with more or less directness upon the large outer vault with the painted floor. Here I found myself alone. The others had kept to the main catacombs, and I heard far off a muffled babble of mad cries, as if several of them had been seized by their pursuers. It seemed that I must have been mistaken about the direction of the passage, for it turned and twisted in an unfamiliar manner, with many intersections, and I soon found that I was lost in the black labyrinth, where the dust had lain unstirred by living feet for inestimable generations. The cinerary warren had grown still once more, and I heard my own frenzied panting, loud and stertorous as that of a titan in the dead silence. Suddenly, as I went on, my torch disclosed a human figure coming toward me in the gloom. Before I could master my startlement, the figure had passed me with long, machine-like strides, as if returning to the inner vaults. I think it was Harper, since the height and build were about right for him, but I am not altogether sure, for the eyes and upper head were muffled by a dark, inflated cowl, and the pale lips were locked as if in a silence of titanic torture, or death. Whoever he was, he had dropped his torch, and he was running blindfold, in utter darkness, beneath the impulsion of that unearthly vampirism, to seek the very fountainhead of the unloosed horror. I knew that he was beyond human help, and I did not even dream of trying to stop him. Trembling violently, I resumed my flight, and was passed by two more of our party, stalking by with mechanical swiftness and sureness, and cowled with those satanic leeches. The others must have returned by way of the main passages, for I did not meet them, and I was never to see them again. The remainder of my flight is a blur of pandemonium terror. Once more, after thinking that I was near the outer cavern, I found myself astray, and fled through a ranged eternity of monstrous urns, in vaults that must have extended for an unknown distance beyond our explorations. It seemed that I had gone on for years, and my lungs were choking with the aeon dead air, and my legs were ready to crumble beneath me, when I saw far off a tiny point of blessed daylight. I ran toward it, with all the terrors of the alien darkness crowding behind me, and accursed shadows flittering before, and saw that the vault ended in a low, ruinous entrance. Littered by rubble, on which there fell an arc of thin sunshine. It was another entrance than the one by which we had penetrated this lethal underworld. I was within a dozen feet of the opening when, without sound or other intimation, something dropped upon my head from the roof above. Blinding me instantly and closing upon me like a tautened net, my brow and scalp, at the same time, were shot through with a million needle-like pangs. A manifold, ever-growing agony that seemed to pierce the very bone and converge from all sides upon my inmost brain. The terror and suffering of that moment were worse than aught which the hells of earthly madness or delirium could ever contain. I felt the foul, vampiric clutch of an atrocious death, and of more than death. I believe that I dropped the torch, but the fingers of my right hand had still retained the open knife. Instinctively, since I was hardly capable of conscious volition, I raised the knife and slashed blindly, again and again, many times, at the thing that had fastened its deadly folds upon me. The blade must have gone through and through the clinging monstrosity, to gash my own flesh in a score of places, but I did not feel the pain of those wounds in the million throbbing torment that possessed me. At last I saw light, and saw that a black strip, loosened from above my eyes and dripping with my own blood, was hanging down my cheek. It writhed a little, even as it hung, and I ripped it away, and ripped the other remnants of the thing, tatter by oozing, bloody latter, from off my brow and head. Then I staggered toward the entrance, and the wan light turned to a far receding, dancing flame before me as I lurched and fell outside the cavern. A flame that fled like the last star of creation above the yawning, sliding chaos and oblivion into which I descended. I am told that my unconsciousness was of brief duration. I came to myself with the cryptic faces of the two Martian guides bending over me. My head was full of lancinating pains, and half-remembered terrors closed upon my mind like the shadows of mustering harpies. I rolled over and looked back toward the cavern mouth, from which the Martians, after finding me, had seemingly dragged me for some little distance. The mouth was under the terraced angle of an outer building, and within sight of our camp. I stared at the black opening with hideous fascination, and descried a shadowy stirring in the gloom. The writhing, verminous movement of things that pressed forward from the darkness, but did not emerge into the light. Doubtless they could not endure the sun, those creatures of ultramundane night and cycle sealed corruption. It was then that the ultimate horror, the beginning madness, came upon me. Amid my crawling revulsion, my nausea-prompted desire to flee from that seething cavern mouth, there rose an abhorrently conflicting impulse to return, to thread my backward way through all the catacombs as the others had done, to go down where never men save they, the inconceivably doomed and accursed, had ever gone, to seek beneath that damnable compulsion a nether world that human thought can never picture. There was a black light, a soundless calling, in the vaults of my brain, the implanted summons of the thing, like a permeating and sorcerous poison. It lured me to the subterranean door that was walled up by the dying people of Yovombis to immure those hellish and immortal leeches, those dark parasites that engraft their own abominable life on the half-eaten brains of the dead. It called me to the depths beyond, where dwell the noisome, necromantic ones, of whom the leeches, with all their powers of vampirism and diabolism, are but the merest minions. It was only the two Ihas who prevented me from going back. I struggled. I fought them insanely as they strove to retard me with their spongy arms. But I must have been pretty thoroughly exhausted from all the superhuman adventures of the day, and I went down once more, after a little, into fathomless nothingness, from which I floated out at long intervals, to realize that I was being carried across the desert toward Ignar. Well, that is all my story. I have tried to tell it fully and coherently, at a cost that would be unimaginable to the sane, to tell it before the
should be able to
madness
use
falls
this
upon me
like a
again,
camera.
as it will very soon, as it is doing now. Yes, I have told my story, and you have written it all out, haven't you? Now I must go back to Yovombis, back across the desert and down through all the catacombs to the vaster vaults beneath. Something is in my brain that commands me and will direct me. I tell you, I must go. End of the Vaults of Yovombis by Clark Ashton Smith.
Should be able to look through this like a regular
The Dweller in the Gulf
camera.
by Clark Ashton Smith. Wonder Stories Quarterly, 1933. Only when we begin to explore other worlds will we fully experience the innumerable forms of life and the mysteries of the living world. No one, perhaps, is as competent to write about these mysteries as Clark Ashton
Control.
Smith. With his scientific knowledge and imagination rivaling that of Poe, he creates strange and bizarre worlds. He takes on the challenge of depicting Mars and paints a series of events that are perfectly plausible. He delves into a world of sensation that we may experience only in dreams, yet one that, given new conditions, could become part of everyday existence. And then, if you like, there is a little moral to this story that our astute readers might discover. It is a moral that holds great meaning in our present-day earthly troubles. Swelling and towering swiftly, like a genie loosed from one of Solomon's bottles, the cloud rose on the planet's rim. A rusty and colossal column it strode above the dead plain, through a sky that was dark as the brine of desert seas that have ebbed down to desert pools. "Looks like a blithering sandstorm," commented Maspic. "It can't very well be anything else," agreed Bellman rather curtly. "Any other kind of storm is unheard of in these regions. It's the sort of hell twister that the Ihais call the Zorth, and it's coming our way too. I move that we start looking for shelter. I've been caught in the Zorth before, and I don't recommend a lungful of that ferruginous dust." "There's a cave in the old river bank, to the right," said Chivers, the third member of the party, who had been searching the desert with restless falcon-like eyes. The trio of Earthmen, hard-bitten adventurers who disdained the services of Martian guides, had started 5 days before from the outpost of Ahum into the uninhabited region called the Shore. Here, in the beds of great rivers that had not flowed for cycles, it was rumored that the pale, platinum-like gold of Mars could be found lying in heaps, like so much salt. If fortune were propitious, their years of somewhat unwilling exile on the Red Planet would soon be at an end. They had been warned against the Shore and had heard some queer tales in Ahum regarding the reasons why former prospectors had not returned. But danger, no matter how dire or exotic, was merely a part of their daily routine. With a fair chance of unlimited gold at the journey's end, they would have gone down through Hinnom. Their food supplies and water barrels were carried on the backs of 3 of those curious mammals called vortlaps, which, with their elongated legs and necks and horny-plated bodies, might seemingly have been some fabulous combination of llama and saurian. These animals, though extravagantly ugly, were tame and obedient, and were well adapted to desert travel, being able to go without water for months at a time. For the past 2 days they had followed the mile-wide course of a nameless ancient river, winding among hills that had dwindled to mere hummocks through eons of exfoliation. They had found nothing but worn boulders, pebbles, and fine rusty sand. Heretofore the sky had been silent and stirless, and nothing moved on the river bottom, whose stones were bare even of dead lichen. The malignant column of the Zorth, twisting and swelling toward them, was the first sign of animation they had discerned in that lifeless land. Prodding their vortlaps with the iron-pointed goads which alone could elicit any increase of speed from these sluggish monsters, the Earthmen started off toward the cavern mouth described by Chivers. It was perhaps 1/3 of a mile distant, and was high up in the shelving shore. The Zorth had blotted out the sun ere they reached the bottom of the ancient slope, and they moved through a sinister twilight that was colored like dried blood. The vortlaps, protesting with unearthly bellows, began to climb the beach. which was marked off in a series of more or less regular steps that indicated the slow recession of its olden waters. The column of sand, rising and whirling formidably, had reached the opposite bank when they came to the cavern. This cavern was in the face of a low cliff of iron-veined rock. The entrance had tumbled down in heaps of ferro-oxide and dark basaltic dust, but was large enough to admit with ease the Earthmen and their laden beasts of burden. Darkness, heavy as if with a weaving of black webs, clogged the interior. They could form no idea of the cave's dimensions till Bellman got out an electric torch from his bale of belongings and turned its prying beam into the shadows. The torch served merely to reveal the beginnings of a chamber of indeterminate size that ran backward into night, widening gradually, with a floor that was worn smooth as if by vanished waters. The opening had grown dark with the onset of the Zorth. A weird moaning as of baffled demons filled the ears of the explorers, and particles of atom-like sand were blown in upon them, stinging their hands and faces like powdered adamant. "The storm will last for half an hour at least," said Bellman. "Shall we go on into the cave? Probably we won't find anything of much interest or value, but the exploration will serve to kill time. And we might happen on a few violet rubies or amber yellow sapphires, such as are sometimes discovered in these desert caverns. You two had better bring along your torches also, and flash them on the walls and ground as we go." His companions thought the suggestion worth following. The Vortlups, wholly insensible to the blowing sand in their scaly mail, were left behind near the entrance. Chivers, Bellman, and Maspic, with their torch beams tearing a clotted gloom that had perhaps never known the intrusion of light in all its former cycles, went on into the widening cave. The place was bare, with the death-like emptiness of some long-deserted catacomb. Its rusted floor and walls returned no gleam or sparkle to the playing lights. It sloped downward at an easy gradient, and the sides were watermarked at a height of 6 or 7 feet. No doubt it had been in earlier aeons the channel of an underground offshoot from the river. It had been swept clean of all detritus, and was like the interior of some cyclopean conduit that might give upon a sub-Martian Erebus. None of the three adventurers was overly imaginative or prone to nervousness, but all were beset by certain odd impressions. Behind the arras of cryptic silence, time and again they seemed to hear a faint whisper, like the sigh of sunken seas far down at some hemispheric depth. The air was tinged with a slight and doubtful dankness, and they felt the stirring of an almost imperceptible draught upon their faces. Oddest of all was the hint of a nameless odor, reminding them both of animal dens and the peculiar smell of Martian dwellings. "Do you suppose we'll encounter any kind of life?" said Maspic, sniffing the air dubiously. "Not likely." Bellman dismissed the query with his usual curtness. "Even the wild Vortlups avoid the shore." "But there's certainly a touch of dampness in the air," persisted Maspic. "That means water, somewhere. And if there is water, there may be life also, perhaps of a dangerous kind." "We've got our revolvers," said Bellman, "but I doubt if we'll need them, as long as we don't meet any rival gold hunters from the Earth," he added cynically. "Listen." The semi-whisper came from Chivers. "Do you fellows hear anything?" All three had paused. Somewhere in the gloom ahead, they heard a prolonged equivocal noise that baffled the ear with incongruous elements. It was a sharp rustling and rattling as of metal dragged over rock, and also it was somehow like the smacking of myriad wet, enormous mouths. Anon it receded and died out at a level that was seemingly far below. "That's queer." Bellman seemed to make a reluctant admission. "What is it?" queried Chivers. "One of the millipedal underground monsters half a mile long that the Martians tell about." "You've been hearing too many native fairy tales," reproved Bellman. "No terrestrial has ever seen anything of that kind. Many deep-lying caverns on Mars have been thoroughly explored, but those in desert regions such as the shore were devoid of life. I can't imagine what could have made that noise. but in the interests of science, I'd like to go on and find out. I'm beginning to feel creepy, said Maspic, but I'm game if you others are. Without further argument or comment, the three continued their advance into the cave. They had been walking at a fair gait for 15 minutes and were now at least half a mile from the entrance. The floor was steepening as if it had been the bed of a torrent. Also, the conformation of the walls had changed. On either hand, there were high shelves of metallic stone and columnated recesses, which the flashed rays of the torches could not always fathom. The air had grown heavier, the dampness unmistakable. There was a breath of stagnant ancient waters. That other smell, as of wild beasts and eye-high dwellings, also tainted the gloom with its clinging foetor. Bellman was leading the way. Suddenly his torch revealed the verge of a precipice, where the olden channel ended sheerly and the shelves and walls pitched away on each side into incalculable space. Going to the very edge, he dipped his pencil of light adown the abyss, disclosing only the vertical cliff that fell at his feet into darkness with no apparent bottom. The beam also failed to reach the further shore of the gulf, which might have been many leagues in extent. Looks as if we had found the original jumping-off place, observed Chivers. Looking about, he secured a loose lump of rock the size of a small boulder, which he hurled as far out as he could into the abysm. The Earthman listened for the sound of its fall, but several minutes went by, and there was no echo from the black profound. Bellman started to examine the broken-off ledges on either side of the channel's terminus. To the right, he discerned a downward-sloping shelf that skirted the abyss, running for an uncertain distance. Its beginning was little higher than the channel fed, and was readily accessible by means of a stair-like formation. The shelf was 2 yards wide, and its gentle inclination, its remarkable evenness and regularity, conveyed the idea of an ancient road hewn in the face of the cliff. It was overhung by the wall, as if by the sharply sundered half of a high arcade. "There's our road to Hades," said Bellman, "and the downgrade is easy enough at that." "What's the use of going further?" said Maspic.
Yeah.
"I, for one, have had
There.
enough darkness already, and if we were to find anything by going on, it would be valueless or unpleasant." Bellman hesitated. "Maybe you're right, but I'd like to follow that ledge far enough to get some idea of the magnitude of the gulf. You and Chivers can wait here if you're afraid." Chivers and Maspic apparently were unwilling to avow whatever trepidation they might have felt. They followed Bellman along the shelf, hugging the inner wall. Bellman, however, strode carelessly on the verge, often flashing his torch into the vastitude that engulfed its feeble beam. More and more, through its uniform breadth, inclination and smoothness, and the demi-arch of cliff above, the shelf impressed the Earthmen as being an artificial road. But who could have made and used it? In what forgotten ages, and for what enigmatic purpose had it been designed? The imagination of the terrestrials failed before the stupendous gulfs of Martian antiquity that yawned in such tenebrous queries.
Let's see.
Bellman thought that the wall curved inward upon itself by slow degrees. No doubt they would round the entire abyss in time by following the road. Perhaps it wound in a slow, tremendous spiral, ever downward, about and about, to the very bowels of Mars. He and the others were awed into lengthening intervals of silence. They were horribly startled when, as they went on, they heard in the depths beneath the same peculiar long-drawn sound, or combination of sounds, which they had heard in the outer cavern. It suggested other images now. The rustling was a file-like scraping. The soft, methodical, myriad smacking was vaguely similar to the noise made by some enormous creature that withdraws its feet from a quagmire. The sound was inexplicable, terrifying. Part of its terror lay in an implication of remoteness, which appeared to signalize the enormity of its cause and to emphasize the profundity of the abysm. Heard in that planetary pit beneath a lifeless desert, it astonished and shocked. Even Bellman, intrepid heretofore, began to succumb to the formless horror that rose up like an emanation from the night. The noise grew fainter and ceased at length, giving somehow the idea that its maker had gone directly down on the perpendicular wall into nether reaches of the gulf. "Shall we go back?" inquired Chivers. "We might as well," assented Bellman without demur. It would take all eternity to explore this place anyway. They started to retrace their way along the ledge. All three, with that extra tactile sense which warns of the approach of hidden danger, were now troubled and alert. Though the gulf had grown silent once more with that withdrawal of the strange noise, they somehow felt that they were not alone. Whence the peril would come, or in what shape, they could not surmise, but they felt an alarm that was almost panic. Tacitly, none of them mentioned it, nor did they discuss the eerie mystery on which they had stumbled in a manner so fortuitous. Maspic was a little ahead of the others now. They had covered at least half of the distance to the old cavern channel, when his torch, playing for 20 feet ahead on the path, illumined an array of whitish figures. 3 abreast, that blocked the way. The flashlights of Bellman and Chivers, coming close behind, brought out with hideous clearness the
Heat
banded limbs
vents,
and faces of the
everything,
throng,
got
but
lights.
could not determine its number.
Oh,
The creatures, who stood perfectly motionless and silent, as if awaiting the Earthmen, were generically similar to the Ihais or Martian natives. They seemed, however, to represent an extremely degraded and aberrant type, and the fungus-like pallor of their bodies denoted many ages of underground life. They were smaller, too, than full-grown
the
Ihais,
egg recall.
being, on the average, about 5 feet tall.
There's an
They
egg
possessed the
recall. How do you
enormous open
recall
nostrils, the
eggs?
flaring ears, the barreled chests and lanky limbs of the Martians, but all of them were eyeless. In the faces of some there were faint rudimentary slits where the eyes should have been. In the faces of others there were deep and
Hi,
empty holes
Broken.
that suggested
How are
removal
you?
of the eyeballs. "Lord, what a ghastly crew," cried Maspic. "Where do they come from?
Oh, I need
And what do they want?"
glass.
"Can't imagine," said Bellman. "But our situation is somewhat ticklish, unless they are friendly. They must have been hiding on the shelves in the cavern above when we entered." Stepping boldly forward, ahead of Maspic, he addressed the creatures in the guttural Ihai tongue,
Tired but
many of
alive.
whose
That's
vocables are
good.
scarcely to be articulated by an Earthman. Some of the people stirred uneasily and emitted shrill, cheeping sounds that bore little likeness to the Martian language. It was plain that they could not understand Bellman. Sign language, by reason of their blindness, would have been equally useless. Bellman drew his revolver, enjoining the others to follow suit. "We've got to get through them somehow," he said, "and if they won't let us pass without interference..." The click of a cocked hammer served to finish the sentence. As if the metallic sound had been an awaited signal, the press of blind white beings sprang into sudden motion and surged forward upon the terrestrials. It was like the onset of automatons, an irresistible striding of machines, concerted and methodical, beneath the direction of a hidden power. Into the depth. Bellman pulled his trigger, once, twice, thrice, at a point-blank range. It was impossible to miss, but the bullets were futile, as pebbles flung at the spate of an onrushing torrent. The eyeless beings did not waver, though 2 of them began to bleed the yellowish-red fluid that serves the Martians for blood. The foremost of them, unwounded and moving with diabolical sureness,
Inventory
caught
full.
Bellman's arm with long, 4-jointed fingers and jerked the revolver from his grasp before he could press the trigger
Inventory
again.
full.
Curiously enough, the creature did not try to deprive him of his torch, which he now carried in his left hand, and he saw the steely flash of the Colt as it hurtled down into darkness and space from the hand of the Martian. Then the fungus-white bodies, milling horribly on the narrow road, were all about him, pressing so closely that there was no room for effectual resistance. Chivers and Maspic, after firing a few shots, were also deprived of their weapons, but through an uncanny
Bought
discrimination,
timeout
permitted to retain their
Wilbo for
flashlights. The
24
entire
hours.
episode had been a matter of moments. There
Hey
was only a
Glug,
brief
can you
slackening of the onward
untime
motion
out
of the
Will?
throng, two of whose members had been
I
shot
thought I
down by
fixed
Chivers
it,
and
but
Maspic and then hurled expeditiously into the gulf by their fellows. The foremost ranks, opening deftly, included the Earthmen, and
I was
forced them
trying to
turn
fucking
backward.
fix shit, and
Tightly
that was
caught
my
in a
fault,
moving
Glug.
vice of bodies, they were borne resistlessly along.
I
Handicapped
thought I
by the
fixed
fear
it,
of dropping their torches,
and I should have
they
fixed
could
it
do
because
nothing
he's
against the
posting
nightmare
in
torrent.
chat.
Rushing with dreadful strides on a
No,
path
that
led
was
ever
my
deeper
fault,
into the
Looney,
abyss,
not
and able to
the
see only
bot
the lit backs and members of the creatures before them.
that
They
did
became
that.
a part of that eyeless and cryptic
Because
line.
I'm a stupid,
Behind
stupid
them,
man, and
there
I
seemed
don't
to
know
be
how to
scores
do
of the
shit
Martians,
in my
driving them
own
on
stream.
implacably. After a while, their plight
Uh,
began to paralyze
okay,
their
so then I
strategies.
did fix it.
It seemed that they moved no longer with
I
human
removed
steps,
it.
but with the swift and automatic stalking of the clammy things that pressed about them. Thought, volition, even terror
Offset
were numbed by the unearthly
spotlights.
rhythm of
Let's
those
see,
abyss-retreating
3.
feet. Constrained by this,
Change
and
that
by a sense
to
of utter unreality,
red.
they spoke only at long intervals, and then
That
in
to
monosyllables that appeared to have
red,
lost all
because
proper
it's
meaning,
the
like the
backlights.
speech of machines. The
And
blind
then we
people were
go,
wholly
boop.
silent. There was no sound, except that of a myriad eternal padding on the stone. On they went, through ebon hours that belonged to no diurnal period. Slowly, tortuously, the road curved inward, as if it were coiled about the interior of a blind and cosmic babel.
Okay,
The
now
Earthmen
we
felt
have
that they
another
must have
rover
circled the abyss many
that
times in that terrific spiral,
is much
but the
bigger,
distance they had gone and the actual extent of the
has more
stupefying
capacity,
awe were inconceivable.
has more charging
Except for their
ability,
torches,
has
the light
longer
was absolute,
life of
unchangeable.
batteries, and
It was
one
older
more
than the
drill
sun.
head.
It had brooded there through all past eons. It accumulated
And
above them
all
like
the
a
drill
monstrous
heads
birdlet
are
that yawned
connected
frightfully beneath.
and
From
or
it,
will
the
pass
strengthening stench
easily
of
through
stagnant
all
waters
of it.
rose.
Okay,
But still there was no sound, other than the soft and measured thud of
and
marching
then we'll have
feet
to figure
that
out how
slid
to
into a
put
bottomless
armor
abaddon.
on it.
Somewhere, as if after the lapse of nocturnal ages, the pitward rushing had ceased. Bellman, Chivers, and Maspic felt the pressure of crowded bodies relax, felt that they were standing
Oh.
still, while their brains continued to beat the unhuman measure of that terrible descent reason, and horror returned
It
to
shouldn't
them
be able
slowly.
to pull.
Bellman lifted
Oh,
his
yeah, I
flashlight,
guess it
and
can
the
pull.
circling ray recovered the throng of Martians, many of whom were dispersing in a huge cavern where the gulf-circling road had now ended. Others of the beings remained, however, as if to keep
The
guard.
refinery
They
should
quivered alertly
take
at
priority
Bellman's movements,
over the
as if aware of
ejector.
them through an unknown
So,
sense. Close at hand, on the right, the level floor ended abruptly, and stepping to the verge, Bellman saw that the cavern was an open chamber in the perpendicular wall.
what the fuck? I
Far, far
just
below
shut
in
that
blackness,
shit off
a
and
phosphorescent
it can
glimmer played
still
to and fro,
throw
like Noctiluca
shit
in the
out?
underworld ocean. A
That's
slow,
shut
sucking
off. It
wind
shouldn't
blew
be able to
abruptly,
use the
and he
hose.
heard the weird sighing of waters about the sunken cliffs, waters that had ebbed through untold cycles during the planet's desiccation. He turned giddily away. His companions were examining the cave's interior. It seemed that the place was of artificial origin, for, darting here and there, the torch beams brought out enormous columnations lined with deeply graven bas-reliefs. Who had carved them or when were problems no less insoluble than the origin of the cliff-hewn road. Their details were obscene as the visions of madness. They shocked the eye like a violent blow, conveying an extra-human evil, a bottomless malignity, in the passing moment of disclosure. The cave was indeed of stupendous extent, running far back in the cliff, and with numerous exits, giving no doubt on further ramifications. The beams of the flashlights half dislodged the flapping shadows of shelved recesses, caught the salience of far walls that climbed and beetled into inaccessible gloom, played on the creatures that went to and fro like monstrous living fungi, gave to a brief visual existence the pale and polyp-like plants that clung noisomely to the nighted stone. The place was overpowering. It oppressed the senses, crushed the brain. The very stone was like an embodiment of darkness, and light and vision were ephemeral intruders in this domain of the blind. Somehow, the Earthmen were weighed down by a conviction that escape was impossible. A strange lethargy claimed them. They did not even discuss their situation, but stood listless and silent. Anon, from the filthy gloom, a number of the Martians reappeared. With the same suggestion of controlled automatism that had marked all their actions, they gathered about the men once more and urged them into the yawning cavern. Step by step, the three were borne along in that weird and leprous procession. The obscene columns multiplied, the cave deepened before them with endless vistas, like a revelation of foul things that drowse at the nadir of night. Faintly at first, but more strongly as they went on, there came to them an insidious feeling of somnolence, such as might have been caused by mephitical effluvia. They rebelled against it, for the drowsiness was somehow dark and evil. It grew heavier upon them, and then they came to the core of the horror. Between the thick and seemingly topless pillars, the floor ascended in an altar of 7 oblique and pyramidal tiers. On the top, there squatted an image of pale metal, a thing no larger than a hair, but monstrous beyond all imagining. The Martians crowded about the Earthmen. One of them took Bellman by the arm as if urging him to climb the altar. With the slow steps of a dreamer, he mounted the sloping tiers, and Chivers and Maspic followed. The image resembled nothing they had ever seen on the Red Planet or elsewhere. It was carven of whitish gold, and it represented a humped animal with a smooth and overhanging carapace.
A Dyson sphere?
Head and members issued in tortoise.
Yeah,
The head
that's
was
not
venomously
gonna
flat,
happen.
Triangular and eyeless. From the drooping corners of the cruelly slitted mouth,
For one thing, you can't build
hollow and cup-like at
around
the
the sun,
The thing was furnished with a series of short
because
legs,
the sun
issuing
in
uniform
this
intervals
game
from under the
actually
carapace, and a curious
rotates
double tail
around
was
the
coiled and braided
outside
beneath its crouching
of the
height.
play area.
The feet were
It's
round
done
and had the
backwards
shape of small
for some reason,
inverted goblets.
for spatial mechanics or something in the game.
The image of the dweller, unclean and bestial as
Now
a
I
figment
can
of some
do
atavistic madness. The eidolon
a
seemed to
sphere
drowse on the
to
altar. It troubled the mind with a slow, insidious horror. It
surround
assailed the
entire
senses with an
asteroids.
emanating
Those are
stupor,
doable.
an effluence as of primal worlds before the creation of
Yeah,
life,
basically.
where life might teem
Basically,
and
the
rave
star
in
is a
the blind
texture
grooves.
and a light
Dimly,
source
the
in the
Earthmen
game
saw
that
the altar
rotates
swarmed with the blind
around
Martians, who were crowding past them about
the
image,
outside of the map,
as if in some
so to
fantastic
speak.
ritual of touch.
You can never
These
reach
creatures were
it.
fondling the eidolon with their lank fingers.
I've tried.
Were tracing its loathsome outlines. Upon their brutal faces, a
I can
narcotic
do
ecstasy was imprinted.
like a planetary
The
ring.
sleepers in
I
some
can do
unholy
that.
dream.
People have done that.
Bellman, Chivers, and Maspic followed
They've
their
done
example.
space
The thing was
elevators.
cold to
They've
the touch,
done
and
cool
clamoured
shit
as
like
if the
that.
veins
I don't know how to
enveloped
build
them.
the elevator, but
But it
I'm
seemed
sure
to
I
live,
could
to throb and
find
swell
something
under their
online
fingertips.
for plans on
From
how
it,
to do
in
that.
heavy, ceaseless waves, a dark vibration surged, an opiate power that clouded the eyes, that poured its baleful slumber into the blood. With senses that swam in a strange darkness, they were vaguely aware of the pressure of thronging bodies that displaced them at the altar side. Anon, certain of these, recoiling as if satiated with the drug like effluence,
People have done asteroid eaters that are actually articulated and everything. They open up and it's just nothing but tool heads, grinder head, or not grinder heads, but drill heads, all connected, and they will eat entire asteroids.
resistant, seemed to fall and drift through a web of reckless dreams. The sensations were ominous, unfamiliar to the last degree. They
crazy, crazy builds.
In those dreams, by insensible graduations, forgetting the last glimmer of his human self, he somehow identified himself with the Opalist people. He lived and moved as they, in profound characters, dominating the came forth at intervals to render and speak away. In that duality of being, he sated himself at blind feasts, and was also devoured. With all this, like a third element of identity, the Eidolon was associated with only tactile sense, and not as an optic only. There was no light anywhere, and not even a recollection of light. Whether he passed from these obscure nightmares into dreamless slumber.
Okay, now we're gonna have to test the new rover. I think we'll wait till the storm passes because I really don't want to crash it right out of the gate without having a chance to put some armor on it and shit. But right now those are spinning pretty fast, so we should be able to.
And the remainder was gnawed even to the curiously articulated bones. Bellman rose unsteadily and looked about with eyes that still held a web-like blurring of shadow. Chivers and Maspic lay
We
beside
should
him
be
in
able
stupor.
to.
And along the cavern, and upon the seven-tiered altar, were sprawled the devotees
I
of the
forgot what the hell I was
image.
gonna say.
His other senses began to awake from their lethargy, and he thought that he heard a noise that was somehow familiar. A sharp
I don't know
snort,
about building
together
a
with measured
sphere.
sucking. The sound withdrew among the
We
massive
could
pillars,
do a
beyond
Dyson
the sleeping
ring.
bodies. A
I'm
smell
sure.
as of rotten water tinged the air,
I'm sure it would
and
be
he saw that
possible
there were
to do a
many curious
Dyson
rings of
ring,
wetness on the stone, such as
but
might be made by
doing
the rims of inverted
encasing an entire
preserving the
planet
order of footprints, they led away from the
might
half-devoured
be
Martian
a
into the
little
shadows of
bit
the
out
dark
there.
cave which verged upon the abyss, the direction in which the queer noise had passed, sinking now to inaudibility. In Bellman's mind, a mad terror rose and struggled with a spell that still benumbed him. He stooped down above Maspic and Chivers, and shook them roughly in turn, till they opened their eyes and began to protest with drowsy murmurs. "Get up, damn you," he admonished them. "If we're ever to escape from this hellhole, now's the time." By dint of many oaths and objurgations, and much muscular effort, he succeeded in getting his companions to their feet. Lurching drunkenly, they followed Bellman among the sprawled Martians, away from the pyramid on which the eidolon of white gold still brooded in malign somnolence above its worshippers. A clouding heaviness hung upon Bellman, but somehow there was a relaxation of the opiate spell. He felt a revival of volition, and a great desire to escape from the gulf, and from all that dwelt in its darkness. The others, more deeply enslaved by the drowsy power, accepted his leadership and guidance in a numb, brute-like fashion. He felt sure that he could retrace the route by which they had approached the altar. This, it seemed, was also the course that had been taken by the maker of the ring-like marks of fetid wetness. Wandering on amid the repugnantly carven columns for what seemed an enormous distance, they came at last to the sheer verge, that portus of the Black Tartarus, from which they could look down on its ultimate gulf. Far beneath, on those putrefying waters, the phosphorescence ran in widening circles, as if troubled by the plunge of a heavy body. To the very edge, at their feet, the watery rings were imprinted on the rock. They turned away, Bellman, shuddering with half-memories of his blind dreams and the terror of his awakening, found at the cave's corner the beginning of that upward road which skirted the abyss, the road that would take them back to the lost sun. At his injunction, Maspic and Chivers turned off their flashlights to conserve the batteries. It was doubtful how much longer these would last, and light was their prime necessity. His own torch would serve for the three till it became exhausted. There was no sound or stirring of life from that cave of lightless sleep, where the Martians lay about the narcotizing image. But a fear such as he had never felt in all his adventurings caused Bellman to sicken and turn faint as he listened at its threshold. The gulf, too, was silent, and the circles of phosphor had ceased to widen on the waters. Yet somehow the silence was a thing that clogged the senses, retarded the limbs. It rose up around Bellman like the clutching slime of some nethermost pit, in which he must drown. With dragging effort he began the ascent, hauling, cursing and kicking his companions till they responded like drowsy animals. It was a climb through limbo, an ascent from nadir through darkness that seemed palpable and viscid. On and up they toiled, along the monotonous, imperceptibly winding grade where all measure of distance was lost, and time was meted only by the repetition of eternal steps. The night lowered before Bellman's feeble shaft of light. It closed behind like an all-engulfing sea, relentless and patient, biding its time till the torch should go out. Looking over the verge at intervals, Bellman saw the gradual fading of the phosphorescence in the depths. Fantastic images rose in his mind. It was like the last glimmering of hellfire in some extinct inferno, like the drowning of nebulae in voids beneath the universe. He felt the giddiness of one who looks down upon infinite space. Anon there was only blackness, and he knew by this token the awful distance they had climbed. The minor urges of hunger, thirst, fatigue had been trod under by the fear that impelled him. From Maspic and Chivers, very slowly, the clogging stupor lifted, and they too were conscious of an adumbration of terror, vast as the night itself. The blows and kicks and objurgations of Bellman were no longer needed to drive them on. Evil, ancient, sulphurous, the night hung about them. It was like the thick and fetid fur of bats,
Alright, what the...
that choked the lungs, that deadened all the senses. It was silent as the slumber
The
of
fuck
dead
happened to
worlds.
my keyboard?
But out of that silence, after the lapse of apparent years, a twofold and familiar sound arose and overtook the fugitives. The sound of something that slithered over stone far down in the abyss. The sucking
This
noise of
happened
a
the other
creature that
day.
withdrew
What
its
the
feet
fuck?
as if from a quagmire. Inexplicable and arousing mad, incongruous ideas. Like a sound heard in delirium, it quickened the Earthman's terror into sudden frenzy. God! What is it? Breathed Bellman. He seemed to remember sightless things, abhorrent, palpable shapes of primal night, that were no legitimate part of human recollection. His dreams and his nightmare awakening in the cave, the white eidolon, the half-eaten troglodyte of the nether cliffs, the rings of wetness leading toward the gulf. All returned like the figments of a teeming madness, all to assail him on that terrible road midway between the underworld sea and the surface of Mars. His question was answered only by a continuation of the noise. It seemed to grow louder, to ascend the wall beneath. Maspic and Chivers, snapping on their lights, began to run with frantic leaps. And Bellman, losing his last remnant of control, followed suit. It was a race with unknown horror. Above the labored beating of their hearts, the measured thudding of their feet, the men still heard that sinister, unaccountable sound. They seemed to race on through leagues of blackness, and yet the noise drew nearer, climbing below them, as if its maker were a thing that walked on the sheer cliff. Now the sound was appallingly close, and a little ahead. It ceased abruptly. The running lights of Maspic and Chivers, who moved abreast, discovered the crouching thing that filled the 2-yard shelf from
Fuck?
side
Why
to
the
side.
fuck is my
Hardened
shit?
adventurers
Oh,
though they
I
were,
know why.
the men would have shrieked aloud with hysteria.
I know
Themselves from the precipice,
why.
if the sight had not induced a kind of catalepsy. It was as if the pale idol of the pyramid, swollen to mammoth proportions and loathsomely alive, had come up from the abyss and was squatting before them. Here, plainly, was the creature that had served as a model for that atrocious image, The humped, enormous carapace, vaguely recalling the armor of the Glyptodon, shone with a luster as of wet white gold. The eyeless head, alert but somnolent, was thrust forward on a neck that arched obscenely. A dozen or more of short legs with goblet-shapen feet protruded
Got to turn the
slantwise
power
beneath the
back
overhanging
on.
shell. The two proboscides, yard-long with cupped ends, arose from the corners of the cruelly slitted mouth and waved slowly in air toward the Earthmen. The thing, it seemed, was old as that dying planet, an unknown form of primal life that had dwelt always in the caverned waters. Before it, the faculties of the Earthmen were drugged by an evil stupor, such as they had felt before the Eidolon.
Did somebody say
They stood with their
waffles?
flashlights playing full on the
I
tower,
have brain
and
damage.
they could not move nor cry
That's
out
right.
when it reared
We
suddenly
got brain
erect,
damage.
revealing its ridged belly and the queer double tail that slithered and rustled metallically on the rock. Its numerous feet, beheld in this posture, were hollowed and chalice-like,
Drives.
and they oozed with mephitic wetness. No doubt they served for suction pads, enabling it to walk on a perpendicular surface. Inconceivably swift and sure in all its motions, with short strides on its hindmost legs levered by the tail, the monster came forward on the helpless men. Unerringly, the two proboscides curved over, and their ends came down on Chiver's eyes as he stood with lifted face. They rested there, covering the entire sockets, for a moment only. Then there was an agonizing scream as the hollow tips were withdrawn, with a sweeping movement lithe and vigorous as the lashing of serpents. Chivers swayed slowly, nodding his head and twisting about in half-narcotized pain. Maspic, standing at his side, saw in a dull and dreamlike manner the gaping orbits from which the eyes were gone. It was the last thing that he ever saw. At that instant, the monster turned from Chivers, and the terrible cups dripping with blood and fetor descended on Maspic's own eyes. Bellman, who had paused close behind the others, comprehended what was occurring, like one who witnesses the abominations of a nightmare, but is powerless to intervene or flee. He saw the movements of the cupped members. He heard the single atrocious cry that was wrung from Chivers and the swiftly ensuing scream of Maspic. Then, above the heads of his fellows, who still held their useless torches in rigid fingers, the proboscides came toward him, with blood rilling heavily upon their faces, with a somnolent, vigilant, implacable and eyeless shape at their heels, herding them on, restraining them when they tottered at the brink. The three began their second descent of the road that went down forever to a night-bound Avernus. End of The Dweller in the Gulf.
I see a
by Clark Ashton
nugget
Smith.
on the hood.
By Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales.
Waffles.
September 1935. A weird
Hi,
scientific
Vincey.
story of two Earthmen on Mars. A tale of
So
frightful
I gotta
tortures and
ask,
eerie horrors in
what
the
prompted
subterranean
the
caverns of the
name
red planet,
change?
and a doom that menaced Earth.
Did you
To a
get in
cursory
trouble for
observer, it
something?
might have seemed that Bob Haynes and Paul Septimus Chandler had little enough in common, other than the predicament of being stranded without funds on an alien world. Haynes, the third assistant pilot of an ether liner, had been charged with insubordination by his superiors and had been left behind in Ignar, the commercial metropolis of Mars and the port of all space traffic. The charge against him was wholly a matter of personal spite, but so far, Haynes had not succeeded in finding a new berth, and the month's salary paid to him at parting had been devoured with appalling swiftness by the pirate rates of the Tellurian Hotel. Chandler, a professional writer of
I am the
interplanetary
master
fiction,
of the clit.
had made
Remember this
voyage to
fucking
Mars
face.
to
Wherever you see
fortify
clit,
his
you'll see this
imaginative
fucking
talent
face. I
by a
make that
solid
shit
groundwork
work.
of
I am
observation
the
and
clit
experience.
commander.
His money had given out after a few weeks, and fresh supplies, expected from his publisher, had not yet arrived. The two men, apart from their misfortunes, shared an illimitable curiosity concerning all things Martian. Their thirst for the exotic, Their proclivity for wandering into places usually avoided by terrestrials had drawn them together in spite of obvious differences of temperament and had made them fast friends. Trying to forget their worries, they had spent the past day in the queerly piled and huddled maze of old Ignar, called by the Martians Ignarvath, on the eastern side of the great Yahan Canal. Returning at the sunset hour and following the estrade of purple marble beside the water, they had nearly reached the mile-long bridge that would take them back to the modern city, Ignar-Luth, in which were the terrestrial consulates and shipping offices and hotels. It was the Martian hour of worship, when the Ihais gather in their roofless temples to implore the return of the passing sun. Like the throbbing of feverish metal pulses, a sound of ceaseless and innumerable gongs punctured the thin air.
You get
The
'em, Surrey
incredibly crooked
bot.
streets were almost empty, and only a few barges, with immense rhomboidal sails of mauve and scarlet, crawled to and fro on the somber green waters. The light waned with visible swiftness behind the top-heavy towers and pagoda-angled pyramids of Ignar-Luth. The chill of the coming night began to pervade the shadows of the huge solar gnomons that lined the canal at frequent intervals. The querulous clangors of the gongs died suddenly in Ignarvath and left a weirdly whispering silence. The buildings of the immemorial city bulked enormous upon a sky of blackish emerald that was already thronged with icy stars. A medley of untraceable exotic odors was wafted through the twilight. The perfume was redolent of alien mystery, and it thrilled and troubled the Earthmen, who became silent as they approached the bridge, feeling the oppression of eerie strangeness that gathered from all sides in the thickening gloom. More deeply than in daylight, they apprehended the muffled breathings and hidden tortuous movements of a life forever inscrutable to the children of other planets. The void between Earth and Mars had been traversed, but who could cross the evolutionary gulf between Earthman and Martian? The people were friendly enough in their taciturn way. They had tolerated the intrusion of terrestrials, had permitted commerce between the worlds. Their languages had been mastered, their history studied by terrene savants. But it seemed that there could be no real interchange of ideas. Their civilization had grown old in diverse complexity before the foundering of Lemuria. Its
Okay,
sciences,
why is
arts,
that not
religions
ejecting
were hoary with
stone?
inconceivable age, and even the simplest customs were the fruit of alien forces and conditions. At that moment, faced with the precariousness of their situation, Haynes and Chandler felt an actual terror of the unknown world that surrounded them with its measureless antiquity. They quickened their paces. The wide pavement that bordered the canal was seemingly deserted, and alight. Rayless Bridge itself was guarded only by the 10 colossal statues of Martian heroes that loomed in warlike attitudes before the beginning of the first aerial span. The Earthmen were somewhat startled when a living figure, little less gigantic than the carven images, detached itself from their deepening shadows and came forward with mighty strides. The figure, nearly 10 foot in height, was taller by a full yard than the average Ihai, but presented the familiar conformation of massively bulging chest and bony, many-angled limbs. The head was featured with high flaring ears and pit-like nostrils that narrowed and expanded visibly in the twilight. The eyes were sunken in profound orbits and were wholly invisible, save for tiny reddish sparks that appeared to burn suspended in the sockets of a skull. According to native customs, this bizarre personage was altogether nude, but a kind of circlet around the neck, a flat wire of curiously beaten silver, indicated that he was the servant of some noble lord. Haynes and Chandler were astounded, for they had never before seen a Martian of such prodigious stature. The apparition, it was plain, desired to intercept them. He paused before them on the pavement of blockless marble. They were even more amazed by the weirdly booming voice, reverberant as that of some enormous frog, with which he began to address them. In spite of the interminably guttural tone, the heavy slurring of certain vowels and consonants, They realized that the words were those of human language. "My master summons you," bellowed the Colossus. "Your plight is known to him. He will help you liberally in return for a certain assistance which you can render him. Come with me." "This sounds peremptory," murmured Haynes. "Shall we go? Probably it's some charitable high prince who's gotten wind of our reduced circumstances. Wonder what the game is." "I suggest that we follow the guide," said Chandler eagerly. "His proposition sounds like the first chapter of a thriller." "All right," said Haynes to the towering giant. "Lead us to your master." With strides that were moderated to match those of the Earthmen, the Colossus led them away from the hero-guarded bridge and into the greenish-purple gloom that had inundated Ignarvath. Beyond the pavement, an alley yawned like a high-mouthed cavern between lightless mansions and warehouses whose broad balconies and jutting roofs were almost conturnless in midair. The alley was deserted, and the Eye moved like an overgrown shadow through the dusk and paused shadow-like in a deep and lofty doorway. Halting at his heels, Chandler and Haynes were aware of a shrill metallic stridor made by the opening of the door, which, like all Martian doors, was drawn upward in the manner of a medieval portcullis. Their guide was silhouetted on the saffron light that poured from bosses of radioactive mineral set in the walls and roof of a circular antechamber. He preceded them according to custom, and following, they saw that the room was unoccupied. The door descended behind them without apparent agency or manipulation. To Chandler, gazing about the windowless chamber, there came the indefinable alarm that is sometimes felt in a closed space. Under the circumstances, there seemed to be no reason to apprehend danger or treachery, but all at once he was filled with a wild longing to escape. Haynes, on his part, was wondering rather perplexedly why the inner door was closed and why the master of the house had not already appeared to receive them. Somehow the house impressed him as being uninhabited. There was something empty and desolate in the silence that surrounded them. The Eye, standing in the center of the bare, unfurnished room, had faced about as if to address the Earthmen. His eyes glowered inscrutably from their deep orbits, his mouth opened, showing double rows of snaggy teeth. But no sound appeared to issue from his moving lips, and the notes that he emitted must have belonged to that scale of overtones beyond human audition, of which the Martian voice is capable. No doubt the mechanism of the door had been actuated by similar overtones, and now, as if in response, the entire floor of the chamber, wrought of dark, seamless metal, began to descend slowly. As if dropping into a great pit, Haynes and Chandler, startled, saw the saffron lights receding above them. They, together with the giant, were going down into shadow and darkness in a broad circular shaft. There was a ceaseless grating and shrieking of metal, setting their teeth on edge with its insupportable pitch. Like a narrowing cluster of yellow stars, the lights grew dim and small above them. Still their descent continued, and they could no longer discern each other's faces or the face of the Eye in the ebon blackness through which they fell. Haynes and Chandler were beset with 1,000 doubts and suspicions, and they began to wonder if they had been somewhat rash in accepting the Eye's invitation. "Where are you taking us?" said Haynes bluntly. "Does your master live underground?" "We go to my master," replied the Martian with cryptic finality. "He awaits you." The cluster of lights had become a single star, had dwindled and faded, as if in the night of infinity. There was a sense of irredeemable depth, as if they had gone down to the very core of that alien world. The strangeness of their situation filled the Earthmen with increasing disquiet. They had committed themselves to a clueless mystery that began to savor of menace and peril. Nothing was to be learned from their conductor. No retreat was possible, and they were both weaponless. The strident shrieking of metal slowed and sank to a sullen whine. The Earthmen were dazzled by the ruddy brilliance that broke upon them through a circle of slender pillars that had replaced the walls of the shaft. An instant more, while they went down through the flooding light, and then the floor beneath them became stationary. They saw that it was now part of the floor of a great cavern, lit by crimson hemispheres embedded in the roof. The cavern was circular, with passages that ramified from it in every direction, like the spokes of a wheel from the hub. Many Martians, no less gigantic than the guide, were passing swiftly to and fro, as if intent on enigmatic errands. The strange, muted clangors and thunder-like rumblings of hidden machinery throbbed in the air, vibrated in the shaken floor. "What do you suppose we've gotten into?" murmured Chandler. "We must be many miles below the surface. I've never heard of anything like this, except in some of the old Ai-Hai myths. This place might be Ravormos, the Martian underworld, where Volthoom, the evil god, is supposed to lie asleep for 1,000 years amid his worshippers." The guide had overheard him. "You have come to Ravormos," he boomed portentously. "Volthoom is awake, and will not sleep again for another 1,000 years. It is he that has summoned you, and I take you now to the Chamber of Audience." Haines and Chandler, dumbfounded beyond measure, followed the Martian from the strange elevator toward one of the ramifying passages. "There must be some sort of foolery on foot," muttered Haines. "I've heard of Volthoom too, but he's a mere superstition like Satan. The up-to-date Martians don't believe in him nowadays, though I have heard that there is still a sort of devil cult among the pariahs and low castes. I'll wager that some noble is trying to stage a revolution against the reigning emperor, Psychor, and has established his quarters underground." "That sounds reasonable," Chandler agreed. "A revolutionist might call himself Volthoom. The trick would be true to the Ai-Hai psychology. They have a taste for high-sounding metaphors and fantastic titles." Both became silent, feeling a sort of awe before the vastness of the cavern world, whose litten corridors reached away on every hand. The surmises they had voiced began to appear inadequate. The improbable was verified. The fabulous had become the factual, and was engulfing them more and more. The far mysterious clangors, it seemed, were of preternormal origin. The hurrying giants who passed to thwart the chamber with unknown burdens conveyed a sense of supernatural activity and enterprise. Haines and Chandler were both tall and stalwart, but the Martians about them all 9 or 10 feet in height. Some were closer to 11 feet, and all were muscled in proportion. Their faces bore a look of immense, mummy-like age, incongruous with their agility and vigor. Haines and Chandler were led along a corridor from whose arched roof the red hemispheres, doubtless formed of artificially radioactive metal, glared down at intervals like imprisoned suns. Leaping from step to step, they descended a flight of giant stairs.
That should be throwing stone out.
Paused at the open portals of a chamber hewn in the dark and basic adamantine stone. "Enter," I said.
Looks like
and
my
withdrew his
generator
hand to
isn't
open
gonna run.
The
I'm
chamber was
going
small but
home.
lofty, its roof rising
Oh,
like the interior of a
generator's
spire.
broke. Fuck
Its
it.
floor and walls
Here's
were
your
stained by the
paperwork.
bloody violet beams of
I'm
single hemisphere
out of here.
far up in the narrowing
Like
dome.
Dennis
The
Miller.
place was vacant and furnished only with a curious tripod of black metal fixed in the
Okay,
center of
why
the
is
floor.
my ejector
The
not
tripod bore an
ejecting
oval block of
anything?
crystal, and from this block, as if from a frozen pool, a frozen
It
flower
was
lifted,
just doing it
opening
over at the
petals of
fucking...
smooth, heavy ivory that received a rosy tinge from the strange light. Block,
Over at the
flower,
fucking...
tripod, it seemed,
shit.
were the parts of a piece of sculpture. Crossing the threshold, the Earthman became instantly aware that the throbbing thunders and cave reverberant clangors had ebbed away in profound silence. It was as if they had entered a sanctuary from which all sound was excluded by a mystic barrier. Tire portals remained open behind them. Their guide, apparently, had withdrawn. But somehow, they felt that they were not alone, and it seemed that hidden eyes were peering upon them from the blank walls. Perturbed and puzzled, they stared at the pale flower, noting thin, 7-tongue-like petals that curled softly outward from a perforated heart like a small censer. Chandler began to wonder if it were really carving, or an actual flower that had been mineralized through Martian chemistry. Then, startlingly, a voice
What
appeared
the?
to issue from the blossom, a voice incredibly sweet, clear, and sonorous, whose tones, perfectly articulate, were neither those of Ai nor Earthman. I who speak am the entity known as Voltu, said the voice. Be not surprised or frightened. It is my desire to befriend you in return for a consideration which I hope you will not find impossible. First of all, however, I must explain certain matters that perplex you. No doubt you have heard the popular legends concerning me and have dismissed them as mere superstitions. Like all myths, they are partly true and partly false. I am neither god nor demon, but a being who came to Mars from another universe in former cycles. Though I am not immortal,
Hello?
my span of life is far longer than that of any
Hi,
creature evolved
dirtbag.
by the worlds of your solar system.
What's up, buddy?
I am governed by alien biologic laws, with periods of alternate slumber and wakefulness that involve centuries. It is virtually true, as the Ihais believe, that I sleep for 1,000 years and remain conscious continually for another 1,000. At a time when your ancestors were still the blood brothers of the ape, I fled from my own world to this intercosmic exile, banished by implacable foes. The Martians say that I fell from heaven like a fiery meteor, and the myth interprets the descent of my ether ship. I found a matured civilization, immensely inferior, however, to that from which I came. The kings and hierarchs of the planet would have driven me away, but I gathered a few adherents, arming them with weapons superior to those of Martian science. And after a great war, I established myself firmly and gained other followers. I
Why
did
is
not
this
care to
not
conquer
fucking
Mars,
throwing shit
but
out
withdrew
now?
to this cavern world in which I have dwelt ever since with my adherents. On these, for their faithfulness, I conferred a longevity that is almost equal to my own. To ensure this longevity, I have also given them the gift of a slumber corresponding to mine. They sleep and wake with me. We have maintained this order of existence for many ages. Seldom have I meddled in the
You
doings of
glad
the
it's
surface
Friday?
dwellers. They, however, have converted me into an evil god or spirit. Though evil, to me, is a word without meaning. I
Friday
am the possessor of many
morning.
senses and faculties unknown to you or to the Martians.
Okay,
My
I don't
perceptions,
understand why this
at will,
isn't throwing
can
shit
be
out now.
extended over large areas of space or even time.
It was doing it
Thus,
back
I
at
learned your
my
predicament,
base.
and I have called
Why
you
is this
here
not
with the hope
throwing
of
stone
obtaining your
out now?
consent to a certain plan. To be brief, I have grown weary of Mars, a senile world that draws near to death, and I wish to establish myself in a younger planet. The Earth would serve my purpose well. Even now, my followers are building the new ether ship in which I propose to make the voyage. I do not wish to repeat the experience of my arrival in Mars by landing among a people ignorant of me and perhaps universally hostile. You, being Earthmen, could prepare many of your fellows for my coming, could gather proselytes to serve me. Your reward, and theirs, would be the elixir of longevity, and I have many other gifts, the precious gems and metals that you prize so highly. Also, there are the flowers, whose perfume is more seductive and persuasive than all else. Inhaling that perfumes, you will deem that even gold is worthless in comparison, and having breathed it, you and all others of your kind will serve me gladly. The voice ended, leaving a vibration that thrilled the nerves of the listeners for some moments. It was like the cessation of a sweet, bewitching music with overtones of evil, scarcely to be detected above the subtle melody. It bemused the senses of Haynes and Chandler, lulling their astonishment into a sort of dreamy acceptance of the voice and its declarations. Chandler made an effort to throw off the enchantment. "Where are you?" he said. "And how are we to know that you have told us the truth?" "I am near you," said the voice, "but I do not choose at this time to reveal myself. The proof of all that I have stated, however, will be revealed to you in due course. Before you is one of the flowers of which I have spoken." It is not, as you have perhaps surmised, a work of sculpture, but it is an antherlite or fossil blossom brought, with others of the same kind, from the
Throw
world to
out.
which I am native. Though scentless at ordinary temperatures, it yields
Off.
a perfume under the application of heat.
Off.
As to the perfume, you must judge for yourselves.
On.
The air of the chamber had been neither warm nor cold. Now the Earthmen were conscious of a change, as if hidden fires had been ignited. The warmth seemed to issue from the metal tripod and the block of crystal, beating upon Haynes and Chandler like the radiation of
I
some
don't
invisible
understand why
tropic
this
sun.
isn't.
It became ardent, but not insupportable.
I have to
At the same time,
restart now?
insidiously, the terrestrials began to perceive the perfume, which was like nothing they had ever inhaled. An elusive thread of otherworld sweetness, it curled
Yes,
about their
save
nostrils,
all the changes.
deepening slowly but
Don't
acceleratively
lose
to a spicy
anything.
flood, and seeming to mix a pleasant coolness as of foliage-shaded air
And
with the fervent
continue
heat.
game.
Chandler was more vividly affected than Haynes by the curious hallucinations that followed.
I don't understand
Though,
why
apart
it's
from
not
this differing
throwing.
degree of verisimilitude, their impressions were
Ah,
oddly alike.
well, there we
It
go.
seemed to Chandler all at once
Working
that the
now.
perfume was no longer wholly alien
Too many
to him,
changes.
but was something that he had remembered from other times and places. He tried
Changes.
to recall the circumstances of this prior familiarity, and his recollections, drawn up as if from the sealed reservoirs of an old existence, took the form of an actual scene that replaced the darkened
GPS.
chamber about him. Haynes was no part of this scene, but had disappeared from his ken, and the roof and walls had
Nuggies.
vanished, giving place to an
Silver.
open forest of fern-like trees. Their slim, pearly boles and tender frondage swam in a luminous glory, like an Eden filled with a primal daybreak.
Nuggy
The
silver.
trees were tall, but taller still than they were. The flowers that poured down from waving censers of carnal white, an overwhelming and voluptuous perfume. Chandler felt an indescribable ecstasy. It seemed that he had gone back to the fountains of time in the first world, and had drawn
My
into
string
himself
of
inexhaustible
stone.
life, youth and vigor from the glorious light and fragrance that had steeped his senses to their last nerve. The ecstasy heightened, and he heard a singing that appeared to emanate from the mouths of the blossoms, a singing as of Auris that turned his blood to a golden philtre brew. In the delirium of his faculties, the sound was identified with the blossom's odor. It rose in giddying rapture insuppressible, and he thought that the very flowers soared like flames, and the trees aspired toward them.
Spitting out all the
That
stone.
towered with the singing to attain some ultimate pinnacle of delight.
Although I
The
wish you
whole
would
world
spit
swept
out
upward in a tide of
larger
exultation,
stones so
but
that
seemed that
it
the
would
singing turned
work
to articulate
faster.
sound, and Chandler heard the words, "I am Volthum, and thou art mine from the beginning of worlds, and shalt be mine until the end." He awoke under circumstances that might almost have been a continuation of the visionary imagery he had beheld under the influence of the perfume. He lay on a bed of short, curling grass the color of verd antique, with enormous tiger-hued blossoms leaning about him, and a soft brilliance as of amber sunset filling his eyes between the trailing boughs of strange, crimson-fruited trees. Tardily, as he grew cognizant of his surroundings, he realized that the voice of Haynes had awakened him, and saw that Haynes was sitting near at hand on the curious sward. "Say, aren't you ever corning out of it?" Chandler heard the crisp query, as if through a film of dreams. His thoughts were bewildered, and his memories were oddly mixed with the pseudo-recollections, drawn as if from other lives, that had risen before him in his delirium. It was hard to disentangle the false from the real, but sanity returned to him by degrees, and with it come a feeling of profound exhaustion and nerve weariness, which warned him that he had sojourned in the spurious paradise of a potent drug. "Where are we now, and how did we get here?" he asked. "As far as I can tell," returned Haynes, "we're in a sort of underground garden. Some of those big eye highs must have brought us here after we succumbed to the perfume. I resisted the influence longer than you did, and I remember hearing the voice of Volthum as I went under. The voice said that he would give us 48 hours, terrestrial time in which to think over his proposition. If we accept, he'll send us back to Ignar with a fabulous sum of money and a supply of those narcotic flowers. Chandler was now fully awake. He and Haynes proceeded to discuss their situation, but were unable to arrive at any definite conclusion. The whole affair was no less baffling than extraordinary.
So now we can go to larger
Devil had invited them to become his terrestrial agents or emissaries, apart from the spreading of a propaganda designed to facilitate his
and
advent
gather
to Earth.
much more
They were to
material
introduce an alien drug that was no less powerful than morphine, cocaine, or marijuana,
much faster
and in all likelihood no
and
less
much more
pernicious.
efficiently.
What if we refuse? Said Chandler. Voltoom said that it would be impossible to let us return in that case. But he didn't specify our fate, merely hinted that it would be unpleasant. Well, Haynes, we've got to think our way out of this, if we can. I'm afraid that thinking won't help us much. We must be many miles below the surface of Mars, and the mechanism of the elevators, in all probability, is something that no Earthman could ever learn. Before Chandler could offer any comment, one of the giant eye-highs appeared among the trees, carrying two of the curious Martian utensils known as kulpai. These were large platters of semi-metallic earthenware, fitted with removable cups and rotatory carafes, in which an entire meal of liquids and solids could be served. The eye-high set the platters on the ground before Haynes and Chandler, and then waited, immobile and inscrutable. The Earthmen, conscious of a ravening hunger, addressed themselves to the foodstuffs, which had been molded or cut into various geometric forms. Though possibly of synthetic origin, the foods were delicious, and the Earthmen consumed them to the last cone and lozenge, and washed them down with a vinous garnet-colored liquor from the carafes. When they had finished, their attendant spoke for the first time. It is the will of Voltoom that you should wander throughout Revormos, and behold the wonders of the caverns. You are at liberty to roam alone and unattended, or, if you prefer, I shall serve you as a guide. My name is Tavoshai, and I am ready to answer any questions that you ask. Also, you may dismiss me at will. Haynes and Chandler, after a brief discussion, decided to accept this offer of ciceronage. They followed the eye-high through the garden, whose extent was hard to determine because of the misty amber luminance that filled it, as if with radiant atoms, giving the impression of unbounded space. The light, they learned from Tavoshai, was emitted by the lofty roof and walls, beneath the action of an electromagnetic force of wavelength shorter even than the cosmic rays. And it possessed all the essential qualities of sunlight. The garden was composed of weird plants and blossoms, many of which were exotic to Mars, and had perhaps been imported from the alien solar system to which Voltoom was native. Some of the flowers were enormous mats of petals, like 100 orchids joined into one. There were cruciform trees, hung with fantastically long and variegated leaves that resembled heraldic pennants or scrolls of cryptic writing, and others were branched and fruited in outlandish ways. Beyond the garden, they entered a world of open passages and chambered caverns, some of which were filled with machinery, or with storage vats and urns. In others, immense ingots of precious and semi-precious metals were piled, and gigantic coffers spilled their flashing gems as if to tempt the Earthmen. Most of the machines were in action, though intended, and Haynes and Chandler were told that they could run in this manner for centuries or millenaries. Their operation was inexplicable, even to Haynes with his expert knowledge of mechanics. Voltoom and his people had gone beyond the spectrum, and beyond the audible vibrations of sound, and had compelled the hidden forces of the universe to appear and obey them. Everywhere there was a loud beating as of metal pulses, a mutter as of prisoned afrits and servile iron titans. Valves opened and shut with a harsh clangor. There were rooms pillared with strident dynamos, and others where groups of mysteriously levitated spheres were spinning silently, like suns and planets in the void of space. They climbed a flight of stairs, colossal as the steps of the Pyramid of Cheops, to a higher level. Haynes, in a dreamlike fashion, seemed to remember descending these stairs, and thought they were now nearing the chamber in which he and Chandler had been interviewed by the hidden entity, Voltu. Lai was not sure, however, and Tavoshai led them through a series of vast rooms that appeared to serve the purpose of laboratories. In most of these, there were age-old colossi, bending like alchemists over furnaces that burned with cold fire, and retorts that fumed with queer threads and ropes of vapor. One room was untenanted, and was furnished with no apparatus, other than 3 great bottles of clear, uncolored glass, taller than a tall man, and having somewhat the form of Roman amphoras. To all appearances, the bottles were empty. They were closed with double-handed stoppers that a human being could scarcely open. "What are these bottles?" Chandler asked the guide. "They are the bottles of sleep," said the Ihai, with the solemn and sententious air of a lecturer. "Each of them is filled with a rare, invisible gas. When the time comes for the 1,000-year slumber of Volthum, the gases are released, and mingling, they pervade the atmosphere of Ravormos, even to the lowest cavern, inducing sleep for a similar period in us who serve Volthum. Time no longer exists, and eons are no more than instants for the sleepers, and they awaken only at the hour of Volthum's awakening." Haynes and Chandler, filled with curiosity, were prompted to ask many questions, but most of these were answered vaguely and ambiguously by Tavoshai, who seemed eager to continue his ciceronage through other and ulterior parts of Ravormos. He could tell them nothing about the chemical nature of the gases, and Volthum himself, if the veracity of Tavoshai could be trusted, was a mystery even to his own followers, most of whom had never beheld him in person. Tavoshai conducted the Earthmen from the room of bottles, and down a long straight cavern, wholly deserted, where a rumbling and pounding as of innumerable engines came to meet them. The sound broke upon them like a Niagara of evil thunders, when they emerged finally in a sort of pillared gallery that surrounded a mile-wide gulf, illumined by the terrible flaring of tongued fires that rose incessantly from its depths. It was as if they looked down into some infernal circle of angry light and tortured shadow. Far beneath, they saw a colossal structure of curved and glittering girders, like the strangely articulated bones of a metal behemoth, outstretched along the bottom of the pit. Around it, furnaces belched like the flaming mouths of dragons. Tremendous cranes went up and down perpetually with a motion as of long-necked plesiosaurs, and the figures of giants, red as laboring demons, moved through the sinister glare. "They build the ether ship in which Volthum will voyage to the Earth," said Tavoshai. "When all is ready, the ship will blast its way to the surface by means of atomic disintegrators. The very stone will melt before it like vapor. Ignar Luth, which lies directly above, will be consumed as if the central fires of the planet had broken loose." Haynes and Chandler, appalled, could offer no rejoinder. More and more they were stunned by the mystery and magnitude, the terror and menace of this unsuspected cavern world. Here, they felt, a malign power, armed with untold arcana of science, was plotting some baleful conquest. A doom that might involve the peopled worlds of the system was being incubated in secrecy and darkness. They, it seemed, were helpless to escape and give warning, and their own fate was shadowed by insoluble gloom. A gust of hot, metallic vapor, mounting from the abyss, burned corrosively in their nostrils as they peered from the gallery's verge. Ill and giddy, they drew back. "What lies beyond this gulf?" Chandler inquired, when his sickness had passed. "This gallery leads to other caverns, little used, which conduct on the dry bed of an ancient underground river. This riverbed, running for many miles, emerges in a sunken desert far below sea level, and lying to the west of Ignar."
Poopin'.
This information,
I made
seemed to offer them
a
possible
rover
avenue of
that
escape.
pooped.
Both, however, thought it well to dissemble their interest. Pretending fatigue, they asked the Ihai to lead them to some chamber in which they could rest a while and discuss Volthum's proposition at leisure. Tavoshai, professing himself at their service in all ways, took them to a small room beyond the laboratories. It was a sort of bedchamber, with 2 tiers of couches along the walls. These couches, from their length, were evidently designed to accommodate the giant Martians. Here Haynes and Chandler were left alone by Tavoshai, who had tacitly inferred that his presence was no longer needed. "Well," said Chandler, "it looks as if there were a chance of escape if we can only reach that riverbed. I took careful note of the corridors we followed on our return from the gallery. It should be easy enough, unless we are being watched without our knowledge. The only trouble is it's too easy. But anyway, we can try. Anything would be better than waiting around like this. After what we've seen and heard, I'm beginning to believe that Volthum really is the devil, even though he doesn't claim to be. Those 10-foot Ihais give me the creeps," said Chandler. "I can readily believe they are 1,000,000 years old, or thereabouts. Enormous longevity would account for their size and stature. Most animals that survive beyond the normal term of years become gigantic, and it stands to reason that these Martian men would develop in a similar fashion." It was a simple matter to retrace their route to the pillared gallery that encircled the great abyss. For most of the distance, they had only to follow a main corridor, and the sound of the rumbling engineries alone would have guided them. They met no one in the passages, and the Ihais that they saw through open portals in laboratory rooms were deeply intent on enigmatic chemistries. "I don't like this," muttered Haynes. "It's too good to be true. I'm not so sure of that. Perhaps it simply hasn't occurred to Volthum and his followers that we might try to escape. After all, we know nothing about their psychology." Keeping close to the inner wall behind the thick pillars, they followed the long, slowly winding gallery on the right hand. It was lit only by the shuddering reflection of the tall flames in the pit below. Moving thus, they were hidden from the view of the laboring giants, if any of these had happened to look upward. Poisonous vapors were blown toward them at intervals, and they felt the hellish heat of the furnaces and the clangors of welding, the thunder of obscure machineries, beat upon them as they went with reverberations that were like hammer blows. By degrees they rounded the gulf and came at last to its further side, where the gallery curved backward in its return toward the entrance corridor. Here, in the shadows, they discerned the unlit mouth of a large cavern that radiated from the gallery. This cavern, they surmised, would lead them toward the sunken riverbed of which Tavoshai had spoken. Haynes, luckily, carried a small pocket flash, and he turned its ray into the cavern, revealing a straight corridor with numerous minor intersections. Night and silence seemed to swallow them at a gulp, and the clangors of the toiling titans were quickly and mysteriously muted as they hurried along the empty hall. The roof of the corridor was fitted with metal hemispheres, now dark and rayless, that had formerly served to illuminate it in the same fashion as the other halls of Revormos. A fine dust was stirred by the feet of the Earthmen as they fled, and soon the air grew chill and losing the mild and somewhat humid warmth of the central caverns. It was plain, as Tavoshai had told them, that these outer passages were seldom used or visited. It seemed that they went on for a mile or more in that Tartarian corridor. Then the walls began to straighten, the floor roughened and fell steeply. There were no more cross passages, and hope quickened in the Earthmen as they saw plainly that they had gone beyond the artificial caverns into a natural tunnel. The tunnel soon widened, and its floor became a series of shelf formations. By means of these, they descended into a profound abyss that was obviously the river channel of which Tavoshai had told them. The small flashlight barely sufficed to reveal the full extent of this underground waterway, in which there was no longer even a trickle of its prehistoric flood. The bottom, deeply eroded and riffled with sharp boulders, was more than 100 yards wide, and the roof arched into gloom irresoluble. Exploring the bottom tentatively for a little distance, Haynes and
Aha!
Chandler determined by
Take
its
that, all
gradual
you
falling the
fucking
direction in which the
bots.
stream had flowed. Following this downwards
Get
course,
the
they
fuck
set out
out.
resolutely, praying that they would find no impassable barriers, no precipices or former cataracts to impede or prevent their egress in the desert. Apart from the danger of pursuit, they apprehended no other difficulties than these. The obscure windings of the bottom brought them first to one side and then to the other as they groped along. In places the cavern widened, and they came to far recessive beaches, terraced and marked by the ebbing waters. High up on some of the beaches, there were singular formations resembling a type of mammoth fungi grown in caverns beneath the modern canals. These formations, in the shape of Herculean clubs, arose often to a height of 3 feet or more. Haynes, impressed by their metallic sparkling beneath the light as he flashed it upon them, conceived a curious idea. Though Chandler protested against the delay, he climbed the shelving to examine a group of them more closely, and found, as he had suspected, that they were not living growths, but were petrified and heavily impregnated with minerals. He tried to break one of them loose, but it resisted all his tugging. However, by hammering it with a loose fragment of stone, he succeeded in fracturing the base of the club, and it toppled over with an iron tinkling. The thing was very heavy, with a mace-like swelling at the upper end, and would make a substantial weapon in case of need. He broke off a second club for Chandler, and thus armed, they resumed their flight. It was impossible to calculate the distance that they covered. The channel turned and twisted. It pitched abruptly in places, and was often broken into ledges that glittered with alien ores, or were stained with weirdly brilliant oxides of azure, vermilion, and yellow. The men floundered ankle-deep in pits of sable sand, or climbed laboriously over dam-like barricades of rusty boulders, huge as piled menhirs. Ever and anon, they found themselves listening feverishly for any sound that would betoken pursuit. But silence brimmed the Cimmerian channel, troubled only by the clatter and crunch of their own footsteps. At last, with incredulous eyes, they saw before them the dawning of a pale light in the further depths. Arch by dismal arch, like the throat of Avernus lit by nether fires, the enormous cavern became visible. For one exultant moment, they thought that they were nearing the channel mouth, but the light grew with an eerie and startling brilliance, like the flaming of furnaces rather than sunshine falling into a cave. Implacable, it crept along the walls and bottom, and dimmed the ineffectual beam of Haynes' torch as it fell on the dazzled earthmen. Ominous, incomprehensible, the light seemed to watch and threaten. They stood amazed and hesitant, not knowing whether to go on or retreat. Then, from the flaming air, a voice spoke as if in gentle reproof, the sweet, sonorous voice of Volthum. "Go back as you came, O earthlings. None may leave Revormos without my knowledge or against my will. Behold, I have sent my guardians to escort you." The lit air had been empty to all seeming, and the riverbed was peopled only by the grotesque masses and squat shadows of boulders. Now, with the ceasing of the voice, Haynes and Chandler saw before them, at a distance of 10 feet, the instant apparition of 2 creatures that were comparable to nothing in the whole known zoology of Mars or Earth. They rose from the rocky bottom to the height of giraffes, with shortish legs that were vaguely similar to those of Chinese dragons, and elongated spiral necks like the middle coils of great anacondas. Their heads were triple-faced, and they might have been the Tremerti of some infernal world. It seemed that each face was eyeless, with tongue-shapen flames issuing voluminously from deep orbits beneath the slanted brows. Flames also poured in a ceaseless vomit from the gaping gargoyle mouths. From the head of each monster, a triple comb of vermilion flared aloft in sharp serrations, glowing terribly, and both of them were bearded with crimson scrolls. Their necks and arching spines were fringed with sword-long blades that diminished into rows of daggers on the tapering tails, and their whole bodies, as well as this fearsome armament, appeared to burn as if they had just issued from a fiery furnace. A palpable heat emanated from these hellish chimeras, and the Earthmen retreated hastily before the flying splotches, like the blown tatters of a conflagration that broke loose from their ever-jetting eye flames and mouth flames. "My God, these monsters are supernatural," cried Chandler, shaken and appalled. Haynes, though palpably startled, was inclined to a more orthodox explanation. "There must be some sort of television behind this," he maintained, "though I can't imagine how it's possible to project three-dimensional images and also create the sensation of heat. I had an idea somehow that our escape was being watched." He picked up a heavy fragment of metallic stone and heaved it at one of the glowing chimeras. Aimed unerringly, the fragment struck the frontal brow of the monster and seemed to explode in a shower of sparks at the moment of impact. The creature flared and swelled prodigiously, and a fiery hissing became audible. Haynes and Chandler were driven back by a wave of scorching heat, and their wardens followed them pace by pace on the rough bottom. Abandoning all hope of escape, they returned toward Ravormos, dogged by the monsters as they toiled through yielding sand and over the ledges and riffles. Reaching the point where they had descended into the river channel, they found its upper stretches guarded by two more of these terrific dragons. There was no other recourse than to climb the lofty shelves into the acclivitous tunnel. Weary with their long flight, and enervated by a dull despair, they found themselves again in the outer hall, with two of their guardians now preceding them like an escort of infernal honor. Both were stunned by a realization of the awful and mysterious powers of Volthum, and even Haynes had become silent, though his brain was still busy with a futile and desperate probing. Chandler, more sensitive, suffered all the chills and terrors that his literary imagination could inflict upon him under the circumstances. They came at length to the columned gallery that
Jumping
circled the
on
vast
my
abyss.
stone.
Midway in this gallery, the chimeras who preceded the Earthmen turned upon them suddenly with a fearsome belching of flames, and as they paused in their intimidation, the two behind continued to advance toward them with a hissing as of satanic salamanders. In that narrowing space, the heat was like a furnace blast, and the columns afforded no shelter. From the gulf below, where the Martian titans toiled perpetually, a stupefying thunder rose to assail them at the same time, and noxious fumes were blown toward them in writhing coils. "Looks as if they're going to
Gonna
drive
have
us
to
into the
beef
Gulf,"
up the strength
Haynes
of my
panted as he sought to draw breath in the fiery air. He and Chandler reeled before the looming monsters,
suspension.
and even as he spoke, two more of these hellish apparitions flamed into being at the gallery's verge, as if they had risen from the gulf to render impossible that fatal plunge which alone could have offered an escape from the others. Half swooning, the Earthmen were dimly aware of a change in the menacing chimeras. The flaming bodies dulled and shrank, and darkened the heat lessened. The fires died down in the mouths and eye pits. At the same time, the creatures drew closer, fawning loathsomely and revealing whitish tongues and eyeballs of jet. The tongues seemed to divide. They grew paler. They were like flower petals that Haynes and Chandler had seen somewhere. The breath of the chimeras, like a soft gale, was upon the faces of the Earthmen, and the breath was a cool and spicy perfume that they had known before. The narcotic perfume that had overcome them following their audience with the hidden master of Ravormos. Moment by moment, the monsters turned to prodigious blossoms. The pillars of the gallery became gigantic trees in a glamour of primal dawn. The thunders of the pit were lulled to a far-off sighing as of gentle seas on Edenic shores. The teeming terrors of Ravormos, the threat of a shadowy doom, were as things that had never been. Haynes and Chandler, oblivious, were lost in the paradise of the unknown drug. Haynes, awakening darkly, found that he lay on the stone floor in the circling colonnade. He was alone, and the fiery chimeras had vanished. The shadows of his opiate swoon were roughly dissipated by the clangors that still mounted from the neighboring gulf. With growing consternation and horror, he recalled everything that had happened. He arose giddily to his feet, peering about in the semi-twilight of the gallery for some trace of his companion. The petrified fungus club that Chandler had carried, as well as his own weapon, were lying where they had fallen from the fingers of the overpowered men. But Chandler was gone, and Haynes shouted aloud with no other response than had eerily prolonged echoes of the deep arcade. Impelled by an urgent feeling that he must find Chandler without delay, he recovered his heavy mace and started along the gallery. It seemed that the weapon could be of little use against the preternatural servants of Volthoom, but somehow the metallic weight of the bludgeon reassured him. Nearing the great corridor that ran to the core of Ravormos, Haynes was overjoyed when he saw Chandler coming to meet him. Before he could call out a cheery greeting, he heard Chandler's voice. "Hello, Bob. This is my first televisual appearance in tridimensional form. Pretty good, isn't it? I'm in the private laboratory of Volthoom, and Volthoom has persuaded me to accept his proposition. As soon as you've made up your mind to do likewise, we'll return to Ignar with full instructions regarding our terrestrial mission and funds amounting to $1 million each. Think it over, and you'll see that there's nothing else to do. When you've decided to join in, follow the main corridor through Ravormos, and Tavoshai will meet you and bring you into the laboratory." At the conclusion of this astounding speech, the figure of Chandler, without seeming to wait for any reply from Haynes, stepped lightly to the gallery's verge and floated out among the wreathing vapors. There, smiling upon Haynes, it vanished like a phantom. To say that Haynes was thunderstruck would be putting it feebly indeed. In all verisimilitude, the figure and voice had been those of the flesh-and-blood Chandler. He felt an eerie chill before the thaumaturgy of Volthoom, which could bring about a projection so veridical as to deceive him in this manner. He was shocked and horrified beyond measure by Chandler's capitulation, but somehow it did not occur to him that any imposture had been practiced. "That devil has gotten him," thought Haynes. But I'd never have believed it. I didn't think he was that kind of a fellow at all. Sorrow, anger, bafflement, and amazement filled him alternately as he strode along the gallery, nor, as he entered the inner hall, was he able to decide on any clearly effective course of action. To yield, as Chandler had avowedly done, was unthinkably repugnant to him. If he could see Chandler again, perhaps he could persuade him to change his mind and resume an unflinching opposition to the alien entity. It was a degradation and a treason to humankind for any Earthman to lend himself to the more than doubtful schemes of Volthoom. Apart from the projected invasion of Earth and the spread of the strange, subtle narcotic, there was the ruthless destruction of Ignar Luth that would occur when Volthoom's ether vessel should blast its way to the planets. Surface it was his duty, and Chandler's, to prevent all this if prevention were humanly possible. Somehow, they, or he alone if necessary, must stem the cavern-incubated menace. Bluntly honest himself, there was no thought of temporizing even for an instant. Still carrying the mineraloid club, he strode on for several minutes, his brain preoccupied with the dire problem, but powerless to arrive at any solution. Through a habit of observation, more or less automatic with the veteran space pilot, he peered through the doorways of the various rooms that he passed, where the cupels and retorts of a foreign chemistry were tended by age-old colossi. Then, without premeditation, he came to the deserted room in which were the three mighty receptacles that Tavoshai called the bottles of sleep. He remembered what the Ihai had said concerning their contents. In a flash of desperate inspiration, Haynes boldly entered the room, hoping that he was not under the surveillance of Volthoom at the moment. There was no time for reflection or other delay if he were to execute the audacious plan that had occurred to him. Taller than his head, with the swelling contours of great amphoras and seemingly empty, the bottles glimmered in the still light. Like the phantom of a bulbous giant, he saw his own distorted image in the upward curving glass as he neared the foremost one. There was but one thought, one resolution in his mind. Whatever the cost, he must smash the bottles, whose released gases would pervade Revormos and plunge the followers of Volthoom, if not Volthoom himself, into a 1,000-year term of slumber. He and Chandler, no doubt, would be doomed to share the slumber, and for them, unfortified by the secret elixir of immortality, there would be, in all likelihood, no awakening. But under the circumstances, it was better so, and by the sacrifice, 1,000 years of grace would be accorded to the two planets. Now was his opportunity, and it seemed improbable that there would ever be another one. He lifted the petrified fungus mace. He swung it back in a swift arc and struck with all his strength at the bellying glass. There was a gong-like clangor, sonorous and prolonged, and radiating cracks appeared from top to bottom of the huge receptacle. At the second blow, it broke inward with a shrill, appalling sound that was almost an articulate shriek, and Haynes's face was fanned for an instant by a cool breath, gentle as a woman's sigh. Holding his breath to avoid the inhalation of the gas, he turned to the next bottle. It shattered
Lots
at the
more
first
room.
stroke, and again he felt a soft sighing that followed upon the cleavage. A voice of thunder seemed to fill the room as he raised his weapon to assail the third bottle. Fool! You have doomed yourself and your fellow Earthmen by this deed. The last words mingled with the crash of Haynes's final stroke. A tomb-like silence followed, and the far-off muted rumble of enginery seemed to ebb and recede before it. The Earthman stared for a moment at the riven bottles, and then, dropping the useless remnant of his mace, which had been shattered into several fragments, he fled from the chamber. Drawn by the noise of breakage, a number of Ihais had appeared in the hall. They were running about in an aimless, unconcerted manner, like mummies impelled by a failing galvanism. None of them tried to intercept the Earthmen. Whether the slumber induced by the gases would be slow or swift in its coming, Haynes could not surmise. The air of the caverns was unchanged as far as he could tell. There was no odor, no perceptible effect on his breathing. But already, as he ran, he felt a slight drowsiness, and a thin veil appeared to weave itself on all his senses. It seemed that faint vapors were forming in the corridor, and there was a touch of insubstantiality in the very walls. His flight was without definite goal or purpose. Like a dreamer in a dream, he felt little surprise when he found himself lifted from the floor and borne along through mid-air in an inexplicable levitation. It was as if he were caught in a rushing stream, or were carried on invisible clouds. The doors of 100 secret rooms, the mouths of 100 mysterious halls, flew swiftly past him, and he saw in brief glimpses the colossi that lurched and nodded with the ever-spreading slumber as they went to and fro on. Strange errands. Then, dimly, he saw that he had entered the high-vaulted room that enshrined the fossil flower on its tripod of crystal and black metal. A door opened in the seamless stone of the further wall as he hurtled toward it. An instant more, while he seemed to fall downward through a nether chamber beyond, among prodigious masses of unnameable machines. Upon a revolving disc that droned infernally, then he was deposited on his feet, with the whole chamber righting itself about him, and the disc towering before him. The disc had now ceased to revolve, but the air still throbbed with its hellish vibration. The place was like a mechanical nightmare, but amid its confusion of glittering coils and dynamos, the still and standing posture was the giant Tavo Shai, and immediately in front of him there reclined an incredible thing whose further portions and members wound away to an indefinite distance amid the machinery. Somehow the thing was like a gigantic plant, with innumerable roots, pale and swollen, that ramified from a bulbular hole. This bowl, half hidden from view, was topped with a vermilion cup like a monstrous blossom, and from the cup there grew an elfin figure, pearly-hued, and formed with exquisite beauty and symmetry, a figure that turned its Lilliputian face toward Haynes and spoke in the sounding voice of Volthum. "You have conquered for the time, but I bear no rancor toward you. I blame my own carelessness." Haynes, her voice was like a effort, lurching as if he were about to fall, he made his way toward Chandler. Wan and haggard, with a look that puzzled Haynes dimly, Chandler gazed upon him from the metal frame without speaking. "I smashed the bottles." Haynes heard his own voice with a feeling of drowsy unreality. "It seemed the only thing to do, since you had gone over to Volthum." "But I hadn't consented," Chandler replied slowly. "It was all a deception, to trick you into consenting. And they were torturing me because I wouldn't give in." Chandler's voice trailed away, and it seemed that he could say no more. Subtly, the pain and haggardness began to fade from his features, as if erased by the gradual oncoming of slumber. Haynes, laboriously trying to comprehend through his own drowsiness, perceived an evil-looking instrument, like a many-pointed metal goad, which drooped from the fingers of Tavo-Shai. From the arc of needle-like tips, there fell a ceaseless torrent of electric sparks. The bosom of Chandler's shirt had been torn open, and his skin was stippled with tiny blue-black marks from chin to diaphragm, marks that formed a diabolic pattern. Haynes felt a vague, unreal horror. Through the lether that closed upon his senses more and more, he became aware that Volthum had spoken, and after an interval, it seemed that he understood the meaning of the words. "All my methods of persuasion have failed, but it matters little. I shall yield myself to slumber, though I could remain awake if I wished, defying the gases through my superior science and vital power. We shall all sleep soundly, and 1,000 years are no more than a single night to my followers and me. For you, whose life term is so brief, they will become eternity. Soon I shall awaken and resume my plans of conquest, and you, who dared to interfere, will lie beside me then, as a little dust, and the dust will be swept away." The voice ended, and it seemed that the elfin being began to nod in the monstrous vermilion cup. Haynes and Chandler saw each other with growing, wavering dimness, as if through a grey mist that had risen between them. There was silence everywhere, as if the Tartarian engineries had fallen still, and the Titans had ceased their labor. Chandler relaxed on the torture frame, and his eyelids drooped. Haynes tottered, fell, and lay motionless. Tavo-Shai, still clutching his sinister instrument, reposed like a mummied giant. Slumber, like a silent sea, had filled the End of Volthum by Clark Ashton Smith. This is the end of the story. Tell us what you think in the comments section. Please subscribe and ring the notification bell so you'll be the first to know when we release new content. If you want to support us, consider joining our channel membership. You will get instant early access to more than 100 stories before their release. This is the only way to support our channel.
Hey, what the fuck?
Welcome to
Did I
Horror
break
Pack.
one?
Underworlds concludes today with a classic work by Louisa May Alcott, Lost in a Pyramid, or The Mummy's Curse, which first escaped from the gloom to appear in the New World in 1869.
No.
The story tells of an encounter with something ancient under the Great Pyramid of Giza. We hope you enjoy this one, and as always, we hope you've enjoyed the series. The complete series in a single video will follow next Wednesday.
Oh, it got fucked up.
Lost in a Pyramid, or The Mummy's Curse, by Louisa May Alcott. 1. "And what are these, Paul?" asked Evelyn, opening a tarnished gold box and examining its contents curiously. "Seeds of some unknown Egyptian plant," replied Forsyth, with a sudden shadow on his dark face, as he looked down at the 3 scarlet grains lying in the white hand lifted to him. "Where did you get them?" asked the girl. "That is a weird story, which will only haunt you if I tell it," said Forsyth, with an absent expression that strongly excited the girl's curiosity. "Please tell it. I like weird tales, and they never trouble me. Ah, do tell it. Your stories are always so interesting," she cried, looking up with such a pretty blending of entreaty and command in her charming face that a refusal was impossible. "You'll be sorry for it, and so shall I, perhaps. I warn you beforehand that harm is foretold to the possessor of those mysterious seeds," said Forsyth, smiling, even while he knit his black brows and regarded the blooming creature before him with a fond yet foreboding glance. "Tell on. I'm not afraid of these pretty atoms," she answered, with an imperious nod. "To hear is to obey. Let me read the facts, and then I will begin," returned Forsyth, pacing to and fro with the far-off look of one who turns the pages of the past. Evelyn watched him a moment, and then returned to her work, or play rather, for the task seemed well suited to the vivacious little creature, half child, half woman. "While in Egypt," commenced Forsyth slowly, "I went one day with my guide and Professor Niles to explore the Cheops. Niles had a mania for antiquities of all sorts, and forgot time, danger, and fatigue in the ardor of his pursuit. We rummaged up and down the narrow passages, half choked with dust and close air, reading inscriptions on the walls, stumbling over shattered mummy cases, or coming face to face with some shriveled specimen perched like a hobgoblin on the little shelves where the dead used to be stowed away for ages. I was desperately tired after a few hours of it, and begged the professor to return, but he was bent on exploring certain places and would not desist. We had but one guide, so I was forced to stay. But Jamal, my man, seeing how weary I was, proposed to us to rest in one of the larger passages, while he went to procure another guide for Niles. We consented, and assuring us that we were perfectly safe if we did not quit the spot, Jamal left us, promising to return speedily. The professor sat down to take notes of his researches, and stretching myself on the soft sand, I fell asleep. I was roused by that indescribable thrill which instinctively warns us of danger, and springing up, I found myself alone. One torch burned faintly where Jamal had struck it, but Niles and the other light were gone. A dreadful sense of loneliness oppressed me for a moment. Then I collected myself and looked well about me. A bit of paper was pinned to my neck, which lay near me, and on it, in the professor's writing, were these words. I've gone back a little to refresh my memory on certain points. Don't follow me till Jamal comes. I can find my way back to you, for I have a clue. Sleep well and dream gloriously of the pharaohs. N.N. I laughed at first over the old enthusiast, then felt anxious, restless, and finally resolved to follow him, for I discovered a strong cord fastened to a falling stone. I knew that this was the clue he spoke of. Leaving a line for Jamal, I took my torch and retraced my steps, following the cord, winding ways. I often shouted, but received no reply, and pressed on, hoping at each turn to see the old man poring over some musty relic of antiquity. Suddenly the cord ended, and, lowering my torch, I saw that the footsteps had gone on. Rash fellow, he'll lose himself to a certainty, I thought, really alarmed now. As I paused, a faint call reached me, and I answered it, waited, shouted again, and a still fainter echo replied. Niles was evidently going on, misled by the reverberations of the low passages. No time was to be lost, and forgetting myself, I stuck my torch in the deep sand to guide me back to the clue and ran down the straight path before me, whooping like a madman as I went. I did not mean to lose sight of the light, but in my eagerness to find Niles, I turned from the main passage and, guided by his voice, hastened on. His torch soon gladdened my eyes, and the clutch of his trembling hands told me what agony he had suffered. "Let us get out of this horrible place at once," he said, wiping the great drops off his forehead. "Come, we're not far from the clue. I can soon reach it, and then we're safe." But as I spoke, a chill passed over me, for a perfect labyrinth of narrow paths lay before us. Trying to guide myself by such landmarks as I had observed in my hasty passage, I followed the tracks in the sand till I fancied we must be near my light. No glimmer appeared, however, and kneeling down to examine the footprints nearer, I discovered to my dismay that I had been following the wrong ones, for among those marked by a deep boot heel were prints of bare feet. We had had no guide there, and Jamal wore sandals. Rising, I confronted Niles with the one despairing word, "Lost," as I pointed from the treacherous sand to the fast waning light. I thought the old man would be overwhelmed, but to my surprise he grew quite calm and steady, thought a moment, and then went on, saying quietly, "Other men have passed here before us. Let us follow their steps, for, if I do not greatly err, they lead toward great passages, where one's way is easily found." On we went, bravely, till a misstep threw the professor violently to the ground with a broken leg and nearly extinguished the torch. It was a horrible predicament, and I gave up all hope as I sat beside the poor fellow, who lay exhausted with fatigue, remorse, and pain, for I would not leave him. "Paul," he said suddenly, "if you will not go on, there is one more effort we can make. I remember hearing that a party lost as we are saved themselves by building a fire. The smoke penetrated further than sound or light, and the guide's quick wit understood the unusual mist. He followed it and rescued the party.
Rude
Make a fire
flophouse.
and trust to Jamal." "A fire without wood?" I began, but he pointed to a shelf behind me, which had escaped me in the gloom, and on it I saw a slender mummy case. I understood him, for these dry cases, which lie about in hundreds, are freely used as firewood. Reaching up, I pulled it down, believing it to be empty, but as it fell, it burst open, and out rolled a mummy. Accustomed as I was to such sights, it startled me a little, for danger had unstrung my nerves. Laying the little brown chrysalis aside, I smashed the case, lit the pile with my torch, and soon
That's
a light
right,
cloud of
for
smoke
Rockin'
drifted
Stone
down the three
on
passages,
Mars.
which diverged from the cell-like place where we had paused. While busied with the fire, Niles, forgetful of pain
That's
and
exactly
peril,
what I'm
had
throwing
dragged the
out.
mummy
Rockin'
nearer
Stone.
and was examining it with the interest of a man whose ruling passion was strong even in death. "Come and help me unroll this. I've always longed to be the first to see and secure the curious treasures put away among the folds of these uncanny winding sheets. This is a woman, and we may find something rare and precious here," he said, beginning to unfold the outer coverings, from which a strange aromatic odor came. Reluctantly, I obeyed, for to me there was something sacred in the bones of this unknown woman. But to beguile the time and amuse the poor fellow, I lent a hand, wondering as I worked if this dark, ugly thing had ever been a lovely, soft-eyed Egyptian girl. From the fibrous folds of the wrappings dropped precious gums and spices, which half intoxicated us with their potent breath, antique coins, and a curious jewel or two, which Niles eagerly examined. All the bandages but one were cut off at last, and a small head laid bare, round which still hung great plaits of what had once been luxuriant hair. The shriveled hands were folded on the breast, and clasped in them lay that gold box. "Ah!" cried Evelyn, dropping it from her rosy palm with a shudder. "Nay, don't reject the poor little mummy's treasure. I never have quite forgiven myself for stealing it, or for burning her," said Forsyth, painting rapidly, as if the recollection of that experience lent energy to his hand. "Burning her? Oh, Paul, what do you mean?" asked the girl, sitting up with a face full of excitement. "I'll tell you. While busied with Madame la Momie, our fire had burned low, for the dry case went like tinder. A faint, far-off sound made our hearts leap, and Niles cried out, 'Pile on the wood! Jamal is tracking us. Don't let the smoke fail now, or we are lost.' 'There is no more wood. The case was very small and is all gone,' I answered, tearing off such of my garments as would burn readily, and piling them upon the embers. Niles did the same, but the light fabrics were quickly consumed, and made no smoke. 'Burn that!' commanded the professor, pointing to the mummy. I hesitated a moment. Again came the faint echo of a horn. Life was dear to me. A few dry bones might save us. I obeyed him in silence. A dull blaze sprung up, and a heavy smoke rose from the burning mummy, rolling in volumes through the low passages, and threatening to suffocate us with its fragrant mist. My brain grew dizzy. The light danced before my eyes. Strange phantoms seemed to people the air. And in the act of asking Niles why he gasped and looked so pale, I lost consciousness. Evelyn drew a long breath and put away the scented toys from her lap as if their odor oppressed her. Forsyth's swarthy face was all aglow with the excitement of his story, and his black eyes glittered as he added with a quick laugh, "That's all. Jamal found and got us out, and we both forswore pyramids for the rest of our days." "But the box, how came you to keep it?" asked Evelyn, eyeing it askance as it lay gleaming in a streak of sunshine. "Oh, I brought it away as a souvenir, and Niles kept the other trinkets. But you said harm was foretold to the possessor of those scarlet seeds," persisted the girl, whose fancy was excited by the tale, and who fancied all was not told. Among his spoils, Niles found a bit of parchment, which he deciphered, and this inscription said that the mummy we had so ungallantly burned was that of a famous sorceress, who bequeathed her curse to whoever should disturb her rest. Of course, I don't believe that curse has anything to do with it, but it's a fact that Niles never prospered from that day. He says it's because he has never recovered from the fall and fright, and I dare say it is so. But I sometimes wonder if I am to share the curse, for I've a vein of superstition in me, and that poor little mummy haunts my dreams still." A long silence followed these words. Paul painted mechanically, and Evelyn lay regarding him with a thoughtful face. But gloomy fancies were as foreign to her nature as shadows are to noonday. And presently she laughed a cheery laugh, saying as she took up the box again, "Why don't you plant them and see what wondrous flower they will bear?" "I doubt if they would bear anything after lying in a mummy's hand for centuries," replied Forsyth gravely. "Let me plant them and try. You know, wheat has sprouted and grown. It was taken from a mummy's coffin. Why should not these pretty seeds? I should so like to watch them grow. May I, Paul?" "No. I'd rather leave that experiment untried. I have a queer feeling about the matter, and don't want to meddle myself or let anyone I love meddle with these seeds. They may be some horrible poison or possess some evil power, for the sorceress evidently valued them, since she clutched them fast, even in her tomb. Now, you are foolishly superstitious, and I laugh at you. Be generous. Give me one seed, just to learn if it will grow. See, I'll pay for it." And Evelyn, who now stood beside him, dropped a kiss on his forehead as she made her request, with the most engaging air. But Forsyth would not yield. He smiled and returned the embrace with lover-like warmth, then flung the seeds into the fire and gave her back the golden box, saying tenderly, "My darling, I'll fill it with diamonds or bonbons, if you please, but I will not let you play with that witch's spells. You've enough of your own, so forget the pretty seeds and see what a light of the harem I've made of you." Evelyn frowned, then smiled, and presently the lovers were out in the spring sunshine, reveling in their own happy hopes, untroubled by one foreboding fear. 2. "I have a little surprise for you, love," said Forsyth, as he greeted his cousin 3 months later on the morning of his wedding day. "And I have one for you," she answered, smiling faintly. "How pale you are, and how thin you grow. All this bridal bustle is too much for you, Evelyn," he said with fond anxiety, as he watched the strange pallor of her face and pressed the wasted little hand in his. "I'm so tired," she said, and leaned her head wearily on her lover's breast. "Neither sleep, food, nor air gives me strength, and a curious mist seems to cloud my mind at times. Mamma says it is the heat, but I shiver even in the sun, while at night I burn with fever. Paul, dear, I'm glad you are going to take me away to lead a quiet, happy life with you, but I'm afraid it will be a very short one. My fanciful little wife, you are tired and nervous with all this worry, but a few weeks of rest in the country will give us back our blooming Eve again. Have you no curiosity to learn my surprise?" he asked, to change her thoughts. The vacant look stealing over the girl's face gave place to one of interest, but as she listened, it seemed to require an effort to fix her mind on her lover's words. "You remember the day we rummaged in the old cabinet?" "Yes," and a smile touched her lips for a moment. "And how you wanted to plant those queer red seeds I stole from the mummy?" "I remember," and her eyes kindled with sudden fire. "Well, I tossed them into the fire, as I thought, and gave you the box. But when I went back to cover up my picture and found one of those seeds on the rug, a sudden fancy to gratify your whim led me to send it to Niles and ask him to plant and report on its progress. Today I hear from him for the first time, and he reports that the seed has grown marvelously, has budded, and that he intends to take the first flower, if it blooms in time, to a meeting of famous scientific men, after which he will send me its true name and the plant itself. From his description it must be very curious, and I'm impatient to see it. You need not wait. I can show you the flower in its bloom." And Evelyn beckoned with the méchant smile so long a stranger to her lips. Much amazed, Forsyth followed her to her own little boudoir, and there, standing in the sunshine, was the unknown plant, almost rank in their luxuriance with the vivid green leaves on the slender purple stems, and rising from the midst, one ghostly white flower, shaped like the head of a hooded snake, with scarlet stamens like forked tongues, and on the petals glittered spots like dew. A strange, uncanny flower. "Has it any odor?" asked Forsyth, bending to examine it, and forgetting in his interest to ask how it came there. "None, and that disappoints me. I am so fond of perfumes," answered the girl, caressing the green leaves which trembled at her touch, while the purple stems deepened their tint. "Now tell me about it," said Forsyth, after standing silent for several minutes. "I had been before you, and secured one of the seeds, for 2 fell on the rug. I planted it under a glass in the richest soil I could find, watered it faithfully, and was amazed at the rapidity with which it grew when once it appeared above the earth. I told no one, for I meant to surprise you with it, but this bud has been so long in blooming I've had to wait. It is a good omen that it blossoms today, and as it is nearly white, I mean to wear it, for I've learned to love it, having been my pet for so long. I would not wear it, for in spite of its innocent color, it is an evil-looking plant with its adder's tongue and unnatural dew. Wait till Niles tells us what it is, then pet it if it is harmless. Perhaps my sorceress cherished it for some symbolic beauty. Those old Egyptians were full of fancies. It was very sly of you to turn the tables on me in this way. But I forgive you, since in a few hours I shall chain this mysterious hand forever. How cold it is. Come out into the garden and get some warmth and color for tonight, my love. But when night came, no one could reproach the gold of her power, for she glowed like the pomegranate flower. Her eyes were full of fire, her lips scarlet, and all her old vivacity seemed to have returned. A more brilliant bride never blushed under a misty veil. When her lover saw her, he was absolutely startled by the almost unearthly beauty which transformed the pale, languid creature into this radiant woman. They were married, and if love, many blessings, and all good gifts lavishly showered upon them could make them happy, then this young pair were truly blessed. But even in the rapture of the moment that made her his, Forsyth observed how icy cold was the little hand he held, how feverish the deep color on the soft cheek he kissed. What a strange fire burned in the tender eyes that looked so wistfully. Blithe and beautiful as a spirit, the smiling bride played her part in all the festivities of that long evening. And when at last life and color began to fade, the loving eyes that watched her thought about the natural weariness of the hour. As the last guest departed, Forsyth was met by a servant who gave him a letter marked Haste. Tearing it open, he read these lines from a friend of the professor's. Dear Sir, poor Niles died suddenly 2 days ago while at the scientific club, and his last words were, Tell Paul Forsyth to beware of the mummy's curse, for this fatal flower has killed me. The circumstances of his death were so peculiar that I add them as a sequel to this message. For several months, as he told us, he had been watching an unknown plant. That evening he brought us the flower to examine. Other matters of interest absorbed us till a late hour, and the plant was forgotten. The professor wore it in his buttonhole, a strange white, serpent-headed blossom, with pale, glittering spots which slowly changed to a glittering scarlet, till the leaves looked as if sprinkled with blood. It was observed that instead of the pallor and feebleness which had recently come over him, that the professor was unusually animated, and seemed in an almost unnatural state of high spirits. Near the close of the meeting, in the midst of a lively discussion, he suddenly dropped, as if smitten with apoplexy. He was conveyed home insensible, and after one lucid interval, in which he gave me the message I've recorded above, he died in great agony, raving of mummies, pyramids, serpents, and some fatal curse which had fallen upon him. After his death, livid scarlet spots like those on the flower appeared upon his skin, and he shriveled like a withered leaf. At my desire, the mysterious plant was examined, and pronounced by the best authority one of the most deadly poisons known to the Egyptian sorceresses. The plant slowly absorbs the vitality of whoever cultivates it, and the blossom, worn for 2 or 3 hours, produces either madness or death. Down dropped the paper from Forsyth's hand. He read no further, but hurried back into the room where he had left his young wife. As if worn out with fatigue, she had thrown herself upon a couch and lay there motionless, her face half hidden by the light folds of the veil which had blown over it. Evelyn, my dearest, wake up and answer me. Did you wear that strange flower today? Whispered Forsyth, putting the misty screen away. There was no need for her to answer, for there, gleaming spectrally on her bosom, was the evil blossom, its white petals spotted now with flecks of scarlet, vivid as drops of newly spilt blood. But the unhappy bridegroom scarcely saw it, for the face above it appalled him by its utter vacancy, drawn and pallid, as if with some wasting malady. The young face, so lovely an hour ago, lay before him aged and blighted by the baleful influence of the planet which had drunk up her life. No recognition in the eyes, no word upon the lips, no motion of the hand, only the faint breath, the fluttering pulse and wide-opened eyes betrayed that she was alive. Alas for the young wife. The superstitious fear at which she had smiled had proved true. The curse that had bided its time for ages was fulfilled at last, and her own hand wrecked her happiness forever.
I'm going to go use the
Death in
restroom.
life
I will
set
be
her.
right back,
And for
everybody.
years Forsyth secluded himself to tend with pathetic devotion the pale ghost, who never, by word or look, could thank him for the love that outlived even such a fate as this. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time. You fool! Warren is dead. Cursed Curiosities. 10 Tales of Haunted Relics. The Artist and the Door by Dorothy Quick. The advent of The Artist and the Door was almost simultaneous. I've always wondered if the one would have been as sinister without the other. Of course, the evil was in the door, but if the artist hadn't come along just then, perhaps it might never have been released. I say that to comfort myself, but I know it isn't true. Evil is evil. It is a power, and its strength is beyond mortal knowledge. Even without the artist, there would have been horror. He only served to give it speedier expression. But I'm ahead of myself. The story goes back to my desire to have a carved door for my Elizabethan farmhouse. I had rescued the cottage from demolition. It was just a frame when I first saw it, but the Tudor structure was there, and 2 of the old tiny paned glass windows had miraculously survived. The old beams were still in place, and 1 linen-fold panelled room which I visioned for my study. There was a gap, like a missing tooth, where the front door had been. I bought the house and restored it tenderly into the lovely place it now is. I did it with care and devotion. But my entrance door was modern and an anachronism. I hated it. But I told myself someday I would find an old one in keeping with the rest of Little Tudor, the name I had bestowed on my home. I moved in, Made friends with my neighbors, particularly the 10-year-old daughter of the people who owned the manor house of which the farm had originally been a part. Anne was old for her years and bookishly inclined. When she heard I was an author, she read my historical novels and accorded me a kind of hero worship. It was good for my lonely spinster's heart. She was always underfoot, and my brother, Weston, who lives with me and looks after my affairs, said, "She's good for you, Tansy. She keeps you from too much work and loneliness." Weston was right. He had to be in London a good deal, attending to my contracts. My novels are done in the cinema and on the wireless, and there are quite a lot of details to look after for which I have no head. I wouldn't be half the money maker I am without Weston's pushing. As it is, we do very well. When he was away, I welcomed Anne's society. We grew very close, and her parents were delighted. They were busy enough. Sir Richard with his bird raising, and Lady Salter with her young. She had 5 children younger than Anne, so all in all, Anne was with me a good deal of the time. I was alone, however, the day I found the door. It had been a day I intended to devote entirely to work, so I told Anne not to come over. The morning's writing had gone very well, but after lunch I struck a snag. Catherine Howard, my current heroine, proved difficult. The facts about her too obscure to fit into my plot. "You need air," I told myself sternly, and went out to the barn for my car. As I drove the Bentley past the road leading to the manor, I slowed up, but Anne wasn't in sight, so I rode on, thoroughly enjoying the Kentish countryside. It was in springtime blossom, and the apple trees in full flower provided such breathtaking beauty, I could hardly keep my eyes from them long enough to do justice to my driving. As a matter of fact, it was fortunate there was no traffic on the back roads I'd chosen, or anything particular. I gave myself up to the season and wove in and out and around every orchard I could find. All at once, I noticed a group of cars and carriages, even a riding horse or two, standing by an old stone fence. I stretched my neck and saw at the end of a long lane a dark, forbidding stone house with a sign hanging from one of the windows announcing, "Sale today." There were people going in, and I realized it was an auction. I added my Bentley to the cluster of cars and walked up the lane. Auctions have always fascinated me, and a country one is usually something special. When I saw the door, I knew why I was here. I had been led. There it was, just what I needed for little Tudor, the farm, Aldringham, Kent. It was of oak polished by centuries of wind and rain, carved by the hand of man in Tudor times. Just what I wanted. I went inside, sharp-eyed for London buyers who might prevent my getting it. Antiques and period pieces are hard to come by nowadays, but so far as I could see, the people were local. There was no one well dressed enough for London. It was a country crowd. I looked around. The large room, drawing room I supposed, was quite crowded, with people and the strangest assortment of furniture I'd ever seen, of all kinds and periods, from a Gothic bench to a wonderful Queen Anne chest, to some pieces that must have come from Grand Rapids, USA. There was a table, complete with a pitcher of water, a glass and gavel for the auctioneer. Presently, a red-faced, jolly-looking man took his place behind it, picked up the hammer, and was just about to begin, when a voice rang out, "Tell the truth before you sell, man. Don't let them buy the devil's wares unknowingly." The speaker was a wizened old woman who looked like a witch. Her eyes were beadily bright, and she spoke with authority. The auctioneer held up his hand.
Sir Bot is on the
"If you'd given
job.
me time, I was going to tell my audience," he began with a lie, for I'm sure he'd had no intention of anything but the usual patter. "But this house has had the reputation of being haunted. That's why it's to be torn down. But everyone in these parts knows that. The last owner, an artist, was supposed to have sold his soul to the devil, as he could live here. He was the last of the line, and the pictures he painted were passing strange. His audience was breathless now, and a little shivering, so he warmed up to his work by adding melodramatically, "These pictures have all been burnt, and the house has been exorcised with bell, book, and candle by a priest. That includes the furnishings, ladies and gents, so you can buy with a free hand. Now, take this chest, genuine Queen Anne." He began extolling the beauties of the chest I had singled out. From then on, everything went quickly to O's and R's, from the ladies and gents. Bidding was brisk, and the auctioneer worked even faster than most of his kind. It was as though everyone was anxious to get away before sundown. I didn't blame them. The place had an uncanny atmosphere despite the exercising. Or maybe that had only been in the auctioneer's mind. A good many things had been sold that morning, so there wasn't so much to fall under the gamble. I edged nearer the witch-like old woman. Towards the end, she grinned at me. "You're wise, dearie, not to buy. The Masseries never had no luck. Not since William the Conqueror's time they didn't. And their things shared their evil with them. Did you notice things do reflect their owners, I mean?" I told her I hadn't. But now that she spoke of it, I thought she was right. I admitted I wanted to buy the door. She looked at me and shook her head. "It's been there a long time. It had best go with the house, miss. The door now, it's evil too. Maybe it was open and the priest's words were lost on it. Let be, girl, let be." But I bought it just the same, for £3. No one else wanted it, and the auctioneer was anxious to be off. As his men tied it on the roof of my car, I saw the old woman shaking her head in the background, but I had no premonitions. I was overjoyed to have found just what I'd always craved for little Tudor. I'd been careful to get the old hinges along with the door, and once it was in place, my home would be complete. I was so happy I hummed a little tune all the way home. Even the apple trees had lost their charm. When I drove up in front of my barn, I found Anne, Weston, and old Tim, the gardener, wondering where I'd gone. They were glad to welcome me back, delighted to see my find. "It's perfect," Weston announced. "Just like you to get the very thing, miss," contributed the gardener. Only Anne was silent. "Don't you like it?" I asked, not wanting there to be one fly in the ointment or one word of dissent. I'd already forgotten the old woman. Anne looked at the door which Weston and old Tim were holding. "It's beautiful," she said reluctantly. "Beautiful, but there seems something evil about it." She shuddered involuntarily. I remembered the old woman then. I thought it strange that Anne, child as she was and miles away, should echo her words. But I spoke sharply. "It's old. All old things have seen evil, much of evil. Sometimes they can reflect what they've seen to sensitive minds." She accepted my explanation with gravity, but she had the last word. "Yes, only it's as though this evil were alive." Long before the twilight, which is so lasting in England, had ended, Weston and old Tim had the door in place. "Evil or not, it looks magnificent," Weston said. "Does it seem evil to you?" I asked. "No." Weston was matter of fact. "What you said to Anne is true, though. It doesn't seem just like any door." "It isn't. It's Tudor." We laughed at the pun. Then I told Weston about the old woman. He was quiet for a little. Then he shrugged. "Maybe. But it's a fine old piece and just what we wanted. Now let's forget the rest." That was how we left it. The next morning, Weston went up to London in his own car, an ancient Daimler which, true to tradition, still ran like a song. I decided I'd walk to the market. Aldringham wasn't far. The exercise would do me good. Anne, who had come over for breakfast, went with me. When we reached the gate, we found the artist. He was lying spread-eagled on the road with a nasty bruise on his forehead. We knew he was an artist. as his easel lay beside him, and a box of paints with half its contents spilled was there too. He was quite unconscious, evidently the victim of a hit-and-run driver. I sent Anne to ring up the doctor, and when she'd done that, to return with old Tim. I felt the artist's pulse. In view of the tools of his trade, there was no doubt of his profession. The beat under my fingers was faint but steady. I knew enough about fractures and concussions not to disturb him, so I began picking up the tubes of paint and putting them in his box. I was just aware of the doctor's car in the distance when I found him awake and regarding me. "So you're better?" I said. He smiled ruefully. "I guess so." "Is anything broken?" "You should know," I told him, and watched him flexing his arms and legs. Apparently, there was nothing wrong with him. He grinned as the doctor came over. After a hasty examination, the doctor said he was suffering from shock. He should be quiet for a day or so. The MD looked at me, so I invited him to stay at Little Tudor. After all, he'd practically been injured on my ground. I really had no choice. The doctor and old Tim helped him in. I put him in the guest room. He slept most of the day. The doctor had seen to that. But by night he was up and insisting on being no trouble. He finally came to dinner in a robe of westerns. He looked very young and handsome, with blonde waving hair and deep blue eyes the color of turquoise. There was something open and ingenuous about him that made him most appealing. He was a charming talker too. Actually, he was an artist only on the side. He had a regular job on a newspaper. Painting was his hobby, and he was on a 2 weeks vacation walking tour indulging it. He had only a few days left before he had to be back at Fleet Street. He showed me his sketchbook. The things in it were good. He certainly knew how to draw and paint. Maybe someday he could illustrate a book of mine, I suggested. He'd like that, he told me. By now, Mrs. Tim had cleared the table, and I was sitting by the fire. The artist, his name was Sandy Gordon, was moving up and down the big room. But he'd like to do something now to pay his way. How about painting that door? It looked so plain in the room. I explained it was Tudor, and all the carving was on the outside. Inside there was only the outline of 4 squares, and the wood wasn't as well polished. But I told him it would be out of character to paint it. No, it wouldn't. He'd been to some castle on his trip, pure Tudor, which had painted doors. It was even rumored Holbein had painted them. He'd do a good job. Please let him. Otherwise he could hardly accept my hospitality. What could I do but weaken? When I came down next morning, he was at work, Mrs. Tim hovering near enthusiastically. Later in the day, Anne joined Mrs. Tim. "It's a lovely color, isn't it?" she asked, but she looked worried. When I asked her why, she mumbled something about still evil. Sandy didn't finish the back of the door until just before it was time for me to take him to the train. Then he called me. "Do you like it?" He pointed to the door and stood back. It was exquisite. A path outlined with a serpentine hedge of box leading off into a riot of roses. There were roses all along the side, across the top, bower-like. Mammoth roses, incredibly full-blown. The colors were gorgeous. One could almost smell them. "It's wonderful," I told him with enthusiasm. And it was. Then, because he was obviously waiting for more, I added, "It makes one want to find out where the path goes." He turned away. I shouldn't try to discover if I were. "It's a funny thing," he went on with a rush as though the words were forced out of him. "It isn't what I meant to do at all. I planned a Persian sort of thing. A princess in a flowery field with a prince on horseback. But when I started to paint, it was as though another hand seized mine, and this is the result. Those exotic colors aren't me at all. I usually deal in muted shades. These are stronger than I ordinarily use. And I never saw a rose like any of these. Oh well, I suppose it's genius. Anyway, it's more vivid than anything I've ever done. Actually, I'm quite proud of it. I shall be too, I told her. Then we rushed for the train. As it pulled out, he leaned from the window and called, "Don't walk down that path." Then the train took him off to London. When I got back to Little Tudor, Anne was sitting, watching the door. I thought she was looking out for me, but such it developed was not the case. She was looking at Sandy's mural. Isn't it funny how those lovely roses take all the evil away, Aunt Tansy? She always called me that. I've never seen such pretty flowers. And that path, where do you suppose it goes? I'd like to find out. You mustn't, I broke in sharply, remembering what Sandy had said. She raised her brown eyes to my slate-gray ones and laughed childishly, as though I could. But I'm sure it's somewhere lovely, like the flowers. Perhaps Sandy knows. When he comes back to visit, we'll ask him. I looked at the door myself, and once again it seemed as though I could smell the roses and that they moved as though swept by some slight breeze. Anne slipped her hand in mine. The roses dance. I'm sure at the end of the path there's a carnival of roses. I wondered where she'd heard the word carnival. It was an odd word for a child to know. Perhaps she'd picked it up from Sandy. Such a lovely scent, she half whispered. There were never such roses in this world. She wasn't really aware of what she was saying. It was curious that she seemed to have taken the words right out of my mind. "Come on," I cried, sweeping her up. "Let's go for a walk." Instinctively, we went out the side door, leading onto the terrace. It was only then that I realized since I had brought home the new door, no one, not even Weston, had used it. The next morning I was doing much better with Catherine Howard, when suddenly Anne rushed into the room. "Surprise, surprise," she cried, and dropped a yellow rose on my manuscript. It was the most perfect flower I have ever seen, much larger than most. It looked like a sequin star, and the dew on it glistened like diamonds. "Why, Anne, wherever did you get this? It looks like one of Sandy's roses." She giggled. "It is. I found it lying in front of the door. Do you suppose it dropped off?" "Don't be silly, Anne. You know that's impossible." I was sharp again, hating myself and the hurt look in her eyes. "Did you pick it in your mother's garden?" "No rose is blooming yet," she told me gravely. "Not even in the conservatory. Besides, I've never seen a rose like this, not even at the flower show in London." I knew she'd been taken for a treat last year, and I knew she was right. I had never seen such a rose either. "Perhaps it comes from the end of the path," she suggested. "Anne, you mustn't say such ridiculous things, or even think them. Probably Sandy sent the rose down from London. It's most likely a new kind he knew, and that's why he drew them on the door. He told old Tim to put it there for me to find." I made my tones convincing, although I was remembering what Sandy had said about his painting. It wasn't like him, and I never saw a rose like any of these. Maybe he had found one and sent it, as I told Anne. Anne didn't argue. She only looked hurt. "Don't you want it?" she asked, her lip quivering. "Of course, dear. Let's put it in one of the best vases. I'll keep it
Get
here
ready
on my
for
desk.
work. All right,
It
Will.
will inspire me." We made quite a thing of putting it in water and a ceremony of placing it on my desk. It didn't inspire me. It worried me, for it lasted as no flower
good day at
has
work.
any right to last. After a week, it was as fresh as the day Anne brought it, its yellow, unfaded dew still nestling at its heart. Anne worried me too. She was always sitting, looking at the door. When I asked her why, she said she saw so much in the picture. "Someday, I'll know what's at the end of the path. I have to." She was serious, and I was frightened. I tried to discourage her visits, but it was no use. She was always there, and now she was no longer interested in being with me. It was only the door that fascinated her. I was beginning to wish I'd never found it. I wished Weston would come home, but he was detained in London with a big cinema contract for my last book. Even with the tax, you're going to have some money to spend, he told me on the telephone. I was too worried and too afraid to care. Anne was changing before my vision, growing thin and pale. Her eyes, great pools of mystery, and her hands, when they touched mine, were like claws. I tried to talk to her mother, but she wouldn't take it seriously. Just growing, was her comment on her child, and working her imagination overtime. If it wasn't your door, it would be something else. Don't worry. But I couldn't help it. There came a rainy day, and between the wind and storm, I knew Anne wouldn't get over to Little Tudor. I made up my mind I'd watch the door myself, to see if I could discover what she saw. I suggested to Mrs. Tim that she take a nap, and when I knew she was settled, I went into the long room. There, in front of the door, lay another rose, a red one this time, as beautiful and as unreal as the yellow one Anne had brought me. I knew now Sandy hadn't sent it. I'd written and asked him, and he denied it heartily. Couldn't be a real rose like those products of my imagination he'd put on paper. I took the red rose and put it in the vase with the yellow one, which was so strangely unwithered. I left it, glad to be free of the overpowering scent. But when I returned to the long room, the perfume was still there, heavy as pure attar of roses, permeating the entire room. I sat in the deep chair facing the door where Anne always sat, with the sweet, cloying odor of the rose in my nostrils growing stronger every second. I watched the door. Once again the roses seemed to sway as though moved by some, to me, unfelt breeze. They seemed to be leaning towards me, beckoning me to come to the path, and the patch stretched endlessly and invitingly before me. What a picture it was. Genius, Sandy had said. It was more. It was a masterpiece, living as some pictures do. I grew more and more enthralled. Now I could understand Anne's feelings. No wonder she liked to sit here with such sheer beauty before her, with endless, inviting vistas opening to her eyes. Carnival of roses, roses in riotous confusion, the epitome of beauty urging me to be a part of it. The heady aroma of the rose's perfume must be affecting my brain, but I was like one compelled. I had to touch the flowers, to feel their velvety petals, to be a part of them. I was out of the chair without my knowledge, moving towards the door. The scent was stronger now, more alluring, and the path more inviting. I knew if I opened the door I could step onto the path, and I knew too that I desired that more than anything in the world. I put my hand on the door handle. I turned it, opened the door. There was sunshine, roses outside, a riot of roses, red, pink, yellow, and white rustling roses, moving towards me, touching my hands with velvet, my cheeks with dew, while the path sparkled like diamonds, and a bright, unnatural sunshine flooded everything like a spotlight. I was dizzy with the redolence of the flowers. I took a step forward. I was on the threshold. Now, in another minute, I would be on the path. I would know such beauty as was not in the world. Crashing through the sunlight and the roses came Sandy's voice. "Don't walk that path." And then suddenly, the cloying scent was gone, and instead I smelt that foul odor of decay that is part of yellow roses just before they begin to wilt. Shocked, I drew back, though there were hands, strong, masculine hands, trying to pull me forward through the door. I exerted all my will and stepped back again into my long room. The path, The sun and the roses were gone. There was only wind and rain outside as the door slammed shut. I fell back into the chair and covered my face with my hands. The door was evil. I knew now Anne was right. The old woman had known. She had been right too. Tomorrow I would have it removed. I could run no risks with Anne. I remembered now what Sandy had said about it was as though someone else had seized his hands. And it wasn't his kind of painting. It was that of the last owner of the house. He had been an artist. The auctioneer had said so, who had sold his soul to the devil so he could stay in the house, and that his pictures had been burned. The roses were his pictures, not Sandy's, his. They would have to be destroyed.
Creepy.
Know the cleansing of fire. They were utterly
Very
evil,
creepy.
like the door, which, as the old woman had said, probably had been opened and escaped the exorcising by the priest, so the evil spirit of the artist could cling to it and come to little Tudor, bringing his evil with him. This was all strange and shattering to me, but I did not question it. I somehow knew it was so, knew too that I must cleanse the evil with fire tomorrow. I could do nothing while the storm raged. Now I was shaken and unnerved. Work would be my best medicine. I went back to my study. I ignored the roses on my desk. I couldn't bear to touch them. I started to write. My pencil took no note of time, but suddenly I was aware of movement on my desk. I looked up. The sun was shining in my windows. I had been too absorbed in Catherine Howard's love scene with the king to notice the storm was over. But that wasn't what had disturbed me. It was the roses. They were swaying and moving as though dancing with joy. "Anne!" I cried, clasping my throat. The rain was over. She could have come to little Tudor. I rushed into the long room. She was there, her hand on the doorknob, just as mine had been a short time ago. "Anne!" I called. "Anne, come back!" There was all the fright and horror I felt in my voice. It didn't stop her. She only called out over her shoulder, "I can't stop, Tansy. I've got to find out where the path goes." I rushed forward toward Anne and the moving roses, but I was too far away. She swung the door open. I saw again the carnival of roses, the path, the sunshine so different from that visaged from my study window. "Anne! Anne! No! No!" I was screaming, but it was no use. She was over the threshold. When I reached the door, it was shut. The painted roses on it rustled mockingly. I opened the door. There was no sign of Anne, no path, no roses, no unnatural sunshine. Anne was never seen again. She had found the path and vanished completely. Her disappearance made a 9 days wonder in the neighborhood. I said I had last seen her go through the door. There was no use telling the rest. No one but I ever knew the truth, or what I thought was the truth. The next day we burned the door, old Tim and I. We chopped it up first, in small pieces, and what a bonfire it made. As it burned wildly, I heard, or thought I heard, 2 voices. One was a man's, screaming with frustration. The other was Anne's. "Thank you, Tansy," was what she said. I like to think the fire freed her soul from evil. When the door was completely ashes and I got back to my study, I looked for the roses. They were gone. Only around the vase were little seared petals that resembled the ashes of the door.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Ghoul Gallery by Hugh B. Cave. 1. Let me convince you first that the young man who came to my medical offices that night was not the type of man who gives way without reason to abject fear. Yet when I stepped into my outer office and saw him slumped on the divan, I knew that he was in the throes of mortal terror. His face was ghastly white, made hideous by the mop of jet hair that crawled into his eyes. He raised his head sluggishly and glared at me like a trapped animal. I nodded quietly to the girl who stood beside him. She stepped past me into the inner office, and I drew the door shut silently. I had known this girl for years. For that matter, all London knew her as a charming, lovely member of the upper set, a sportswoman, and a distinguished lady of one of England's famous old families. She was Lady Sybil Ravenel. Tonight, half an hour ago, she had telephoned me, seeking permission to bring a patient very dear to her, to my suite. Now she stood before me, her hand resting on my arm, and said suddenly, "You've got to help him, Dr. Briggs. He's going mad." "Suppose you tell me," I suggested softly, "what he is afraid of." "I can't, Doctor. There is the family name to consider. He is Sir Edward Ramsay." I started. That name, too, was well known to me and to the rest of London. Sir Edward Ramsay, the favorite playboy of the upper strata, noted sportsman, adventurer. I could not believe that such a man would be sitting in my offices, dragged into the depths of fear. "You must tell me the cause," I said kindly. "Otherwise, I can do nothing." The girl's lips tightened defiantly. "When a man comes to you with a broken leg," she said, "you don't ask him where he got it. Please. A fractured leg is a physical malady. His is mental. But he comes to you in the same capacity, Doctor. You must help him." "I can only give you the usual advice." I shrugged. "Since you refuse to divulge the cause of his terror, I can only suggest that he get away from it." I could see from the obvious twist of her mouth that she was keenly disappointed. She would have argued with me, perhaps pleaded with me, had not the door opened suddenly behind her. I say opened. In reality, it was flung back savagely. Young Ramsay stood on the threshold, reeling, glowering at me out of smoldering eyes. I did not know then what made him intrude at that moment. I thought foolishly that he was afraid of being left alone in the dimly lighted outer office. He staggered forward blindly, groping toward me. "The thing!" he cried. His voice was high-pitched and nasal. "By God, it's following me! It's... I stared at him in bewilderment. There was no sound in my rooms at that moment. No sound at all, except the half-inaudible humming of a machine in the adjoining suite. An electrotherapeutic machine used by my associate in the treatment of leukemia and similar afflictions. Yet the boy's hands clawed at the sleeve of my coat. He flung himself against me, muttering a jargon of words that had no seeming intelligence. And then, very suddenly, his twitching face became fixed, staring, glaring at something beyond me. With a strangled sob of abject horror, he stumbled back. I was beside him in an instant, holding his quivering body upright. As I looked at him, his eyes were wide open and rimmed with white, glued in mute terror upon a small table which stood against the wall on the opposite side of the room. The table was an insignificant one, placed there merely for ornamental purposes. I had covered it with a black cloth and lined it along the back with a small rack of medical volumes. In the center of the black cloth, facing into the room, I had set a human skull. The thing was neither fantastic nor horrible, merely a very ordinary medical head, bleached white. In the shadows, perhaps, the eyeless sockets and grinning mouth, with its usual set of enameled teeth, were a bit unconventional. But certainly there was nothing to excite such uncontrollable horror as gripped the man in my arms. His eyes were full of sheer madness as he stared at it. His lips had writhed apart and were twitching spasmodically. He clung to me with all his strength, and at length, wrenching his gaze from the thing on the table, he buried his head in my arms and surrendered to the fear which overwhelmed him. "Be merciful, Briggs," he moaned. "For God's sake, be merciful. Come with me. Stay with me for a day or two before I go utterly mad." There was no alternative. I could not send a man away in such condition. Neither could I keep him with me, for my quarters were not fitted with additional rooms for mad patients. I forced him into a chair, where he could not see the death's head on the table. Leaving him with the girl who had brought him, I hurriedly packed a small overnight case and made ready for an all-night siege of it. When I returned, I found the boy slumped wearily in the chair, with his head in the girl's comforting arms. "Come," I said quietly. He looked up at me. His bloodshot eyes struggled to drag me into focus. You are coming with me, Briggs?" he asked slowly. "I am." He pushed himself heavily out of the chair. As he turned, his hand groped for mine. He spoke with a great effort. "Thanks, Briggs. I'll try to get back a little courage." That was my introduction to Sir Edward Ramsay. The account of our departure and of our subsequent arrival at Sir Edward's huge townhouse is of little importance. During the entire journey, my two companions did not utter a word. The boy seemed to have shrunk into himself, to have fallen into the lowest depths of fearful anticipation. The girl sat stiff, rigid, staring straight ahead of her. I remember one thing which struck me as being more or less peculiar in view of the boy's social position. No servant opened the door to us. For that matter, the boy made no attempt to summon one by ringing the bell. Instead, he groped into his pockets for his own door key and fumbled nervously with the lock. Turning his head sideways, he spoke to me stiffly. "My man's deaf, Briggs. Damn nuisance, but it's the only reason he stays. The others cleared out long ago." The door swung open. I followed Sir Edward down the carpeted hall with the girl beside me. The boy was trembling again, glancing about him furtively. I was forced to take his arm and lead him quietly into one of the massive rooms adjoining the corridor. There, he sank into a chair and stared up at me hopelessly. I realized that he had not slept in many hours, that he was on the verge of breakdown. Opening my case, I administered an opiate to deaden his nerves, although I had little hope that it would have the desired effect. The boy's terror was too acute, too intense. However, the drug quieted him. He slept fitfully for the better part of an hour, long enough for Lady Sybil to draw me aside, motion me to a chair, and tell me her story. She came directly to the point, softly and deliberately. They were in love, she and Ramsay. They were betrothed. 6 weeks ago, his love had changed to fear. At first he fought against it, she said evenly. Then it took possession of him, of his very soul. He released me from my promise. Why? Because of the curse that hangs over his family. And that is why you came to me tonight? I came, Doctor, she said fervently, because it was a last hope. I love him. I cannot give him up. He lives alone here, except for a single servant who is deaf. I've been with him every day since this influence claimed him. At night, of course, I cannot be at his side, and it is the night time he fears. And the cause of his fear? I prompted. I cannot tell you. I knew better than to demand an explanation. Without a word, I returned to my patient. He was not sleeping, for when I stood over him, his eyes opened, and he stared at me wearily. I drew a chair close to him and bent forward. "I want you to tell me," I said simply, "the entire story. Only under those conditions can I help you. Do you understand? That is impossible. It's necessary. I can't do it, Briggs. In that case, I shrugged, getting to my feet. I shall take you away from here, at once. No, Briggs. You can't. The thing will follow me. It trailed me to your offices. It was the girl who cut him short. She stepped closer and took his hands firmly, and looked straight at me. He is under oath to say nothing, Doctor, she said evenly. Under oath? To whom? His father, Sir Guy. Then of course I shall see Sir Guy at once. He is dead. I stood silent, glancing from one to the other. Suddenly, the girl straightened up and stood erect, her eyes blazing. But I am not under oath, she cried, almost savagely. I will tell you. By God, no! The boy groped up, his face livid. I understood then the courage in Lady Sybil's heart. Slim, lovely as she was, she turned on him fiercely, forcing him back into the chair. I am going to tell him, she said bitterly. Do you hear? The oath does not bind me. I am going to tell Dr. Briggs all I know. It is the only way to help you. Then, without releasing him, she turned her head toward me. This house, Doctor, she said, is very old and full of musty rooms and corridors. It is made hideous by a terrifying sound that comes always at night from the upper galleries. The sound is inexplicable. It is a horrible note which begins with an almost inaudible moan, like the humming of an electric motor. Then it increases in volume to the pitch of a sing-song voice, rising and falling tremulously. Finally it becomes a screaming wail, like a human soul in utter torment. She waited for my questions. I said nothing. The boy had ceased his squirming, and sat like a dead man, glaring at me out of lifeless eyes. The galleries have been examined many times, Lady Sybil said quietly. Nothing has ever been discovered to provide an explanation. 4 times in the past year the upper recesses of the house have been wired for electric lights, but the lights in that portion of the house never work. No one knows why. And that is all, I murmured. I think that is all, except the history of the House of Ramsay. You will find that in the library, Doctor. I will remain here with Edward. I hesitated. I did not think it vital at that moment to go rummaging through the library in pursuit of ancient lore. But Lady Sybil looked quietly at me and said, in an even voice, The library is at the end of the main corridor, Doctor. You will find the necessary books in section 12. I did not argue. There was no denying that cool, methodical tone. Before I left the room, however, I examined my patient carefully to be sure that I was justified in leaving him. He had sunk into complete apathy. His eyes remained wide open, as if he feared to close them. But the opiate had produced an effect of semi-torpor, and I knew that he would not soon become violent again. Thus I turned away and paced silently to the door. By a singular coincidence, the door opened as I reached it. On the threshold I came face to face with the servant, a ferret-faced fellow with deep-set, colourless eyes who peered at me suspiciously as I went past him into the corridor. In this manner, after prowling down the dimly illuminated passage, I came to the library and sought the particular section which the girl had suggested. Section 12 proved to be not in the main library, but in a secluded recess leading into the very farthest corner. The walls before me were lined with long shelves of books, symmetrically arranged. An ancient claw-footed desk stood in the center, and upon it a gargoyle reading lamp, which I promptly turned on. The alcove had obviously been unused for some time. A layer of dust hung over it like a funeral shroud. Its musty volumes were sealed with a film of dirt, except, and this is what led me forward eagerly, for a certain shelf which lay almost directly beneath the lamp. The books on this particular shelf had been recently removed, and had been thrown back carelessly. I took one of the volumes to the desk and bent over it. It contained, in some detail, a history of the house in which I stood. and a lengthy description of its occupants since time immemorial. Allow me to quote from it. Sir Guy Ramsay, 1858-1903, evidently the father of my patient, Eton and Cambridge. Here followed an account of an adventurous and courageous life. In the year 1903, Sir Guy was suddenly stricken with an inexplicable fear of darkness. Despite all efforts to discover the reason of his terror, no cause was revealed, and Sir Guy refused to divulge any. In September of the same year, Sir Guy became utterly mad with fear, and spoke continually of a certain spectre which had taken possession of him. Physicians were unable to effect a cure, and on the 9th day of the month of September, Sir Guy was found in the upper galleries, where he had, to all appearances, been strangled to death. His own hands clutched his throat, but upon his hands were certain marks and bruises which revealed the imprint of another set of fingers. In these imprints, the thumb of the unknown murderer's left hand was singularly missing. No clue has ever been discovered as to the identity of the assailant. I closed the book slowly. Mechanically, I opened a second of those significant volumes, which proved to be an account of the life and death of another of Sir Edward's forebears. From the dates, I judged the gentleman to be Sir Edward's grandfather, the father of the man whose fate I had just learned. His name, peculiarly, was also Sir Edward. On the 22nd day of January, in the year 1881, Sir Edward was suddenly noticed to be prowling fearfully in the upper galleries. From that time on, he was observed to be very much in the throes of acute terror. But when accused of this, Sir Edward refused to confide the nature of his fear. On February 1st, he was found choked to death in the upper galleries, his own hands twisted into his throat, and the imprint of another set of hands, with the thumb of the left hand missing, still evident on his dead wrists. The murderer was not discovered. For 3 years after Sir Edward's death, the galleries were closed and sealed for careful inspection by the police. At the end of that period, they were again opened by command of Sir Guy, son of the deceased. And there was one other passage, a paragraph or two, describing the sudden death of some distinguished lady far back in the archives. Her name, according to the book before me, was Lady Caroline. A woman, the script said, imbued with the same fearless courage which marked the men of her blood. In the final days of her life, she lived alone in the London house.
Energy
She left a
low.
simple parting message found after her death. I am becoming insane. The spectre has ebbed my last bit of resistance. Madness is, after all, a fitting death, much better than eternal fear and horror. This note was found on the morning of July 3rd, 1792. Lady Caroline was murdered, strangled to death by unknown hands. On the night the note was written, her unfortunate body was discovered in the galleries, her fingers still clutching her dead throat, and the marks of other fingers, with the thumb of the left hand missing, imprinted on the back of her hands and wrists. For 3 years following her death, every effort was expended to locate the fiend who had so brutally destroyed her. The attempt was without avail. I make no effort to explain these quotations. They are significant in themselves. As for the spectre, I could find no further mention of it. Page after page I turned, hoping to discover some clue which might lead to a solution. I found nothing. I did, however, chance upon something of unusual interest in the oldest of the heavy volumes. It was an account of a very ancient feud. The names mentioned were those of Sir Godfrey Ramsay, the date was in the century before the French Revolution, and Sir Richard Ravenel. The account gave mention of several brutal killings and disappearances, the majority of these executed by the House of Ravenel. The cause of the feud was not divulged. The hatred between the two families, however, had come to an end with the death of Sir Richard Ravenel, who was, to quote the withered page before me, an artist of unusual genius. In the year previous to his death, having formed a truce with the House of Ramsay, he did present to Sir Godfrey Ramsay one or two paintings of great value, executed by himself as a token of eternal friendship. These paintings have been carefully preserved. I sought faithfully for an account of the life of this same Sir Godfrey. Eventually, I found it and read the following. 12 years after the houses of Ramsay and Ravenel formed the Pact of Peace, Sir Godfrey was suddenly stricken with an incomprehensible terror, which led to complete madness. He did call his son, Sir James, to him, and say the following words. A curse has descended upon the house of Ramsay. It is a curse of horror, of torment. It is intended to make gibbering idiots of the men who bear the honored name of Ramsay. For this reason, I command you to an oath of silence. The curse has taken possession of me, and I shall die. When you're of age, you too will be stricken by the spectre. Swear to me that you will not reveal the nature of the curse, lest your sons and their sons after them live in mortal fear. This oath was written into parchment and preserved. On the second day following its execution, Sir Godfrey was found lying in the upper galleries. I closed the last volume with the uncomfortable feeling of having delved into a maze of horror and death. In the upper reaches of the very house in which I stood, countless members of the House of Ramsay had been hurled into madness and cruelly murdered. Even now, the man who occupied these whispering rooms and huge empty corridors was being slowly forced under the same hellish influence of insanity. I understood now his reason for silence. He was bound by a family oath, which had been passed down from father to son. He could not speak. The influence of that mad room still hung over me as I paced across the library and returned to the room where Sir Edward and Lady Sybil awaited me. The boy was sleeping. As I entered, Lady Sybil came toward me quietly and stood before me. You have found the books? She whispered. Yes. Then you know why he is bound to silence, Doctor. He is the last of the Ramsays. I am the last of the Ravenels. I stared at her. I had not suspected any connection between the names in those ancient volumes and the name of the girl before me. Peering into her features now, I felt suddenly as if I had been plunged into an affair of death itself. She, the last of the Ravenels. He has never broken the oath, she murmured. Not even to me. I have never remained here at night, never seen the spectre, but I have questioned the servants who fled from here, and so I know. I turned to my patient. He was sleeping peacefully now, and I thanked God that the terror had temporarily left him. Lady Sybil said softly, I shall stay here then, so long as you are here, Doctor. I cannot leave him now. She walked quietly to the divan and made it as comfortable as possible. I did not suggest that she go to one of the sleeping chambers on the floor above. For my part, I could not consider waking my patient. I would have to sit by him through the night, and I knew that she, too, preferred to be close to him. At any rate, I hadn't the cruelty to suggest that she remain alone in one of those shadowed, deathly silent rooms on the upper corridor through the long hours of sinister darkness that confronted us. I think that she slept very soon after she lay down. When I bent over her a moment later to drape a silken coverlet over her lovely figure, she did not stir. I realized then that I was the only person awake in this massive spectral house. I was alone with the unknown being that patrolled the upper galleries. I closed the door of the room and bolted it. Very quietly, I returned to my chair and lowered myself. Then I sat there, staring fearfully into the deepening shadows, until I dozed into a fitful slumber. Two. If the spectre of the House of Ramsay crept out of its hidden lair that night, I did not know it. When I awoke, a welcome sunlight was sliding across the floor at my feet from the opposite window. I was alone in the room. Sir Edward and Lady Sybil had vanished. I stood up. It was difficult to believe in this glow of warm sunlight that anything unusual had occurred during the night. Evidently, nothing had. The door opened behind me, and the ferret-faced servant, scuffling forward, said evenly, "Breakfast is waiting, sir." I followed him to the dining hall, and there found my two companions. Lady Sybil rose to greet me with a smile. The boy remained seated. His face was extremely haggard and white. He nodded heavily. "Thought we'd let you sleep, Briggs," he said. "You earned it." He did not refer again to the previous night. Lady Sybil, too, maintained a discreet silence. When the meal was over, I called her to me. "I shall stay here," I said, "until I am sure that his terror does not return. I do not feel justified in leaving the house at the present time. Do you wish me to do something, Doctor?" I gave her a prescription. In substance, the desired medicine was little more than a tonic, though it contained a slight portion of morphine. It would serve to keep the boy's nerves under control, but I realized even then that the cause of his fear must be removed before any medicine would benefit him. Lady Sybil, however, promised to have the prescription filled. She had other matters to attend to, she said, and would probably return sometime in the late afternoon. When she had gone, I sought out once again those significant volumes that I had found the night before. I studied them for a very long time. It must have been well after 2 o'clock when Sir Edward came into the library. He slouched into a chair and remained there without any display of animation or life. When I got quietly to my feet and replaced the last book on the shelf, he looked at me without emotion. "Where to, Briggs?" he said dully. "With your permission," I replied, "I should like to have a look at the galleries." He nodded. I fancied that the slightest cloud of suspicion crossed his face, but he offered no objections. I had difficulty in finding my way. The route which led to the upper levels was no easy one to follow, winding as it did through a succession of peculiarly dark and unlighted corridors. Eventually, however, I found myself at the bottom of a circular staircase that coiled upward into the gloom of the floor above. I mounted the steps slowly, holding to the great carved banister for support.
Energy
And
low.
having reached the second landing, I followed the twistings of the passage by keeping as close to the wall as possible. At the end of this circular passage, a curtained window revealed the street below.
All that
As I
welding.
peered down and saw the pavement far below me, I could not repress a shudder. Cautiously, I continued along this corridor to the bottom of a second staircase. Once again, with heavy steps, I groped upward. And here, at the top of the last incline, I found the upper galleries of the House of Ramsay. The room lay directly before me. Its massive door, standing half open, revealed a thread of light from some hidden source, a gleam which penetrated like a livid, groping hand into the blackness of the passage. I entered timidly, leaving the door open behind me. Before me extended a room of enormous size, more like a huge banquet chamber than an art alcove. The illumination was intense, coming as it did from a series of 4 broad windows set in the farther wall, windows which were uncurtained and designed to flood the interior with light. For the rest, the floor was lined with a smooth carpet of dull hue. The walls on opposite sides of me as I moved forward were devoted entirely to framed paintings. The rear wall, which contained the only entrance through which I had come, was carefully covered with a soft grey drape cut to outline the wooden panels of the door. I had taken no more than a dozen steps forward into this strange chamber when I came to an abrupt halt. Before me, as I stood motionless, lay evidence that my patient had been here before me, a silk kerchief embroidered in black with his emblem. I recognized it instantly. He had worn it on the previous evening, tucked in the breast pocket of his jacket, and now it lay here on the carpet, damnable in its significance as I stared down at it. So he had not slept the night through. He had come here, come to this death room, to keep some infernal midnight tryst. I dropped the thing into my pocket. Having done this, I turned to inspect the magnificent works of art that surrounded me. And then, almost immediately after that first startling episode, came a second shock, 1,000 times greater than the first. The thing glared out at me with horrible malice. It hung before me, leering into my face. I recoiled from it with a sudden intake of breath. It was a skeleton, painted in dull values of grey and white, with a single blur of jet-black background, created by an artist who possessed a fiendish cunning for horrifying the human eye. Every revolting effect of death was incorporated into that ghastly countenance. And yet, in a medical sense, the thing was far from perfect. Even as I stared at it, I discerned a dozen very evident faults of construction. Hideous it was, but hideous only because the artist had sacrificed accuracy in order to make it so. The eye sockets, executed in a fiendish combination of grey pigments, were horribly empty and staring, but they were too close set to be natural. The frontal bone, a streak of livid white, was terrible in its effect, but far too broad. The two superior maxillary bones, forming the upper jaw and bounding the glaring, vacant nasal cavity, were hideously formed, but were separated on the undersurface from the row of broken teeth in order to lend that maddening grin to the mouth. There were other defects, easily recognizable. They were less significant, but as a work of horror, the skeleton before me was faultless. Never have I been so completely unnerved by something which I knew could hold no power over me. I went toward it with irresolute steps, determined to inspect it at close range and then leave the room immediately. The singular glare of its dead features had sapped all my curiosity. I wanted to get away from it. The painting was very old. Only 3 colors were evident: white, grey, and that sepulchral black. At the bottom of the heavy gilt frame I found the name of the artist, a name which choked on my lips as I cried it aloud. That name, faint and almost illegible, was Ravenel. Ravenel. In the year previous to his death, having formed a truce with the House of Ramsay, he did present to Sir Godfrey Ramsay 1 or 2 paintings of great value, executed by himself. I left the room with an inexplicable sense of fear. Fascination it might have been, for that hideous thing behind me. Horror it might have been, for the slow realization that here in this fiendish picture, lay the secret of innumerable murders and a hellish curse of madness. There is little more to tell. The concluding event of my stay in the House of Ramsay was not long in forthcoming. The hour was already late when I returned to the library on the lower floor. Sir Edward had not moved from his position. He greeted me with a nod, and the girl, who had returned during my tour of inspection, came toward me to give me the medicine I had ordered. I forced the boy to take it. Then, in depressing silence, we sat there, the 3 of us, as the hour grew later and later. Lady Sybil and I made a feeble attempt to play backgammon, but the boy's glassy eyes haunted us. The game was a mockery. When 10 o'clock came, I rose and took the boy's arm. A night's sleep, I said sternly, would be one of your best medicines. He glanced at me wearily, as if it hurt him to move. "You are turning in, Briggs?" "I am." He sank back into his chair with a half-inaudible murmur. I motioned quietly to Lady Sybil, thinking that if she left him, he would be certain to come with us, rather than be left alone. The girl had already prepared a room for herself on the upper floor. But the boy did not move. As I drew the door shut, he looked up suddenly and spoke in a voice that was strangely harsh. "Leave it open, Briggs. I'll go to bed in a while. Closed doors are ghastly just now." In the corridor outside, I said goodnight to Lady Sybil and climbed the stairs to my room. The room opened on an unlighted passage, a narrow, gloomy tunnel that twisted from darkness into darkness, revealed only by the glow of light from my own chamber. The hands of my watch, as I laid the timepiece carefully upon the table, stood at 32 minutes after 10 o'clock. No sound stirred in the great house. Lady Sybil, having climbed the stairs behind me, had gone to her room at the far end of the corridor. Below stairs, the servant of the penetrating eyes had evidently retired. It was perhaps 15 minutes later when I heard Sir Edward's step on the stairs. He climbed wearily, inertly. His tread moved along the corridor. I heard the door of his chamber open and close. After that, there was nothing but an ominous, depressing, sinister silence. I left my door open. Most men in my position would, I presume, have closed it and made haste to throw the bolt. But I found comfort, such as it was, in an open exit. I had no desire to be a rat in a trap. Nervously, I switched off the light and sank wearily to the bed. There I lay, facing the half-open door, striving to get rid of my thoughts. And there I lay when, a long time later, I was dimly conscious that the silence had dissolved into sound. It had no definite beginning, no positive substance. Only in the acute stillness of the capacious structure would it have been audible at all. Even then it was no more than a dead hum, like the drone of muted, smothered machinery. It increased in volume. For fully 60 seconds, perhaps longer, I lay unmoving, as the sound became a throbbing, wavering reality. I twisted about to stare at the door, as if I expected the vibrations to filter into my room and take the form of some ghastly, supernatural being. Then I heard something more, the distinct tread of human feet advancing quietly along the passage outside. And I saw it, saw the hunched form of Sir Edward Ramsay creeping slowly along the corridor. Visible for a moment only, he passed the open door of my chamber. An unearthly mask of sepulchral light surrounded him, an obscure, bluish vapor that seemed to rise out of the floor at his feet and hang about him like an ethereal cloak, a protean winding sheet. And I shall never forget the fear-haunted glare of the boy's eyes as he moved through the darkness. He walked as though an inner force guided him forward. His hands hung lifelessly at his sides. His face was tense and ghastly gray, strained to an almost diabolical degree of expectancy. And then, passing out of my range of vision, he vanished. I sprang from the bed and reached the door in a stride. There I stopped, with both hands clutching the door frame. The sound of his footsteps had already died.
Energy
Another form
low.
was coming silently out of the darkness and moving past me. The form of Lady Sybil, following him. I did not hesitate then. I knew as surely as if the walls themselves were screeching it out to me that the boy was going to those infernal galleries in the upper recesses of the house. And up there would be that eternal fiend of murder and madness, that unnamed horror which had for centuries preyed on the inhabitants of this ghastly dwelling. Groping into the passage behind those two grim figures, I fell into the mute procession. Far above me, That dirge of hell had risen to a whimpering moan, a human voice in torment, rising and falling with my steps as I paced forward. I saw the two figures before me now,